Chapter 2341. This casual thrust shouldered the weight of countless worlds, capable of crushing the toughest material in existence. Furthermore, this unimaginable weight was concentrated at the tip of the sword. It wouldn't be hard to realize its destructive property. Because of this, the sword created a thin line, as fine as can be. This was the crushing of space. Earlier, Solitary also achieved this with his attack. Space might have crumbled, but that was in a much wider area. This meant that the weight was spread over his heavy sword. On the other hand, Li Qia's thrust only created a line thinner than a strand of hair. Two different sword experts, the first one could take down a mosquito flying in the air, but the second one could accurately cut off the mosquito's hair. This was a massive difference, impossible for Solitary to ever catch up. The spectators felt something wet on their forehead, most likely beads of sweat. They wiped it and found that it was blood staining their hands. What's going on? These experts became frightened. Sure enough, a thin cut was there with a disproportionate amount of blood dripping down. Though Li Qia's thrust wasn't aimed at them, and that he didn't emit any sword intent, this thrust still struck their mind, resulting in physical damage. Get back again. The previous collision left many wounded, so the crowd retreated to a greater distance. Perhaps this wasn't far enough, so they ran even more to guarantee their safety. Clank. Solitary stood still while holding his sword vertically before his chest. No aura just like before, but it gave off the sense that he was sealing himself off. Not one expert could take half a step forward. The sword became a defensive world standing before him. People saw an illusion of thickness on top of heaviness. Nothing could penetrate this world entirely. A lack of technique, merit laws, and treasure didn't weaken this defense. This scene was truly impressive, telling the crowd of this possible usage of the sword, creating a shield thicker than a crust of 10 million miles. One slash to destroy the earth, another to become invulnerable. The fast switch intensified the crowd's respect for this sword god. People finally understood that what they considered the Tao of the sword prior was only child's play, lacking the elegance and refinement found here. The Ascenders felt the same inferiority. Trying to use the sword in front of Solitary would be quite ironic and asking for humiliation, same as calling oneself a sword god. Clank. Li Qia's sword tip finally touched Solitary's giant sword. The sound was akin to a bronze needle touching a wind chime, quiet and unique. Everyone suddenly felt that this sword had pierced through their chest. The weirdest part that instead of fear, they felt delighted dying in this manner. Crack. Starting from the impact point, cracks emanated all over the giant sword. Boom. Finally, the giant sword shattered into shiny pieces, all of the same size. This breaking process seemed like a perfect work of art. Even the hilt broke down and scattered with the wind. When everyone calmed down, they saw the tip of Li Qia's sword being neck to Solitary's throat. Just a little push and that would be the sword god's demise. Needless to say, Solitary was utterly defeated. I've lost, but just being able to watch this thrust makes my 100,000 years of training worth it. Solitary lowered his hands and closed his eyes, completely convinced of his defeat. Kill me. No one dared to breathe loudly. This scene was too shocking. A 9th-level true god, one that was far inferior to those on the same level, had lost to Li Qia. Everyone knew that Li Qia's quick draw was unbeatable and a sure kill move, not expecting his heavy style to be just as incredible. So many felt bad because a true sword god was about to die. Myriad would lose a great master. There was enough 9th-level true gods in this world, but someone like Solitary was rare. Clank. But surprisingly enough, Li Qia put away his bronze sword and said, "Only a few truly understand the sword. It's a shame to kill you, so you may leave now." Solitary opened his eyes to look at Li Qia before sighing. He left without thanking Li Qia. He didn't care about living or dying, only the sword mattered. It was a lonely way of life, hence his title. Ancestor. The ancestors from Sword Grave shouted, but he kept on moving and eventually disappeared over the horizon. The crowd remained shocked after his departure. The duel only lasted 2 moves, not requiring techniques and variations, lacking sword energy as well. Each had one chance, swapping between offense and defense. In terms of sword techniques, this duel was too ordinary. However, the actual process broadened the crowd's horizon, showing them what true invincibility with the sword was. Possessing beautiful styles and radiance didn't matter. When one was truly invincible, even their simplest slash would be unstoppable. Chapter 2342, Solitary left in a lonely manner, true to his title. The crowd had nothing to say since this was the best result. His death would be quite regrettable. Your turn now. Li Qie turned towards his enemies and coldly uttered. All eyes were on Myriad Armed and his group now. Their 3 systems have gathered and must work together since they stood no chance alone versus Li Qie. With Solitary's defeat, it meant that their strongest ascenders were no match for him. Though they were 8th level true gods, the gap between them and Solitary was massive. Possessing a number advantage was useless. At the ascender level, the power disparity couldn't be made up by adding 1 or 2 combatants. Even if Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper worked together, they wouldn't have been able to beat Solitary. Thus, though the Alliance had almost 10 ascenders, they wouldn't be able to touch Li Qie at all. This, in turn, meant that a massacre was incoming. The ancestors were the pillars of any system, losing them would mean a great loss. The 3 systems would need several generations to make this up. The Alliance was aggressive earlier, thinking that they had the advantage. But now, their expression became austere with a touch of pessimism. Escaping was not an option, for it would result in a complete loss of face. Plus, Li Qie wouldn't let them run either. There was only one choice: fight to the death. Death is nothing in the pursuit of justice against evil. Myriad Armed sounded quite heroic. Stop it. Li Qie waved his sleeve. No need for such grand rhetoric before me. It's not like I haven't seen your pitiful state after losing. If it wasn't for Pill King and the others, would have decapitated all of you. Myriad Armed became red. He only wanted to re-establish his stance and seize the moral high ground on top of building the courage to fight, but this verbal slap from Li Qie ruined it all. Li, to a warrior, death is preferable to humiliation. He shouted back. Unfortunately, you're no warrior. Li Qie chuckled, so much weaker compared to Solitary Sword God, let's not flatter yourselves now. The group glared at him but couldn't do anything about it. Our 3 systems will work to destroy the evil that is, Blade Reaper began. Li Qie didn't care. I know, I didn't say that you can't go together. Don't worry, I'll give you time to use your best move. Just all come at once to make this faster. Fine, we won't refuse then. Blade Reaper waited for this. If Li Qie were to use his quick draw to start, many ancestors on their side would instantly die. I'm waiting. Li Qie nonchalantly said. The ancestors naturally disliked being shown such contempt by Li Qie. They were big shots in myriad lineage, and anyone would tread carefully against their alliance. Nevertheless, they restrained themselves and must come up with a greater plan in order to annihilate Li Qie. After a while, Li Qie floated up and asked, "Are you prepared?" He looked at them as if they were already dead. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing his confidence. They knew that he wasn't all talk, completely capable of slaughtering everyone here. To the death. Blade Reaper coldly uttered. He stood at the center while the rest lined up around him. Though he wasn't the strongest ascender, he still became their core. The guy raised a treasure bowl, full of blood, not just his alone but of all the ancestors and experts here. So it turned out that during the fight between Li Qie and Solitary, they have come up with a plan, gathering a little blood from everyone to fill this bowl. This was the true blood of these ancestors, very precious in nature. Now, Blade Reaper had a stoic expression as he took out a tiny bottle covered in powerful seals. It was obvious that the sealer was an amazing character. The spectators became curious. What was inside this bottle? Some stretched their neck to have a better look. Pop. He removed the seals. Boom. A wave of light surged to the sky and illuminated the entire area like the explosion of countless suns. A divinity billowed, one that could cross from one era to another, completely untouchable. The aura of a progenitor. Even ancestors shuddered from astonishment and fear. The weak couldn't handle this power, no different from a progenitor being here in person. Just one single drop of blood came out of the bottle, resembling a ruby more than blood. A drop of true blood. One ancestor blurted. People were naturally shocked. One drop of true blood from a progenitor was priceless. Heavenstart Saber progenitor's true blood, another sensed the saber energy from the drop. This explained why Blade Reaper became the nucleus of their plan. He was the only one who could take out this item. Chapter 2343. The drop of progenitor blood attracted everyone's attention. This was indeed a priceless treasure. Among the three systems, only Heavenstart could take out something like this. Coiling Dragon was strong, but the current leaders weren't part of the Orthodox branch, only the descendants of Prey Moon, so they didn't have their progenitor's true blood. This also applied to Sword Grave. The Ling were the real descendants, so the ancestors from this sect right now didn't have this type of true blood either. On the other hand, the leaders of Heavenstart were from Heavenstart Saber ancestors' lineage, and he left many things behind for them. Blade Reaper contributed greatly to the systems in the past, so he was granted this drop of true blood. Across the years, he couldn't bear to use it because it could save his life during a perilous moment. He had no choice today. People salivated while looking at the drop of blood. For the ancestors, not only it could increase their strength, life prolongment was also possible with the right methods. As for the youths, diluting this blood and drinking it would make their cultivation soar. Thus, this single drop was far more valuable than a treasure or weapon. Pop. The drop of blood fell into the bowl. This particular bowl was an amazing treasure as well, fusing the single drop along with the rest of the blood. Blade Reaper instantly drank the whole thing. Boom. His body became resplendent. Rumble. This dazzling body of his grew larger at a rapid rate. AAA. He howled in response to the monumental changes happening to his body. A supreme intent seemed to be reshaping his body. If he couldn't withstand this power, implosion was imminent. This physical power caused the space nearby to quake, indicative of its might. It didn't take long before he was taller than a mountain, wearing the sky above and stomping the ground below. White clouds were down at his waist. This scene was stirring because it wasn't an avatar form. At a certain height, these avatar forms were only illusory. On the other hand, he was truly a giant made out of flesh and blood, perhaps the largest existence in three immortals. Crack. Cracks appeared all over him as if he was made from stacking rocks. Just one touch could make him crumble. Not good, he can't handle the power of the blood. Someone startlingly said. Drinking true blood from a progenitor without refinement was dangerous. Even an ascender could die from doing so. Boom. As he was on the verge of collapsing, the ancestors and experts from the three systems disappeared. Their vitality and true energy created an ocean of blood. It started to spin and became a red maelstrom. What's left of his body emitted strands of blood and runes. These runes locked onto the maelstrom, creating massive waves. The maelstrom was then integrated into his body. It trembled from the influx of energy. He grew even taller and could pluck the stars now. The crowd understood that he wanted to use this drop of blood to reverse the tide. However, drinking this blood was unbearable, so he borrowed the true blood of the other experts as a foundation. This allowed him to withstand the pressure. Just like that, he grasped the power of the experts in the alliance and a portion of his progenitors. Though the latter was only a tiny part, it made him stronger than solitary sword god and placed him on the same level as an eternal. Boom! Particles of light gathered around him. People felt as if he was creating a new world. The guy had a golden glow now with a new temperament and style, similar to a progenitor. He looked down at Wuxia with a dazzling glare. Is he a progenitor now? Someone murmured. How can it be that easy? If one could do so in this manner, then progenitors are worthless. He's not even at the level of a strong true emperor, let alone a progenitor. One ancestor shook his head. This is all because of the drop of blood. He's stronger than solitary sword god, probably matching a new eternal, and can take down 9th level true gods. Yes, still weaker than someone like Dracoform. That's just one drop of blood too. Imagine if he has a full bottle. Another commented. Junior, you can't be forgiven for insulting our 3 systems. Blade Reaper spoke as if he was a being standing at the apex. Wuxia burst out in laughter. You think you're a progenitor now after just drinking 1 drop? A full bottle might give you a similar aura, but you're just a fox exploiting the tiger's might, an ape wearing a hat. Blade Reaper's expression became ugly. He felt invincible under this current state. Each of his gestures and actions carried the cadence of a progenitor. In his opinion, killing Wuxia was as easy as lifting a finger. The blatant contempt in spite of this naturally infuriated him. Junior, I will eradicate you. The true god made the world tremble with his roar. Chapter 23:44. The crowd held their breath while staring at Wuxia, eagerly anticipating his next move. They wanted to know his real strength. Perhaps Blade Reaper under this state would be able to show them some clues. Ever since his appearance, Wuxia's power has remained a mystery. Even his merit laws were unknown. Though he had participated in several battles, people still didn't know of his cultivation method. They knew that he was the leader of Insane Court and the first disciple of Longevity Valley, but he never used the merit laws from these 2 systems. After all, a cultivator would have a main merit law, eventually derived into a Grand Dao. Despite his incredible sword Dao so far, intuition told people that this still wasn't his Grand Dao. The gathering of power by Blade Reaper didn't affect Wuxia in the slightest, only earning him a brief glance of attention. Go first so that your effort won't be wasted and you can show off your heaven-shattering move. I'm not a bully. Wuxia chuckled. Everyone took a deep breath. Blade Reaper was very powerful right now, definitely stronger than solitary sword god earlier. Perhaps he was at the eternal level. Nevertheless, Wuxia didn't care at all and implied that the guy wouldn't be able to block a single move from him. Blade Reaper became annoyed. It took a lot of effort to reach this domineering level and confidence, yet Wuxia acted so aloof. Little animal, I'm going to cut you to pieces. His shout broke the stars. Boom! He raised both hands and 2 massive stars before throwing them straight at Wuxia. Oh God! Many were scared out of their minds since the sky suddenly turned dark and began to flee. The world seemed to be on the verge of exploding with pockets of dust and ashes everywhere. A terrible flame engulfed the sky, a scene of the apocalypse. The 2 stars became ashes after slamming on each other right by Wuxia. Shockwaves reached the sky, destroying numerous stars. This was enough power to kill 1,000 high gods. Is it over? The crowd felt their hair standing on end. This force was enough to turn an ascender into a meat paste. They wondered what had happened to Wuxia. The dust eventually settled and the bright sky returned. Over there. A sharp spectator saw and pointed at Wuxia. He was still floating there, not relenting an inch, with an indifferent expression. So weak. He wiped away the dust on his shoulder and shook his head. You're not a real eternal, and your progenitor's true blood has been sealed for too long, so the divinity is weak. Plus, it is only at the myriad level. Insane, an ancestor smiled wryly. The ascenders nearby all felt weak right now. That powerful attack didn't harm Wuxia at all. This person was too heaven-defying. The crowd realized that only a real eternal would be able to challenge him. Is he still human? Another genius became silly. The young generation no longer needs to compete with someone like him around. This will be his world. Just think about it, Saber Devil, Coiling Dragon, and Sword Sovereign. they had great individual achievements yet amounted to nothing before Li Chia. The youths here felt despair. Li Chia could challenge Eternals right now. Even if one of them could become a true emperor in the future, they might not necessarily be stronger than him. True blood of the myriad level is more than enough to take your life. The gigantic Blade Reaper furiously roared, unwilling to accept this reality. Meanwhile, certain ancestors agreed with Li Chia. The drop of true blood has been sealed for a long period, so its divinity had weakened. Moreover, it was left behind when Heavenstar ancestor was still only at the myriad level, not when he reached the imperial level. Stop daydreaming. My turn to harvest. Li Chia chuckled before narrowing his eyes. Boom! The area around him erupted and the world fell into endless darkness. The world was freed from sunlight. What's going on? The darkness confused the crowd because it wasn't an illusion. Poof! The stench of blood permeated the air as if death itself was descending. A figure appeared, replacing Li Chia. He was still Li Chia but different, the embodiment of death. The previous Li Chia was still frightening, but he was still a living being. This was no longer the case. This was a god of death, the origin of this affinity. What the hell is going on? Experts were no stranger to death, yet they still shuddered, not daring to look at his eyes. Gazing at this pair of eyes would be akin to looking at one's final moment. He's a monster. We all must kill him. One true god shouted. Li Chia looked over at him and the force of death enveloped this true god. Buzz, the god dried up, drained of life. No, he could sense his life force being taken away, unable to do anything about it. The guy turned into a dried corpse that eventually crumbled into dust, scattering into the wind. Everyone watched this whole thing in astonishment. Chapter 23:45. Death approached without the use of any merit law or technique. It drained life and harvested everything else until only ashes were left. Resistance and avoidance were futile. This affinity spelled the doom of a true god, quite a frightening matter. No one knew what was going on. What merit law is that? One stuttered. The highest of profundity. Li Chia said, if there is life, then death will be inevitable, so if the heaven is the creator of life, then I am the harbinger of death. Only fools would think that this is an unholy art. Everyone stared at him in a daze, filled with confusion. Is he serious? Another asked his ancestor. The ancestor eventually murmured, well, legend states that only the high heaven can create life, but if someone else can grasp death, this would indeed be at the highest order of profundity. He highly doubted this possibility, however. Of course, grasping death and gathering death were two different matters. Li Chia was using a very profound merit law at this moment. Death, a new page of the death scripture as the old one ceased to exist. He was the embodiment of death right now, allowing him to harvest lives. Because of this, he just needed to look at the true God and his force of death devoured the guy's life. Highest profundity? What a joke. Don't believe him, take him down now. Blade Reaper roared. His weapon of choice was a butcher's blade. The moment it left its sheath, a bloody light and the stench of death filled the world. The most horrifying thing were the cries of anguish as if millions of its victims were trapped there for an eternity with no chance of entering the reincarnation cycle. Despair and fear naturally struck the spectators. They shuddered, realizing the true God's kill count, true to his title. Take this. With a ferocious expression, he gathered his power into a slash, willing to massacre the sects and clans of those who dare to oppose him. This was Blade Reaper, never showing mercy. Pluff. The incoming slash extinguished the stars. The entire world turned into an ocean of blood. He had no fear, only brutality. Decapitation seemed certain. He could already see Li Chia's head flying in the air. Death? I am death. He confidently smirked before declaring. Not a single blade of grass would survive this attack. All it wanted to do was kill. His title is apartment. An ancestor shuddered after seeing the true god's ferocity. Clank. Li Qiye reacted by simply raising one finger to stop the blade. Time became frozen because Li Qiye did it so easily. The slash was insignificant before his force of death, unable to move an inch forward. Life is not the only thing I harvest. Li Qiye smiled, but this smile terrorized the crowd as if he was a god of death. Starting from the tip of his finger, the blade began to decay. The bloody glow grew fainter before disappearing. Blade Reaper was scared out of his mind and leaped backward. It's too late. Li Qiye shook his head. You can't dodge death with your meager abilities. Buzz. The massive body of Blade Reaper decayed at an insane rate. It started with his wielding hand, but in this blink of an eye, he decisively cut it off in order to avoid further spreading. This proved to be futile. No. He continued to chop off other areas, but this didn't work. This wasn't corrosion, Li Qiye was simply draining him of life, so the decaying was an after effect. Rumble. His incredible frame faltered like a collapsing pillar. The golden maelstrom exploded as well, revealing the alliance once more. These ancestors and experts were horrified. They didn't care for anything outside of running away from this force of death. Despite running with all of their might, their body began to decay as well. No. They screamed and struggled only to end up as a pool of liquid. Blade Reaper screamed as well, unable to stop death despite attempting to seal and suppress the various parts of his body. He became a pool of liquid just like the rest. The last to die was Myriad-Armed King, since he had the best cultivation out of everyone. He took out his strongest defensive treasure, but this was useless too. It didn't take long before more than 1,000 ancestors from the 3 systems turned to ashes. Yama's summoning rate might not be perfect, but if I want you dead today, you won't live to see tomorrow. Li Qiye coolly said. The scent of death dispersed and only Li Qiye remained amidst the bright sky. People had no words to describe what had transpired here. It felt just like a nightmare. The only thing Li Qiye did was lift one finger from start to finish. That was enough to harvest the members of the 3 systems, not leaving a single survivor, just like he had stated in the beginning. They finally believed that he had a firm grasp on death, since that's the only way for him to do something like this. Chapter 2346. Perhaps death should be Li Qiye's title, since he was the embodiment of this affinity. That's the highest of profundity? One ancestor wondered while trembling. They have seen brilliant imperial and progenitorial laws, but not something like what Li Qiye had done just now. No need for technique and merit law to drain life from his foes. Maybe he's right, this is on the same level as life creation. Another chimed in. Perhaps the high heaven didn't need anything to directly create life, opposite of Li Qiye's death method. When will I see a worthy foe? Li Qiye said with disappointment. He returned to his initial form, no longer as terrifying as before. Alas, his ordinary appearance instilled fear into the crowd now. He dusted off his collars before looking at Wu Bingning, who was healed now. Let's go, can't waste more time. The 2 girls immediately followed him. Bingning fared much better since she had mentally prepared for whatever Li Qiye would do. Ling Shima also did the same, but this was on a scale beyond her reach. He was the strongest existence she had ever seen, and that massacre just now was the worst experience. Everyone quietly watched his departure, hoping that he would leave sooner. No one dared to do anything, afraid of provoking him. Once the 3 were gone from sight, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. His presence was too terrorizing, like a death god with his scythe. The fear made them immobile, not wanting to draw the attention of the scythe. That was so scary. Some people dropped to the ground. No one would make fun of them because this sentiment pervaded the area. People didn't follow deeper into the region despite knowing that the amazing items in there compared to other places, whether it be eggs, Dao bones, or liquid. Those 3 systems are going to go crazy. One sect master shook his head. The crowd agreed. These systems have lost too many ancestors, so peace wasn't a possibility. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stay in Myriad. I think real Eternals will be coming. One ancestor speculated, nothing below this level can contest against Wuxia, not even low-level true emperors, only 4 palace and up ones can do something, or they'll just be suiciding. The crowd breathed in, 9th-level true gods were useless, so they agreed with his assessment of Wuxia's abilities. He'll fight against Dracoform martial god for sure, I can't wait. Another true god salivated. No true emperors were around in Myriad since none among the young generation had reached this level. The ones from the last generation have already left. The strongest right now of the gods was Dracoform, the number 1 expert available. One excited expert said, "Yes, we'll find out who is really the number 1 in Myriad." The crowd couldn't wait for the future. If Wuxia were to challenge Dracoform, it would be a fight on the same level as emperors going at it. Dracoform is quite strong, but don't forget, young Lord Mu has an Eternal with him too. This person is also a member of the Mu, acting as the young Lord's protector. One ancestor revealed. He has one with him. An Eternal from Imperial. This was the first time some have heard this. Yes, very mysterious and cultivation unknown, could be on the same level as Dracoform. The ancestor spoke with a serious expression. Why would an Eternal from Imperial want to go down here? His lifespan will go down. Some experts couldn't get it. For example, someone like Dracoform could ascend to Imperial, perhaps even immortal. However, he had attachments to this land and wanted to protect this system. Thus, he accepted the corrosion of time. On the other hand, an Eternal from Imperial? It was one thing that he wouldn't go up to immortal. Going down to Myriad was simply ridiculous. Young Lord Mu wasn't affected as much, but this wasn't the case for an old Eternal. People up in Imperial had a longer lifespan. Going down meant potentially dying earlier. The actual time lost varied, but even one day was precious to an old Eternal. Thus, this person's choice of descending perplexed the crowd. If young Lord Mu is only coming down to train, then that Eternal is sacrificing himself needlessly. One elder added. Well, that just goes to show the young Lord's high status. The ancestor said, just think about it, his reason for going down here is inconsequential. Another might have true gods as companions, but an Eternal willingly accepting this loss? You think an ordinary person would have this treatment? The crowd contemplated further. A successor actually wasn't that big of a deal to a system. An ancestor was far more valuable and influential. Most importantly, if a successor were to die, there were plenty of other candidates. But for an ancestor who is an Eternal, there was no way of making up for this loss. It would take several eras to groom one again. This made people wonder, what was so special about young Lord Mu? No wonder why so many systems want to curry favors. Another connected the dots but realized he had misspoken. Plenty of people here actually sucked up to the young lord before. Maybe only someone as fierce as Wuxia would be able to take care of young Lord Mu. It's not a good thing for an outsider to stay in our world. An ancestor spoke with a profound gaze. The crowd was moved. No one would believe that the young lord came without a grand plan. Chapter 2347, Wuxia continued forward with the 2 girls. What were you trying to understand from that Dao bone? Bingning audaciously asked, showing no restraint like Shima. She knew that someone like Wuxia, once started, would be able to find something. It's more accurate to say that I was arranging and confirming previous ideas. That Dao bone was indeed amazing, allowing one to reach simplicity and drive away the clouds. Wuxia smiled. Oh, so what did you figure out? She curiously asked, aware that this new finding might be heaven-defying. Just something very tiny, adding to the precision like sliding a thread through the eye of a needle. He answered. Precision? Shima was surprised, thinking that he would find an incredible merit law due to his abilities. Apogee. Bingning knew what he was talking about right away. Indeed. He chuckled, an inch forward to reach an entirely new domain. A little more precision can do many things. I am not at this level, only progenitors are qualified to research this domain. Bingning smiled wryly, understanding the gap between them. Just adding a little more precision was impossible after a certain point, nearly impassable chasm. I don't understand, could you elaborate, Sister Bingning? Shima's cultivation was shallow, so she asked for further elaboration. Bingning could only look at Li Qie because she wasn't at this level either. Li Qie patiently explained, for example, your sword saint had left behind a sword technique for future generations. Alas, no one can reach the same level as him, unable to cultivate the same sword intent. Is this due to a lack of cultivation? In fact, perhaps one of your ancestors was stronger than Sword Saint when he created this art, but this isn't about raw power or Tao comprehension, but rather, apogee. Shima still didn't understand the meaning of this particular concept. For one sword technique trained by future generations, there will be differences in variations. This difference may be minuscule, but as it passed down, the changes added up. Because of this, peerless merit laws became different after successive generations, resulting in a loss of power, perhaps even losing these legacies completely. An inch forward to reach an entirely new domain, but the reverse is true as well. I see. Shima murmured. Of course, one needs to use apogee to fulfill its meaning for existence. He went on. Use it? She inquired. For instance, I am standing in front of you, and you will be slashing horizontally with your right hand. I just need to shift back one step to dodge the strike and apply a little pressure with a finger strike. The sword momentum is still the same, but you will lose control of the slash, resulting in self-decapitation. She carefully listened to the scenario. Because it is your slash and you have a firm grip, you should be able to stop the slash from cutting your neck the moment it reaches your skin. However, since you have lost control because I have added a tiny amount of force, the momentum will end your life. A little bit of change resulting in losing everything. He solemnly said. People often lose control over minute changes and unexpected developments. Li Qie said, by applying this principle, you can kill a true god with a finger flick, using the weakest strength to defeat the mightiest force with precision. This is apogee. To Shima, grasping the strongest merit law and possessing an invincible weapon established a cultivator's status. However, Li Qie's topic far exceeded this, virtually unreachable to regular people. Apogee. Shima regained her wits and smiled wryly, thinking that she will never be able to reach this height. Bingning had a chance, but not her. She stopped talking and quietly followed him. This conversation had shown her a new world, stating that after reaching a certain power level, merit laws and treasures alone weren't enough. After a while, Li Qie paused and said, I should enter my destination alone. You too can go look around, enjoying the scenery or looking for fortunes. Just you alone? Bingning asked. Yes, your Tao heart isn't strong enough. It might have adverse effects. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. The girls nodded, agreeing to his order. Little girl, I do not mistreat my followers. Li Qie patted her head and chuckled. Wait until I'm done with Moneyfall, I will teach you the 12 variations then. Bingning was shaken since he hasn't admitted to knowing the 12 variations before until now. This was their lost legacy, the system only had 5 variations left now. The truth is that your training in the 3 variations is a big mess. If your martial ancestor were to see how his descendants have ruined his art, he would stomp all of you to death. She angrily glared at him and coquettishly said, That's why you have to teach me better. This was her happiest moment ever since she left the martial court. I will. He spoke with a rare, gentle tone. Shima became envious. Learning all 12 variations would change Bingjing's life. And as for you, don't worry, I will help you find your sword tomb. Li Qie looked at Shima. Really? Her eyes widened. My words are more precious than pearls. He smiled. Thank you, young noble. She became emotional and got down on her knees. He waved his sleeve in response. Go look around now. With that, he entered the deepest location of the mountain range by himself. Young Lord Mu is here. A piece of shocking news spread across this area. He's here. Even the ancestors were alarmed. I'm positive, young Lord Mu is the one sending out this message. Another released this information and everyone quickly found out. Mu Xiaochen, huh? One ancestor from a powerful system said, what does peerless talent want here in Moneyfall? Don't worry, young Lord Mu isn't here to find treasures since he has plenty himself. One person informed. After all, everyone wanted treasures in Moneyfall, so the young lord's presence would only intensify the competition. The young lord is here for that Li fella. The guy continued, he adores myriad lineage and saw how that villain is ruining it, so he is here to rid the world of evil, for that is the responsibility of everyone. Chapter 2348. The news of young Lord Mu's arrival and intent to take care of Li Chia were worth pondering. People didn't find this surprising since there was a long-running feud between these two, especially after Li Chia's murder of his servant. All pretense and face were thrown out of the window, one of them must die. Who would win? Young Lord Mu or a monster like Li Chia? One expert brought up this question. I think Fiercest, as he likes to call himself, has a better chance. A high elder quietly said to his followers. Of course, he would never say this to strangers, not wanting to risk antagonizing the young lord. Young Lord Mu is fierce too, but he seems to be missing something. Despite his talents, people are normally afraid of his clan instead of him. He alone can't threaten myriad. The high elder continued, this isn't the case for Li Chia. I don't care whether people want to admit it or not, he has been walking on a path of blood from insane court to here. It doesn't matter if he's borrowing power in the past, he has more than proven himself in Moneyfall. In fact, his strength right now is still a mystery, but in my mind, no youth can compare to him. Others disagreed, young Lord Mu wins for sure. They were already praising him even before his arrival, either for self-gains or because their sects have chosen to support him. Why are you so sure? One expert smiled and said, did you forget about the frightening battle yesterday where Li Chia killed all the ancestors from 3 systems? Even solitary sword god lost to him, that's why he's number 1, the fiercest. Humph, you just don't get it. One supporter sneered and uttered coldly, so what if Li Chia is strong? Young Lord Mu is from imperial lineage with an eternal protecting him. That's not something Li Chia can reach. That's hard to say. In the past, people didn't have such a high evaluation of Li Chia until the massacre just now. They began calling him fiercest as well since this was the logical thing to do. If young Lord Mu actually wants to kill Li Chia, it would be too simple like lifting a finger. The supporter smiled deviously, Li Chia is nothing in the young lord's eyes. Way to exaggerate. Li Chia might be arrogant, but his power justifies his attitude. You think any other youth can take on solitary sword god? Another member of the crowd disagreed. The supporter revealed a mysterious grin. I'll let you in on something, don't tell anyone else, okay? This is very trustworthy, the young lord is actually coming with a paragon artifact. Paragon artifact? From a progenitor? Really? Even true gods were startled. Of course. The supporter proudly said, with that weapon, he'll be able to sweep through everything. One Li Chia is no big deal. No way, he actually is bringing a paragon artifact? The true gods were skeptical. Why not? Don't forget that the Mu's progenitor is at the immortal level, so obviously, he can create a paragon artifact. The supporter retorted. People became both skeptical and nervous. Only a progenitor of the imperial level would be able to craft these paragon artifacts, the strongest weapons in their arsenal. Crafting one required great effort and a heavy price. Though they might have crafted other weapons as well, these other ones were far inferior. A few progenitors from Imperial or Myriad might follow the same guidelines for crafting, but these weapons could only be considered pseudo-paragon artifact. Most progenitors wouldn't leave these paragon artifacts for future generations because they were too important. Unless the progenitors could find better materials and opportunities to craft a new artifact on top of wanting to put in the effort, they wouldn't leave their single one to anyone. The news of the young lord's artifact shocked everyone, instilling fear into them. Progenitor Mu Yun really left his artifact for his descendants? An ancestor wondered. Mu Yun was an immortal-level progenitor. It wouldn't be strange for him to be able to create a paragon artifact. The question was whether he really left it or not. Under the assumption that he did, it would become the defining treasure of the Mu, the one and only at this level. The clan wouldn't let Mu Xiaochen bring it to Myriad. But if this was true, any lineage and system would be afraid of him. It showed how highly regarded he was in the clan, and that he wouldn't be a simple successor. Most remained skeptical before they could see the weapon with their own eyes, especially the ancestors. Another message was sent: young Lord Mu is willing to toil for the systems of Myria, taking the vanguard and leading everyone to destroy the evil that is Li Qia. Another message arrived. Someone was acting as Mu Xiaochen's messenger. Many systems received his invitation for another alliance to destroy Li Qia. He stated his intention of being the first to lead the way. Numerous systems answered the call, agreeing to help him take down Li Qia. Young Lord Mu has a paragon artifact and can take down Li Qia, no problem. His early supporters became even more confident. Right, that Li guy might be strong but definitely not at the eternal level. No one can take on the young lord and his artifact. This camp increased in number. Of course, many chose to watch on the sideline, still doubting the legitimacy of this news. Cloud Crossing System will fully support young Lord Mu in his effort to uphold justice. We will not refuse our responsibility and shall take down the evil that is Li Qia. A supreme beauty appeared in Moneyfall and voiced her support. Chapter 2349, Princess Zhou. Someone recognized her right away. A princess of Cloud Crossing System. She attracted many gazes. She wore a tassel dress with a red shade of the evening, seemingly no different from a fairy floating amidst the clouds. The gem on her forehead made her even more conspicuous and beautiful beyond words. The youths here fell in love with her right away. Zhao Xiaoai was also a famous talent, not as acclaimed as the martial goddess, but she had no lack of suitors in Myriad. The princess is siding with young Lord Mu. Some were surprised. Don't you know? A knowledgeable expert revealed, this princess is already the young lord's woman, long ago. He was a guest at their system. I thought he wanted to marry the martial goddess. The potential marriage alliance between the Mu and the martial court was no secret. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives, plus, someone of his status has no lack of women. So many princesses and noble daughters want to be with him. The man continued, it's just that the martial court is a better system than Cloud Crossing and wants their successor to be the first wife. That's the young lord for you. People became jealous. So many youths became smitten with the martial goddess and Cloud Crossing princess at first sight, but this guy was about to marry both of them. The princess announcement caused quite a stir due to the power of her system. Nevertheless, many others chose to watch on the sideline. The princess was still a junior with weak influence in the grand scheme of things. Screech. Suddenly, the cry of a falcon was heard. People shuddered in response. The fish and birds became paralyzed. The heretics are back to haunt Myriad, so how can I ignore this? Everyone has the responsibility to get rid of evil. Cloud Crossing System will do our part, hoping that everyone else will join in. An ancient voice resounded. The tone was illusory yet clear, erupting in the mind of all and lingered. The sky turned dark due to a massive falcon flying above. It possessed an incredible divinity, red eyes, and golden claws. Its two wings blotted out the sun along with an aggressive aura. A divine falcon. Someone shouted. Cloud Crossing Falcon God. Some knew who it was right away after seeing this bird. He's an eternal. Wow, a being of this level is actually here? An ancestor took a deep breath. Looks like this won't be simple. Astonishment pervaded the crowd since an Eternal was virtually unbeatable. Cloud Crossing is really going all out to support young Lord Mu. People realized that the princess announcement wasn't a personal choice. The news of Cloud Crossing choosing to support the young lord went beyond Moneyfall. All of Myriad soon learned about it. Though many other systems still had Eternals left for protection instead of ascending to Imperial, these characters wouldn't come out so easily due to the adverse effect on their lifespan. The majority of them used worldly essences and treasures to seal themselves, bidding for more time so they can protect their systems even longer. Thus, the Falcon God's appearance was quite shocking. He must really value the young lord. One ancestor murmured. This system had no feud against Wuxia since they had no prior conflict. But now, the first to side with the young lord wasn't Vermilion or Coiling Dragon, the systems that had fought against Wuxia in the past. Everyone should join in so that Myriad can enjoy the sunlight. The Falcon God spoke again. This time around, his voice echoed across Moneyfall. It seemed that he himself had made it here. A divide appeared. People started wondering whether they should join him or just watch on the sideline. Most systems had no problem with Wuxia. Down with the evil heretics. An ancestor from Coiling Dragon in Moneyfall announced, Coiling Dragon will never rest when the heretical sects are still around. People took a deep breath. Back then, the Alliance had signed a truce with Insane Court. Now, Coiling Dragon was declaring war. Swordgrave will never rest when the heretical sects are still around. A member of Swordgrave chimed in. A third power appeared, an ancestor from Heavenstart declared, Heavenstart will not allow the heretics to rampage in Myriad. This wasn't too surprising because Wuxia had killed so many ancestors from these three systems. The disruptor of peace must be annihilated. A calm voice was next. The tone was one of justice and gentleness yet still piercing across the entire world. Dracoform Martial God. The older experts recognized this voice and gasped in response. Other Eternals trembled after hearing this title. The number one of Myriad truly threatened everyone. Can Wuxia survive this? A High Elder wondered. Nevertheless, this was within expectations. Wuxia had defeated Windchaser Matron on top of kidnapping their successor. Dracoform had numerous reasons, whether it be personal or business, to take care of Wuxia. Suddenly, some systems that had no feud with Wuxia declared war towards him. A member of Puryong's system declared, everyone is responsible for getting rid of evil, count us in. Us too. The hesitating ones earlier finally made up their mind after Dracoform showed up, wishing to put an end to Fiercest. Chapter 2350. The star of the show didn't know about the gathering of his enemies as he infiltrated the depth of the mountain range. It seemed endless, but he persevered long enough to reach his destination. Rumble. Explosions made the area quake with cracks everywhere. Boom. Thunderclaps could be heard. Ahead was a bright expanse with lightning bolts dancing like serpents, completely overwhelming in number. At the same time, a tsunami rose to the sky, seemingly wanting to topple the stars. An incredible battle was obviously going on. As Wuxia drew closer, he saw three powerful coin beasts fighting till the death. To be exact, it was one living beast versus two skeletons. The former was no stranger to Wuxia, it was the Kuei that took him here. The poor beast was covered in wounds and blood. As for the other two, one was a gigantic scorpion with bones large enough to support the nearby peaks. Despite its decayed state, its stinger was well preserved, still having a luster at the venomous tip. The stinger pierced through a mountain with lightning speed. It seemed to be piercing through papers. After the penetration, white smoke billowed from the area. It didn't take long before the rocky material turned into liquid. The other skeleton resembled a turtle with a shell large enough to overshadow the mountains. It was relatively slow, but its teeth were sharp. Each bite punished the nearby terrains. This was a fight to the death, and the Kuei was at a disadvantage going 1 versus 2. It continued to summon lightning bolts from the sky as its main offensive move. The turtle roared and raised its shell like a shield to stop the bolts. Boom! The bolt struck the shell, resulting in an eruption of sparks. Meanwhile, the scorpion darted to the back of the Kuei and used its stinger again. The Kuei summoned an earthen wall, but the stinger still managed to pierce through it and made contact with the Kuei's shoulder. Though the Kuei could handle the venom, its blood still turned black. It became furious and entered a berserk state. Thicker lightning bolts gathered in front of it and turned into a heavenly sword with a dazzling glow. The scariest part was the Dao rune inside this sword. It contained both the power of lightning and the primordial Dao. This beast was actually so intelligent, capable of controlling the power of the Dao just like a cultivator. This was learned, not an innate gift. Becoming a divine beast was inevitable in the future. Boom! The sword split the sky vault open, managing to leave a deep cut on the turtle's shell. However, the scorpion assisted by aiming for the Kuei's throat. The Kuei had no choice but to give up on attacking the turtle, turning around instead to slash at the scorpion. Not far from this battle was a dark cave, akin to the jaw of an ancient beast. Though the mountains nearby collapsed from the shockwaves, even the stars became victims, but strangely enough, this dark cave was perfectly untouched. Li Chia took a good look at the situation. The beasts noticed him too, but they continued their heated battle. He only smiled and focused on the dark cave instead. This was his destination, so he started walking towards it. R.A. The scorpion and turtle suddenly ignored the Kuei and rushed towards him. Pluff! The scorpion possessed the greatest speed with its stinger, also aiming for his throat. His eyes became serious. At this instance, a very faint noise could be heard, almost like the blooming of a flower. He was holding a sword now, nearly invisible since it was transparent. The actual blade seemed thinner than a piece of paper. He performed a cut flawlessly like an expert cook preparing meat. Another faint noise occurred, ending with him still standing there in a neutral pose. Boom! The turtle was here now, stomping down on him with its gigantic foot. He didn't bat an eye and used his sword again with a perfect motion. The air seemed to be frozen. Both of the beasts stopped moving. After a long time, their frames suddenly became separated into even pieces, almost like a display of art. Their bones scattered on the ground and stopped moving. Li Chia chuckled after seeing this and put away his sword. Its name was Crystal, not quite a physical sword but a Dao condensed into this form so that he could grasp it. Chapter 2351. The crystal sword was unbelievably thin to the point of being invisible. It was similar to the bronze sword used in the previous duel with Solitary Sword God. They were sword Dao, or something even above it. As long as his heart had the sword, then one would be in his hand, a single thought to create these blades. The swords came from Finality Sword, something used to be called the Physique Scripture. After Li Chia flipped a new page, the Physique Scripture stopped existing and was replaced by Finality. It encompassed and surpassed all the sword Dao in the world. The name meant that everything would end with the sword, whether it be merit laws or any other affinities. The moment this sword came out, all would stop. Despite being the origin of sword Dao, Finality had no techniques, variations, or Dao of the sword. It had everything yet nothing of the sword Dao, only existing in the heart and mind. However, everyone had unique thoughts, so its shape would vary as well. For example, if others were to obtain this version of Finality, they could gain a supreme sword technique, another could figure out a peerless sword Dao. The end result was predicated on the nature of the person. For Li Chia, his assimilation allowed him to have a formless sword, or that he himself was the sword. As for the bronze sword, it served as a heavy weapon. With a single thought, he created an unstoppable weapon due to its immeasurable weight. It didn't matter how strong his foe might be, stopping the sword was an impossibility. As for the crystal sword, it was as thin as universally possible. Thus, it became indiscernible and terrifyingly sharp. He became capable of severing everything, such as the two beasts earlier. These weren't actually sword Dao, but rather the very origins of the sword, affinities such as weight and sharpness. This allowed him to take down the beasts without any surprises. The Kuei saw this and became frightened. That crystal sword could easily dismember it as well. He only chuckled and put away the sword before walking towards the dark cave. The Kuei hesitated, not because of the dangers within the cave but because of Wuxia. Want to go in? Wuxia paused and gestured at it. The lack of hostility excited the Kuei. It immediately went next to him since this cave was its goal, acting quite chummy by rubbing its head on him. The two beasts earlier were protecting the cave so it couldn't enter. Wuxia's arrival has given it this opportunity. I guess I'm doing some charity work here. He pushed the Kuei back while playfully putting on a disgusted expression. The Kuei didn't mind and continued walking slowly right behind Wuxia. This cave was pitch black. One couldn't see their own fingers in front of them. Nevertheless, Wuxia walked forward without becoming lost. This was a dimension of darkness with numerous coordinates. Just one wrong step and one would be forever lost. This wasn't the case for Wuxia, as if he had been here before. Flashing light could be seen up ahead after a long trek in total darkness. The excited Kuei quietly called out, finally having the chance to come to this place. They came out of the darkness and found the light emanating from a pond. Despite its inconspicuous appearance, the water here exuded a gentle light like a priceless jewel amidst the darkness. Wuxia chuckled and said, "The time isn't right." He then sat by the pond and soaked his legs in the water. The Kuei didn't know how to speak but still copied Wuxia, dipping its only leg into the water. The thing was still confused since it failed the last several times to make it here. Instinct told it that something incredible was in this place, that's all it knew. Wuxia rested his eyes for quite a while before opening them back up to chat with the beast. At your considerable power, do you ever think about where you came from, or your race? The Kuei seemed to understand the question but it looked at him in confusion. Looks like certain things are still out of grasp before true intelligence. He smiled. The beast only looked at him, seemingly waiting for him to speak again. Only the villainous heaven can create life. Well, actually, nature itself is the creator. Wuxia said, this is limited to races, but certain things are out of this boundary. The beast looked as if it was contemplating. There was a legend in a distant era. It says that after the death of an immortal, a single hair of this being could turn into a galaxy, a piece of dead skin could become a supreme creature. Basically, this immortal's body included 3,000 worlds. Of course, this is only a legend. He chuckled. His eyes then turned profound. Isn't it interesting if it's true? It means that certain lives aren't created, only derived from something else, meaning that they aren't under the watch of the villainous heaven. This could mean that universal laws could be avoided. The beast might have understood this part. If you can jump out of this world, then you can finally be you. Otherwise, you're only a speck of dust. He concluded while patting the beast's shoulder. Chapter 2352, Mu Xiaochen's arrival caused quite a stir in Moneyfall. More importantly, numerous systems have formed an alliance to put an end to the evil that is Wuxia. It didn't take long before he became a vile villain that needs to be eradicated so that others can have peace. Rumble. Explosions discharged in the horizon. A divine flame blotted out the sky. At this moment, a carriage with a black glow visible from the distance came over. Its majestic aura indicated its status. Screech. 8 green birds led the way, looking quite beautiful with a jade luster on their features. They pulled the carriage, leaving destruction in its path. A banner with the word Mu was located at the top. It had weathered the ages, but clearly one meant for battle. The word still emitted a ferocious bloodlust, so people shuddered and made way for this carriage. Young Lord Mu is here. A sect master immediately got off his own carriage and prepared a greeting. The carriage drew closer and closer. People could see 4 old men, all ascenders. Not the strongest but still quite frightening. This ostentatious showing made everyone gasp, including the ancestors. Only someone like Dracoform could have ascenders accompanying him like this. People could see inside the carriage now, a young male wearing a golden robe that seems perfect for him. The handsome youth was clearly pampered from a noble upbringing. His eyes were bright like starry gems, capable of seeing through everything. The youth resembled a ruler with his gestures and temperament without acting fierce. Nevertheless, his arrogance and general contempt for others were as clear as day. Two supreme beauties sat to his left and right. One dressed in red, clearly from a prestigious clan. The other chose green, alluring like a flower in the valley. The youth embraced the two of them as they fed him wine and peeled then fed him fruits. He would occasionally kiss them just like a king. Princess of Jewel Banner and daughter of the Ouyang. Who knows the complicated feelings the youths were having after seeing this. Jewel Banner Princess He Yutong and Ouyang Shichi, quite famous among the young generation. Of course, they were far from being the same level as Wu Binjing in terms of fame, but plenty of youths still liked them. I thought young Lord Mu wanted to marry the martial goddess and cloud-crossing princess was going to be his concubine? One young cultivator said with indignation, "Why is Jewel Banner Princess with him right now?" Silly guy, a powerful man always has plenty of women. A senior shook his head, just being from the Mu alone is enough of a draw. So many people want to go to Imperial yet can't, but with the help of the Mu, it will be possible. Plus, he is also a great genius. When he visited Jewel Banner, he defeated the proud princess, so she is willing to follow him despite not obtaining an official title. What about the Lady of the Ouyang? A different youth jumped in. This clan is much stronger than Jewel Banner's sect, she's the successor too. Why would she agree? I'm sure there are other reasons. The senior laughed in response, "You're overthinking it." The talented young lord went to visit the Ouyang and comprehended their ancestral tablet with a single glance. Thus, the clan treated him with the highest respect. He also helped Shichi and she benefited greatly as a result, able to cultivate her clan's supreme arts. That's why she is following him. Humph. I'm sure her ancestors are forcing her to do so, just like the martial goddess. This young man had a crush on Shichi and wouldn't accept it. You're too young. The senior said flatly, still too optimistic and naive. This young Lord Mu is not simple at all. I heard he could even see through the 12 variations of the martial ancestor, that's why Dracoform martial god holds him with such high regard. Otherwise, he wouldn't be receiving the same treatment just because he's from the Mu. I can go on and on about this. His gifts are famous in Imperial since he can understand anything after a single glance, so plenty of systems wants to suck up to him. So, a man like him with a strong and noble background, talented as well? Girls naturally will flock to him. Having said that, the senior gave the youth a look of pity. Ouyang Shichi is in love with the young lord, don't find this surprising. Just give up, trying to compete with him will only end with disgrace. The youth clenched his fists in anger, but he eventually lowered his head and let out a sigh in dejection. Despite his unwillingness, what was he going to do? The young lord surpassed him in all aspects. Having a love rival like the young lord made him drown with despair. Plus, continuing on this path could be suicidal on top of implicating his own sect, if he were to provoke the young lord. The fans could only watch the young lord play around with their goddesses in the departing carriage. After coming to Moneyfall, Mu Xiaochen announced, "I might be an outsider, but I view Myriad as a second home, so I pray for peace. There is a murderous villain on the loose, so I wish to offer my strength to destroy him and his heretic ways. I hope everyone can assist me in doing so. The young lord is right, we need to band together to kill Li Chia." Many systems answered his call. Coiling Dragon system will not share the same sky as that monster. We will obey your orders, young Lord Mu. Coiling Dragon showed the most support. After all, they suffered heavy casualties to Li Chia. There was no way they would let this go before his death. Rallying cries echoed across Moneyfall. Numerous systems declared their allegiance. Suddenly, a leisure voice interrupted the wave of support. If anyone wishes to trouble a disciple of our longevity system, come out and face us. Chapter 2353. The challenge startled everyone due to the numerical advantage on the other side. In short, Li Qie was public enemy number 1 right now, so the appearance of his supporters seemed rather reckless. A female Daoist arrived with enough beauty to topple the world and a transcending temperament. Longevity Sage. Someone muttered under the breath after recognizing her. The leader and representative of Longevity Valley, no one would dare to question the gravity behind her words. Mu Xiaochen glanced at her with a peculiar flash in his eyes. Daoist sage, your fame precedes you. Young Lord Mu, likewise. Longevity Sage floated in the air with her wondrous aura like a flower only beneath the heaven. The crowd became excited. Everyone knew that the young lord must eliminate Li Qie while the sage was here to protect him. Her action was inciting both his wrath and the animosity of myriad lineage. Sage, I'm afraid you are being fooled by that villain. The young lord revealed a graceful smile. Li Qie faked his identity to earn your trust and the role of first disciple. He clearly had ulterior motives, wishing to destroy your system, for he is a wretch with no crime too heinous. I know he is from Insane Court, its current leader, but so what, he is still my direct disciple. Anyone who dares to touch him will become our enemy, she declared. The crowd didn't expect her strong response, or why Longevity System was willing to help Li Qie. She just needed to refute his role as their first disciple right now. Others would understand and sympathize with her choice. However, she chose the path of war. Mu Xiaochen narrowed his eyes. Sage, don't be unreasonable. Li Qie murdered the innocent and deserves death. If you continue to protect him, that would be going against the will of the heaven, dragging your own system towards eternal damnation. The sage smiled so beautifully, even making the young lord look twice. She retorted, the will of the heaven? Who is it to decide? You? Whoever you accuse of being a villain is one? No, this is the unanimous belief of the people. Mu Xiaochen said, it is clear as day how he had massacred members of 3 great systems. Thus, ridding the world of him is in accordance with the worldly flow and the will of its inhabitants. Really? Because of this, please reconsider. Mu Xiaochen continued, opposing the world will not end well. If you continue to be stubborn, many disciples from your system will die as a result, and for what? They will lose their home and families, even you won't. Is this a threat? She interrupted him as her gaze turned cold. No, you misunderstood. He smiled, I am simply letting you know the consequence. An outsider I may be, I also consider Myriad to be my home, wanting nothing more than peace for all. Alas, this villain named Li Qie is merciless and cruel, so I have no choice but to rise, offering all of my abilities to sweep away the evil in order to restore orders. It is indeed the time to restore orders to Myriad. A clear and pleasant voice continued the conversation, albeit with a hint of hostility. Everyone looked over and saw another female Daoist arriving. She looked like a lotus flower in a valley, her noble aura overwhelmed the heart of the spectators. Yang Radiance untethered. She's here too. Someone shouted. Her addition only intensified the crowd's anticipation. Yang Radiance, the greatest and strongest system of Myriad. The arrival of its leader was a big deal. The sage and the untethered were present now. People glanced at each other, thinking that it was no coincidence. They wanted to know her stance on this issue. Though many systems, including Vermilion Martial Court, have turned against Li Qie, Yang Radiance has yet to make a decision. The choice of this system was crucial. Though it didn't rule Myriad, many systems were willing to follow its orders. Untethered.o. Mu Xiaochen was visibly pleased to see her and cupped his fist. Your comment just now resonates with my heart. Thank you for your concern with the well-being of Myriad. No wonder why Yang Radiance is the greatest system here. I'm lost in admiration. A few ancestors pondered. After all, not all systems were on the young lord's side. He was riding the momentum, seemingly on the verge of being in charge of Myriad. This was not something they wanted to see. If young Radiants were to stand with the young lord, then that would settle the political climate of Myriad. No one would dare to oppose them. At that point, their words would become the truth. "You're too kind." The Untethered answered. Myriad and Insane Court had an agreement recognized by numerous other systems. Thus, whether Li Qie is a heretic or not requires further deliberation. According to the agreement, if Li Qie does cultivate the blood-sucking art, then he should indeed be persecuted by all. But if this isn't the case, then Insane Court is still an official system, not a heretical faction. As for his recent massacre, it would be considered a personal feud. Before the agreement is violated and voided, we must follow the clauses. Otherwise, it would be going against the orders of Myriad. If the signers can't keep their words, chaos would ensue. She looked at everyone after this grand speech. Mu Xiaochen's expression darkened despite maintaining his friendly smile. "Untethered, it is admirable that you stay true to your words, but I'm afraid that villain won't care. Even if he had cultivated the blood art, why would he report this to you? During his previous fights, he had shown everyone some terrifying evil arts. Li Qie needs to explain himself clearly." She replied, "Before that, we need to carry out the prior agreement instead of condemning him for personal vendetta, potentially falsifying his reputation. Because of this, I invite Li Qie to Myriad Peaks to prove his innocence, along with everyone else for his trial. If everyone agrees, my young Radiant system is willing to preside over this matter." This made a certain few heaves a sigh of relief. They thought that she was here to support the young lord in the beginning, but this didn't seem to be the case right now. "I'm afraid that Li Gai won't come to a trial like that," Mu Xiaochen said. "We can't be so arbitrary." The Untethered said, "We'll find the right solution. If Li Qie is indeed a villain, then young Radiance will assist Myriad in ending him. We finally have a voice of reason here." The sage clapped and heartily smiled at her peer. "Looks like you're quite sagacious." Chapter 2354. Li Qie and the Kuei patiently waited by the pond, far away from the uproar that is outside. He reached a Zen state in order to derive the myriad laws, searching for the great mysteries, something that he is capable of doing regardless of the location. In fact, he had no fear of being disturbed because of his unshakable Tao heart. Even if someone were to break his meditation, he would be unaffected and could come back to his wits in an instant with no chance for qi deviation. Wu Bingning and Ling Shima risked their lives needlessly earlier. The Kuei also meditated with lightning currents flowing on its body, issuing thunderous crackles. Coin beasts were different from the animals outside, perhaps a unique type of existence only found in Moneyfall. Their origin was a mystery. The Kuei was frighteningly strong, a king of the coin beasts. Moreover, its divine bloodline destined it for greatness. However, it was different from a regular divine beast, such as its father and mother. After reaching a certain level, the latter would gain an amazing intelligence. Unfortunately for the Kuei, coin beasts didn't share the same path of evolution. Thus, it still relied on instincts, even when it came to cultivation. The reason for it being here was due to an awaiting fortune, one that could transform it from this beast's shell. It simply followed its instinct without possessing more information. Because of this, it has always tried to reach this place. All ended with failure until today. Splash. After a while, something finally happened inside the pond. Bubbles started appearing on the surface. Normally, bubbles would pop soon after reaching the surface, but this wasn't the case. They actually sank back down and looked like water pearls. Oh oh oh. The Kuei came back from meditation and excitedly cried out. It didn't take long before the pond was full of them. Strange enough, the water didn't spill over at all even when the bubbles took over. Despite wanting to jump into the pond, the Kuei still looked over at Li Qie. He finally opened his eyes and smiled. This is a type of fate. Very well, you go first or there won't be anything left after I'm done. Oh oh oh. The Kuei instantly jumped into the pond, creating a huge splash. Is this necessary? Li Chia shook his head after seeing the eager beast. It quickly calmed down and meditated while inside the water. Long hair started to grow, or so it seemed. It was in fact strands of lightning coming out of the beast, around the size of a needle. These strands began to penetrate the water bubbles, turning them black. Upon closer inspection, one would find that it was actually a ink-like liquid streaming from the beasts to the bubbles via the lightning strands. After being filled with the black liquid, the bubbles floated up to the surface and finally popped. However, the black liquid didn't flow back in the water. They started floating like smoke, and after sizzling noises, they were burned into nothingness. The longer the beasts stay in the pond, the more bubbles floated up and more black liquid being incinerated. The quantity of bubble in the pond never decreased because new ones would rise from the bottom. As time passed, less and less liquid flowed out of the beast until there was none. Boom! Boom! The strands of lightning disappeared, replaced by golden ones now, as bright as gold. Splash! The beast jumped out of the pond. It was flashing with the same golden glow. Its skin had turned into the same shade. It emitted a unique aura, becoming even more powerful and nobler than before. It started beating its chest, resulting in thunderous rumbles. Ah, oh, the beast uttered strange sounds to Li Chia, almost human-like. It had undergone a transformation. If it could truly escape this beast's shell, it would gain intelligence and a new form. Li Chia smiled after seeing the excited beast. Yes, it is worth celebrating. Maybe after you shed this shell, you will be able to see the world outside. Of course, there is a long way to go with no guarantee of success. The powerful beast still didn't quite understand this. Li Chia didn't seem to mind though. He raised his hand and all of the bubbles in the pond suddenly left and started to float in the air. Next, he pushed down his hand and the entire pond collapsed, revealing a clear maelstrom around the size of a mirror. After separating it from the earth, he made all the bubbles enter the whirling phenomenon like dumplings being thrown into a boiling pot. Finally, after a loud bang, the spin of the vortex slowed down since the bubbles came together to form something akin to a crystal ball. His eyes became serious after seeing this. I've found what I came for, it is time for a meeting. Chapter 2355. Myriad Peaks were true to its name as a large mountain range located in Moneyfall. Numerous experts were here today with no lack of big shots and ancestors. Coiling Dragon, Sword Grave, and Heavenstart virtually went all out with their full fighting force. The Untethered was in charge of this event. Though she didn't send out a direct order to demand the appearance of all systems, the majority still came. Whether it be to support Mu Shaochen, watching the fun, or some other motives, everyone still participated. This event might have been rushed, but the smart ones knew that it would affect the current political climate of Myriad. If Mu Shaochen were to seize the upper hand, he would be in charge of Myriad for a long time to come. With a powerful alliance including the martial court and various systems, he would be able to do whatever he wanted, toppling the other great powers. Because of this, the wiser of the crowd could sense the foreboding atmosphere. It wasn't only a trial on Li Chia or the agreement with Insane Court. The place was packed with people from all over the world. Even ascenders that normally didn't come out made an exception. All of this made the atmosphere even more somber. The ancestors from Coiling Dragon were ready to kill. Their bloodthirst engulfed the area. Yang Radiance was responsible for maintaining orders, and it didn't hold back from showing its power, allowing it to take care of all the troubles. Because of the Untethered's presence, most ancestors played nice instead of showboating. Yang Radiance Buddha and other ancestors from her sect were here as well. This was quite a powerful group. On the other side were ancestors of Coiling Dragon and Martial Court. They took up the central peaks while other experts stay in the nearby vicinity. This reflected the current situation of Myriad. The top systems were still at the center, acting as the pillars. Are they really trying to judge Li Chia? One junior asked. It's not that simple. His senior shook his head. it will determine the direction and prosperity of Myriad for years to come. What do you mean? Isn't it just a trial? The youth lacked the insight to read the situation. You'll find out later. The senior continued watching the gathering of heroes with a serious expression. More and more systems came, but the accused was nowhere to be found. Untethered, if this Li Qie doesn't appear, how are we going to carry out the trial? An ancestor from Sword Grave took the initiative to trouble the untethered. Right, that crafty devil won't show up when so many of us are here. Maybe he'll even hide in the shadows and come up with schemes to assassinate us. Another one from Heavenstart unhappily said. I'm sure Li Qie will come. The untethered was unmoved. He's not one to run from trouble. Untethered, we've been too merciful against him. One more from Coiling Dragon jumped in. It's a fact that he had killed thousands using evil techniques. We all should be trying to eliminate him right now, since it's our responsibility to uphold justice. Am I wrong here? No, you're right. Everyone should be trying to kill that monster. This garnered support from many systems. Rules are rules. Since we have signed an agreement, we will follow it. She replied, if you do not recognize your own agreement, then feel free to act independently. Otherwise, he deserves a chance to defend himself. People scowled after hearing this, but none expressively objected. After all, they did sign the agreement back then. To refute this was akin to throwing away their system's reputation and honor. Untethered, we're just saying if. If this guy doesn't come, then what do we do? It would be a waste of time, a complete joke. An ancestor from Vermilion who has been sitting there quietly finally spoke. The stake became higher. Whatever happened next could shake the status of Yang Radiance in Myriad. If that's the case, then Vermilion was next in line. This sect was already strong enough, not to mention its relationship with Mu Shaochen. People weren't stupid and could see the martial court's ambition. Since many assumed Li Qie wasn't going to show up, they were ready to see the martial court attacking Yang Radiance for this ineffective event. Longevity Sage leisurely added, don't you worry, our system guarantees that he will show up. Give up on thinking otherwise. Sage, excuse me for being frank, but your system is clearly conspiring with him, so you are not qualified to act as guarantors. The ancestor from Coiling Dragon spoke again. The sage looked straight at this ancestor and smiled. We're not qualified. At least we aren't parasitic thieves like your Preymoon sect. I'll be frank too, you're not qualified to speak before my Longevity Valley. This verbal slap struck Coiling Dragon's system quite hard. Everyone knew about this story, but none wanted to bring it up lest they wanted a feud. Now, the sage didn't hold back at all. This wasn't the old style of Longevity Valley. You. This ancestor was furious and glared at her. You think you can say whatever you want? Why not? I'm not afraid of your system. The sage sneered. Sage, you are out of line. An ancestor from Heavenstart interjected. Even if Li Qie is your disciple, acting as his guarantor won't be that simple. The sage interrupted him. It is that simple. Just a guy with the last name Wu, no problem. We can invite a true emperor from immortal lineage to come down if everyone wants to go all out. Let's stop being hypocrites that hide behind the veil of justice. Chapter 2356. Everyone gasped after hearing this fierce challenge and glanced at each other. Some ancestors here had unsightly expression while glaring angrily at her. Boldly calling them hypocrites and pretenders straight to their face. Nevertheless, she spoke with gusto, for Longevity Valley had immense influence. It wasn't impossible for them to invite a true emperor from immortal lineage. After all, plenty of emperors and progenitors owed them a favor. If they wanted to go all out, anything was possible. Sage, that's too much. An ancestor from Vermilion Martial Court spoke. We have no animosity towards your system, our only target is Li Qie. It's just that we're afraid that the villain might be tricking you and hope that you can reconsider. I'm sure that once he is declared a heretic, the world will rise against him, isn't that right, Untethered? He looked over at Untethered, wishing to drag both Longevity Valley and Yang Radiance down the mud. No one was going to leave this storm unscathed. All eyes turned towards her now. She sat straight with a natural and noble expression. If Li Qia had indeed cultivated the blood art to harm others, he deserves persecution from all sides. It also means that Insane Court has violated the agreement and will become a heretical sect. In that case, my system will be the first to do something about it. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief after she revealed her thoughts. Did you hear that, sage? The ancestor turned back and said, will your system still protect him after he is exposed? Would you still wish to fight against the rest of the world? The sage powerfully responded, no point in wondering about hypothetical scenarios. I trust in our disciple, he is not a villain that had cultivated in blood arts. As I have said before, we will guarantee his innocence. I'm afraid that won't do. If your system still considers him to be your first disciple, then you are not in a position to act as the guarantor. You need to draw the line. The untethered said. Oh, you wish to trouble me as well? The sage stared straight at her. She remained calm. It's not anything personal, I'm simply stating the truth. You need to remove him as the first disciple before acting as an impartial guarantor. Otherwise, a conflict of interest exists and that's not tolerable for something that could affect our entire world. I agree completely. This event might determine the rise and fall of Myriad. We can't delay making a decision just because of one system's self-interest. Many systems chimed in, wishing to oppose Longevity Valley. Unlike them, the untethered was simply being impartial without prejudice against the valley and Li Qia. Young Lord Mu is here. A shout disrupted the debate and made the stars tremble. Rumble. A carriage appeared, crushing the spatial sphere around it while emitting a black aura. The birds pulling the carriage looked quite imposing. For ascenders acted as protectors, quite a frightening display. Young Lord Mu sat on the carriage, looking imperious and still with a beauty on each side. His arrival attracted both attention and annoyance, especially his seemingly debaucherous nature. Humph, what a show-off. One scowled. On the other hand, ancestors from Coiling Dragon, Sword Grave, and Pure Yang system quickly came to greet him. Though the ancestor from Vermilion didn't come forward, he still stood up for a greeting. Only characters like the sage and untethered could remain sitting. Of course, not being overly pandering was one thing, they didn't wish to offend him either. The most peculiar thing was how subservient the members of Sword Grave were acting. It looked as if they were greeting their own young lord. Why are they like that? This beckoned the question. Right, so respectful towards him. Some felt that this was exaggerated. I heard after coming to Moneyfall, Mu Xiaochen found them their lost tomb, wanting to return the lost techniques back to them, a great favor. That's why they are willing to work for him. One ancestor quietly said. I see, he lives up to his reputation. People were startled. Mu Xiaochen slowly walked down the carriage with swagger and arrogance. Seniors, please excuse my tardiness due to personal business. Mu Xiaochen unapologetically said. It's fine, that villain still isn't here yet. The ancestors quickly said. Those ancestors are still ascenders, why do they suck up to the Mu so much? Some youths didn't like Mu Xiaochen, especially the ones who had a crush on Jewel Banner Princess and the daughter of the Ouyang. Benefits. Their ancestor replied, some systems aren't only doing it for the Mu. Just the young lord's talents alone are worthy of this. He's peerless and could understand many things from a single glance. Just take a look, anyone close with him had a great harvest. For example, he found the Jewel Banner's lost arts just by looking at their tablets. The Ouyang lady's cultivation soared after being taught amazing laws by him. That's why these systems want to rely on his talents in order to regain their lost techniques. He paused and sighed before continuing. Such talents would bring about greatness. Look at Sword Grave, they do it so willingly after he found the tomb and the sword Tao within for them. It's just too much temptation. The ancestor from Sword Grave personally brought out a royal throne for Mu Xiaochen, placed on the highest peak. The youth didn't show any reservation and sat down, looking to be on the same level as the untethered. People took a deep breath after seeing this. He was acting as if he was leading all of myriad lineage. Screech. A falcon cry echoed as the bird blotted out the sun. It closed its wings and floated in the sky above everyone, including the current leaders. Cloud-crossing falcon god. The appearance of an eternal stirred the crowd. However, upon closer inspection, they only saw a beautiful girl up there. She jumped down from its back. Cloud-crossing princess. Eyes turned brighter, especially the ones who liked her. She ignored everyone else and only smiled widely after seeing Mu Xiaochen. Brother Chen, you're here too. She came forward and bowed. I just got here. He grabbed her hand, the two of them appeared quite intimate. All kinds of emotions struck the spectators, mostly negative. Is Falcon God here? Mu Xiaochen said with a smile. The ancestor is always present, he just needs one step to appear. She spoke with a gaze full of adoration. The crowd glanced at the falcon. Its presence meant that he could appear at any moment as well. An eternal being available certainly made everyone anxious. They all put on a serious expression. Even the untethered felt this pressure. Chapter 2357. Mu Xiaochen stood up and looked at the mass. If Falcon God is here, then we are ready to start the trial. Unfortunately, Li Qie isn't here. Someone else played along perfectly. Xiaochen's eyes became serious. If Li Qie still isn't here, then he knows he is guilty and doesn't dare to face everyone. It's not unreasonable to consider him a heretic deserving persecution now. People glanced at each other, understanding that the young lord wishes to turn myriad against Li Qie. It didn't matter if the guy would come or not, the young lord would come up with different excuses until one stuck. That's right, the coward must know he is guilty. He surely had cultivated the blood art, no need to be merciful towards someone like that. An ancestor from Coiling Dragon said. I agree, maybe he wants to run back to Insane Court. We can't let him run back to his lair and must mobilize now. Members of Heavenstart and Sword Grave hurriedly added. His supporters loudly shouted while the undecided systems couldn't exactly refute. The latter stared at the untethered, waiting for her to say something. If they were to voice their opposition, it would mean supporting Li Qie and being implicated with him. It is not appropriate to declare a judgment before the trial. We should, at the very least, give him an opportunity to defend himself. The untethered remained calm. I doubt he will show up. Mu Xiaochen said, untethered, how much longer must everyone wait for him? We don't need to talk about whether he's a heretic right now since that seems to be clear. We need to talk about countermeasures right now. Xiaochen aggressively declared his decision, wishing to shake the very foundation of Yang Radiance's authority in myriad lineage. As long as the majority systems took his side, he would become the new leader. You're rushing it right now, the event has only just begun. The untethered was unperturbed. Young Lord Mu isn't rushing it. An ancestor from Sword Grave said, we have been waiting for a long time now, this is giving the heretic a chance to escape. Untethered, it is time to deliver a judgment, no need to play nice with a heretic. If you continue to be merciful, more lives will be lost as a result. Can you bear the responsibility? Another from Vermilion Court said. Numerous top systems have shown their stance and allegiance to the young lord. The ones that have gained benefits from him such as Sword Grave were offering their full support and treated him as a leader. As for the martial court, it was willing to pick him as well for immediate benefits, but most importantly of all, he would eventually return to Imperial. If they could surpass Yang Radiance right now, their system would become the new ruler after his departure in the future. This was more than a trial, it was a battle struggle for supremacy of myriad. Mu Xiaochen certainly came prepared to challenge Yang Radiance and had formed solidarity with his followers. This allowed them to seize the initiative and the upper hand. As the atmosphere intensified, the sage and the untethered were strangely calm and didn't bother to respond. We need to mobilize now against that heretic. He is clearly guilty, that's why he isn't showing up. People kept on shouting. Very well. Mu Xiaochen spoke after gaining control of the event in such a short time. We'll send a search team so that he can't escape. Who says our young noble doesn't dare to appear? A cold voice sounded with two figures appearing before the crowd. People looked over and saw two girls. It's the martial goddess. One was immediately recognized. Wu Bingning and Ling Shima have arrived at Myriad Peaks. Though there were numerous ancestors present, Bingjing stood there proudly with her back straight. On the other hand, Shima was having a hard time, not daring to look at anyone. Nevertheless, she chose to stand by Li Qia's side. Oh. Bingning, you are a bride of the Mu and should mind your words. Mu Xiaochen didn't become angry and slowly said. She looked at him and uttered coldly, you think too highly of yourself. You aren't enough to earn my grace, someone else can be your clan's bride. Xiaochen's expression turned a bit ugly. Ever since he came to Myriad, everything happened so smoothly until her disdainful words just now. How improper. You can't act as you please in this important matter, come back to the sect with me right now. Another ancestor from Vermilion Martial Court shouted. Ancestor, no need to pressure me with seniority. Bingjing shook her head. First of all, your status is inferior to Windchaser Matron. I didn't come back with her, so why would I come back with you? The ancestor turned red as a junior challenged his authority. He declared, such impudence, I will take you back then. The martial court wishes to bully a junior? Young Radiance Buddha has been standing quietly behind the untethered. He stood up and said, if you want to play, I'll entertain you. No need to be so tough on a junior. Does Young Radiance wish to interfere with our internal affairs? The other ancestor said with a heavy voice. No, but I do owe Miss Wu a favor, so if you want to take her against her will, you need to ask me first. The Buddha heartily laughed. He was quite brave standing up for Wu Bingning right now. Of course, he was referring to the hostage situation back then. Humph, that wretched has joined the heretic, willingly choose damnation. She is not qualified to stand, Cloud Crossing Princess said with disdain. Pop. But before she could finish, a slap made her spit out blood. Who? Show yourself. She howled after being slapped before everyone. Consider yourself lucky that you're still alive. A lazy voice was heard. This newcomer floated in the air, seemingly so nonchalant and carefree. Fiercest. Many recognized this lazy tone even before seeing him. Li Qia is here. People looked over at the direction of the voice and sure enough, it was Li Qia. He seemed to be taking his time walking over, but in fact, he was moving with frightening speed and instantly made it to Myriad Peaks. He stood there relaxed as if he wasn't facing a great alliance but just enjoying his own garden. He was bereft of an imperious aura, but this leisure attitude made people shudder uncontrollably. This was a being who had massacred numerous ancestors from 3 systems, definitely a monster. His appearance caused a bigger stir than the young lord. Those who have witnessed him in action felt their palms becoming sweaty. Chapter 2358, Li Qia took a gander at the crowd without anger, expressionless even. Nevertheless, people quickly shut up. Some shuddered about how prone this guy was to a massacre, ascenders or not. He then focused on Cloud Crossing Princess, who was furious about being slapped before the crowd. She was a princess, an unreachable existence, noble beyond description. Moreover, the Falcon God was here. Who would actually dare to touch her? Alas, Li Qia didn't follow the mold and humiliated her, causing her to grit her teeth. For some strange reason, her fury immediately subsided after seeing his nonchalant glance. She felt as if she was already dead, at least in his eyes. This instilled fear into her very soul, so she took several steps back out of instinct. He continued, I am here now, speak. The ones who wanted to go to war and tear him to pieces earlier as if they had some irreconcilable feud didn't utter a single word. They only stared at their friends. No one wanted to be the vanguard against this ferocious man. Plus, with leaders like Mu Xiaochen around, why should they try to be fodders? The meeting here isn't meant to be malicious. The Untethered said, a few systems believe that you cultivate an evil art, so everyone needs to confirm it in accordance with the old agreement. I hope you will follow it. An evil art? Those silly tricks can't get into my sight. He chuckled. The ancestor from Coiling Dragon jumped in. You massacred countless innocents from 3 systems, definitely using an evil art from Insane Court. This despicable act will bring about the wrath of all. Fool. Li Chia didn't bother looking at him. No point in defending yourself. Mu Xiaochen finally spoke. Plenty of people witnessed this. Thousands have seen you using an evil art to slaughter the innocent. Having said that, he turned towards the Untethered. Untethered, there is a mountain of evidence, so what is he if not a villain? In my opinion, no need to be polite, let's kill him already. You're Mu Xiaochen? Li Chia smiled before the Untethered could answer. That's right. Xiaochen laughed heartily. I hate monsters like you the most, so I shall rid myriad of you. He didn't hold back at all and started talking about killing. Their feud was deep and he was certain of victory. Flowery words and formalities were thrown out the window. Young lord, you are heroic and benevolent, our shining example. His supporters cheered. Li Chia glanced at them and shook his head. How shameful, acting like sycophants despite being from prestigious sects, completely throwing away your progenitor's face. These supporters glared back at him. One retorted, Li Chia, you're a villain and deserve death. Young Lord Mu will deliver justice with his unstoppable might. Li Chia ignored them and told the young lord, looks like my message didn't come. In my eyes, the Mu's young lord is only an ant prancing in front of me. Such contempt naturally affected the proud youth. He looked down at Li Chia and declared, Li Chia, do you not know death is inevitable? It doesn't matter how strong you are, there are plenty of experts in imperial lineage. Even true emperors had Dao discussion with me, your little achievements are nothing. Killing you will only take the blink of an eye. Xiaochen bombastically spoke, ready to show the world why he was the greatest. People took a deep breath after hearing this. The ancestors shuddered, not knowing whether he was telling the truth or not. It would be quite something if he was telling the truth about Dao discussions with true emperors. The young lord is invincible, and so handsome too. Many female cultivators were won over by his domineering attitude with nothing but love in their eyes. Jewel Banner Princess and the Lady of the Ouyang stared intensely at him. That fast? Li Chia chuckled in response, would like to see someone try, but you can't. I'll be the one taking care of you that swiftly. How ignorant. No one in the world can take me down. I cultivate the invincible arts of the Mu and the methods of the myriad Dao on top of possessing the strongest treasures. Who can take me down? He fearlessly declared in high spirits, you're only an expert from myriad, no different from an ant in my eyes. This comment actually annoyed the crowd, but they had no choice but to admit his qualification to utter such words. So many systems wanted to ask for his help. Li Chia, do you dare to fight me? He challenged. Li Chia smiled at the confident youth. Let's see what you can do. Go all out now. I don't need to go all out, just one mirror is enough. Do you dare to withstand the reflection of my mirror? You probably don't have the balls. He sneered. This clumsy reverse psychology is unnecessary. I like jumping into traps in the first place. Go ahead and take out your mirror. All eyes were on the young lord now, anticipating his treasure mirror. Of course, they weren't surprised that he would have a top treasure due to his background. Oh, how brave. Xiaochen remained imperious and haughty. Others couldn't help but think about stomping him down to the ground. He took out a mirror and proudly said, this mirror of mine is unique. If you can handle one reflection, I'll admit that you're an amazing combatant. Of course, if you are afraid, it is not too late to surrender. People took a careful look and found that the mirror seemed to be made out of an unknown crystal. Nevertheless, it resembled an ordinary mirror. Many masters were so sure of themselves in front of me, convinced of their victory. That's what I enjoy the most, defeating their ace cards and shattering their confidence. Having said that, Li Chia didn't mind looking at the mirror at all. A shadow immediately appeared, seemingly imprinting him onto the glass surface. Chapter 2359. After the imprint, a buzzing noise came about. The scene in the mirror suddenly changed with the shadow disappearing. Li Chia himself also gone. A new image emerged on the surface, a place shrouded by dark clouds and perhaps a terrible monster. Li Chia seemed to have been transported to this place. Ghost hand ground. One ancestor shouted in horror. Despite the ominous location, Li Chia stood there without a care. What is that? A junior asked the ancestor. A terrifying place of moneyfall. I heard that when Sword Saint came here in the past, he once dropped money down for a summoning and a terrible creature came out. It devastated the land and trapped him. He eventually managed to break through this area and killed the creature, but some believe that it is not completely dead. Thus, anyone who enters its area will die. The ancestor stared at the mirror and said, "It's that scary?" His juniors were horrified. Sword Saint was a powerful progenitor, a master of the sword. If someone like him was trapped there once, one could easily imagine how frightening the place is. Before people could calm down, tentacles suddenly latched tightly on Li Chia. He was pulled into the dark clouds and disappeared from sight. Ghost hand. One spectator screamed. He's done. No one expected for Mu Xiaochen to be capable of something like this. No one can escape ghost hand ground beside me. Xiaochen laughed. The crowd took a deep breath. This guy came out of ghost hand ground alive? That's quite a mighty feat. The ancestors not on his side were stunned. He was more powerful and scarier than their expectation. And here I thought that the guy would at least be competent. Can't handle a single blow, that's the fate of those who oppose me. Xiaochen stared at his mirror and said with contempt. You are invincible, young lord, crushing that guy is like crushing an ant for you. One expert immediately flattered. Right, Li Chia is only a firefly, how could he compare to the sun? He's not worth mentioning compared to you. These sycophants were actually famous characters, but they showed no shame while sucking up to the young lord. Both the sage and the untethered became serious, aware of the great mirror. This might be a treasure from a progenitor, capable of teleporting Li Chia to that dangerous areas. This attack could be replicated. Don't celebrate so early. Bingning sneered at the other side. They immediately stopped after hearing this. Mu Xiaochen laughed. You have picked the wrong person, he's dead for sure, but it's not too late for you to change your mind. Otherwise, don't blame me for being considerate of our relationship. Don't flatter yourself, we have no relationship to speak of. She coldly looked at him. The young lord turned slightly red with annoyance after hearing this. Brother Chen, let me teach this ignorant wretch a lesson for you. Cloud-crossing princess smiled charmingly. Very well. Let me teach you a way to break her martial arts. He arrogantly smiled, so that she can see my supreme talents and realize the right person to pick. Don't worry, I'll defeat her for sure. The princess was seductive enough to make the crowd go weak. She pointed at Bingning and sneered, Brother Chen was kind enough to offer you a spot yet you chose to follow someone else. I will defeat your progenitor's martial arts with his guidance, it's too late for regrets now. Bingning's eyes narrowed while glaring back at the princess. Break my progenitor's techniques? That's right, I will defeat your lightning Leo. Do you even dare to take me on? The princess had complete confidence. Is she serious? The crowd started talking among themselves. A few ancestors were more alarmed. Lightning Leo was one of the 12 variations, the start of Bingning's combo. She relied on this and nearly defeated the 3 young geniuses not long ago. So now, people found the princess claim hard to believe. It's impossible, the 12 variations are the strongest merit laws of martial ancestor. One ancestor doubted. Though the martial court had lost a considerable portion of this art, many still considered it to be unbeatable. How could a junior come up with a way to defeat it? Plus, Cloud Crossing Princess wasn't as strong as Wu Bingning either in terms of cultivation. There is no merit law I can't break in this world. I don't even need to do it myself and your Lightning Leo will still be defeated. Xiaochen interrupted their skepticism with a proud laugh. Everyone recalled his supreme talents, able to discern many things from a single glance. Could he actually come up with a method? Do you dare to fight or not? The princess aggressively said, not considering Bingning a worthy foe. Will Mu Xiaochen be able to create a miracle? Someone murmured. Maybe. His ancestor quietly said, you know, people do say that his talents are scary, not just in the contemporary but few in history can match him. Some went as far as saying that he is only a little bit below the radiant Decemvirate. If this is the truth, maybe he can defeat the 12 variations. We'll see just how amazing your art is. Bingning felt a competitive urge and agreed. You'll find out right away. It's more than enough to defeat you. The princess was as proud as a peacock. Clank. Bingning summoned her spear, not underestimating her foe despite having far stronger cultivation. She certainly disliked Mu Xiaochen but also admitted of her talents. Otherwise, their dracoform martial god wouldn't view him so highly. Perhaps this god wanted to employ Xiaochen's help to find their lost variations. Thus, the guy must have a great understanding of her martial arts. Prudence was required. Go first. The princess ordered, seemingly resentful. Clank. Bingning's spear began gathering terrible bolts of lightning. Chapter 2360, Buzz. Bingning instantly attacked as lightning bolts soared from her spear like a flood. Of course, their speed was much faster than a flood. Just imagine the massive power of this attack, completely unblockable. Before the physical spear started to move, the power crushed space itself as if it was a dried branch. All defenses, merit laws, and powers would be destroyed by this attack. There seemed to be a beast roar within the lightning. A Leo could be spotted in this ocean of currents. This was a divine beast. Its claws could tear everything in its path to pieces, only adding to the might of the lightning flood. R.A. Its roar shattered the myriad laws. Everything returned to the origin because of this destruction. This variation was too fast. People couldn't even see how she unleashed it before sensing a prick on their forehead as if the thrust had pierced them. They instinctively took several steps back. It aimed straight for Cloud Crossing Princess with unbelievable speed. People wondered if the princess could even dodge. However, she didn't try to do so and began to float using an unknown movement technique. She looked like a dandelion seed floating inside the flood of lightning. Her weapon of choice wasn't a sword or an amazing treasure but just a long and thin wire, extremely agile. It moved around like a spirit snake and wove together a group of lightning bolts. Keep in mind that these bolts were created by Bingning's true energy. When the bolts were tied together, her energy became chaotic and uncontrollable. This lightning Leo move was domineering and required a gathering of all true energy before an explosion, leaving her in a vulnerable state. Thus, the sudden churning of her own energy was dangerous. Boom! The flood of lightning exploded and began to scatter. She suffered a backlash from her energy and spat out a mouthful of blood. The princess didn't waste any time and flicked her golden wire straight for Bingning's throat, wanting to end this in one move. Bingning flashed into disappearance after she activated her grass. The princess knew that her move wouldn't connect and instantly retreated closer to Mu Xiaochen. Boom! Bingning showed up again, not on purpose. She suffered an implosion and spat out more blood. Her energy flow remained chaotic. Although her grass allowed her to dodge the fatal move, it couldn't calm her energy, so this remnant force still blew her flying. She couldn't disperse the energy from her lightning Leo that quickly. It failed to hurt Cloud Crossing Princess and only backfired on her, resulting in serious injuries. She stabilized her stance and managed to subdue this chaos. This ended up depleting her reserve, no longer having enough to fight again. A martial goddess? Still a loser. The princess looked down on her. Despite her arrogant words, she didn't dare to push her advantage, aware of the disparity between her and Bingning. She only won due to picking the right technique and was far inferior in terms of actual firepower. The crowd was startled since the Leo technique was defeated. You haven't truly mastered this technique to the point of using and recalling it at will, that's why chaotic energy will result in backlash. Xiaochen was very pleased with his method. Bingning was pale from the wounds. Due to the incomplete nature of the 12 variations, she required powerful true energy in order to use her 3 variations. There was no going back once releasing this energy. He noticed this flaw and chose to disrupt her true energy and creating a backlash. The crowd shuddered. There were rumors of his great talents and comprehension already. It looked like they were true. No wonder why so many systems treated him so well. Just this ability alone could greatly benefit a system. I'll take you back first before dealing with you. The ancestor from the martial court scowled and reached for her. She readied her spear against the large palm energy, but even if she could fight, there was no chance of winning against an ancestor. Boom! But the palm was instantly forced back by Yang Radiance Buddha. He laughed and said, "Let's not bully a junior now. Fight me instead." His interference didn't come as a surprise. The ancestor from the martial court became serious. "You will continue to stick your nose in our business?" "That's right, at least this one." The Buddha smiled. "Very well, I've heard about your skills long ago, how about I join in?" The strongest ancestor from Jewel Banner stood up. He Jiang, other ancestors shuddered after seeing this new challenger. He was a 9th level ascender, the strongest of the Jewel Banner. The guy could challenge Yang Radiance since he was on Xiaochen's side now. Normally, a sect like Jewel Banner would never dare to do so. But this was no longer the case. Xiaochen seemed unstoppable, so Yang Radiance and Longevity Valley would eventually become their targets. "Let us see what he can do." The ancestor from Vermilion said and formed a pincer move against Yang Radiance Buddha. The Buddhist cultivator became serious and slowly took down the shield on his back. "Traitor, it is time for you to surrender or we will not show mercy." At the same time, one ancestor from Sword Grave stared at Ling Shima and said. She naturally became horrified after hearing this. Chapter 2361, Bullying the Weak Now? Wu Bingming remained fierce despite her injuries. She knew that Shima was not a match for this ancestor. Whoosh! Without any warning, Mu Xiaochen suddenly ambushed Bingming with a rope, successfully capturing her. She reacted quickly, but this rope was incredible. "Opposing me is very unwise. Go back to the martial court, then be a good girl and marry into my clan." He laughed pompously. "Traitor, give up." The ancestor from Sword Grave started heading for Ling Shima. "Sword Grave, do not push the issue." Longevity Sage grimaced and swept her whisk at the ancestor. Her move was naturally exceptional, carrying the power of the storm, and surprised this ancestor. Screech! The falcon that has been floating above flapped one wing, releasing a sword-like feather to stop the whisk. The sage staggered several steps backward and destroyed the chair behind her. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing the powerful falcon in action. Though its master has yet to show himself, if his mount was present, so was he. He took care of this falcon for its entire life, so it was just as strong as any ascender. Ah! Ling Shima had no chance to resist and was captured instantly by the ancestor. The sage wanted to help but was stopped by the falcon. It raised its wings and sealed off the entire area. "This is out of line." The untethered stood up and said coldly, "Do you wish to go all out?" Her tone wasn't one of anger, but no question about it, she was furious. "Untethered, that's enough." An ancient voice answered her to everyone's dismay. "Cloud-crossing falcon god, Yang Sun." Everyone became startled. Though he has yet to show himself, each word carried enough power and divinity to intimidate the crowd. A junior massacring the innocent in myriad is unacceptable. How can we allow this? His voice echoed in the sky. Young Lord Mu will take this guy down today in order to rid Myriad of evil. As for the remaining dregs, they deserve their punishment for causing trouble in our world. Though he didn't directly blame the untethered, he was certainly criticizing Young Radiance for allowing Li Qie to do as he pleases. Everyone held their breath while listening to this Eternal. He wasn't on the same level as Dracoform Martial God, but an Eternal could still easily crush Ascenders. Even a low-level true Emperor wouldn't be able to take on one. Myriad is not a lawless place where anyone can just accuse people of crimes. At the very least, not under our leadership. An agreement, once signed, must be followed. The untethered strongly responded. That's in the past. Our decision right now is in accordance with the people. If you continue to be stubborn, you will become the world's enemy. The Falcon God retorted. Senior Falcon is correct. Mu Xiaochen smiled. Young Radiance has failed to live up to its responsibility. It is time to change the leadership of Myriad. Xiaochen has finally revealed his real goal. Though the insightful members of the crowd knew this from the start, no one actually dared to express it. He had finally broken the thin veil of pretense. Don't you see now? They're finally revealing their goal. The sage smiled and told the untethered, this is a rebellion just like our ceremony not long ago. I'm sure they were disappointed by the failure. The untethered stared coldly at the other side. Our Young Radiance sect has never been interested in leading Myriad, but since this event was started by us, we will do it right. No one is allowed to ruin it. Oh dash, war horns blared outside of Myriad Peaks. Rumble. Several cavalries emerged from all sides with enough force to quake the world. The crowd became startled at the incoming armies of steel. There was no doubt that Young Radiance came prepared. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Mu Xiaochen wasn't surprised at all and took out a treasure. Go. Boom. It rushed to the sky and an ocean appeared right outside, seemingly drowning everything else. This water barrier stopped the cavalries and sealed off Myriad Peaks from the outside world. This ocean is refined by our progenitor. Even if your ancestors know how to cross it, it will take a very long time. Xiaochen laughed, certain of victory. The ancestors here glanced at each other. Nearly all the big shots in Myriad were present right now, essentially trapped in this place. Myriad has been on a steady decline while the chaos rose. Young Radiance's leadership has failed. I believe it is time for someone else to take the reins. He declared. The ones not on his side felt something ominous approaching. That's right, there should be a leader who can lead Myriad towards a golden age. We need a strong leader right now. An ancestor from Coiling Dragon supported. Our sword grave wishes for new leadership. This faction voiced their opinion. The neutral system shuddered. It looked like Myriad will undergo a massive change today. So the new leader will be you, Mu Xiaochen? The sage sneered. No, I am not capable enough. Xiaochen smiled. In my opinion, it is appropriate for Dracoform Martial God to rule. A junior like me will only be following his orders. Just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. The sage said with disdain. Though Mu Xiaochen was pushing Dracoform to be the next leader, this god rarely came out and didn't care for mundane matters. Plus, given his relationship with the martial court, his talents, and if he were to marry Wu Bingning, he would naturally become Dracoform's representative. At that point, Myriad would be in his palm. Dracoform Martial God is the #1 expert in our world, so he should be our leader. Cloud-crossing Falcon God spoke. That's right, but for now, we should take care of these heretics. Sage, your longevity valley mingles with Li Qie. There is no separating yourself from this. Xiaochen threatened with a dark smile. Sword Grave shall take care of our internal problem as well. The ancestor from this sect glared at Shima and said, it's not too late for repentance. State that Li Qie is a heretic and maybe we will spare your life. Young noble Li is a good person, not a heretic. Shima was under duress yet she stood strong. Very well, traitor, I shall cut you down today. The ancestor became furious. Senior, How can you kill such a cute girl? Let me teach her a lesson. Xiaochen smiled and grabbed Bingning as well. I'll do my best to educate these two. Boom. Suddenly, that one mirror shattered, resulting in a black hole. A man stepped out from there. That's it? How boring. This guy shook his head, seemingly bored. Li Qia. The crowd shouted. Chapter 2362, Li Qia. Even the ancestors cried out. Everyone was afraid of this notorious fella. I actually wanted to go to Ghost Hand Ground, so thanks for the ride. Li Qia nonchalantly stared at the young lord, then shook his head. This is the best you can do? I suppose I'm expecting too much out of an ant. How can this be? Xiaochen was shocked. His awareness of the terrifying location was precisely why he sent Li Qia there. Though he claimed that only he alone would be able to leave that place alive, the reality was that he relied on a few tricks to enter, not daring to stay there for long. He clearly saw the ghost hand dragging Lil Qia into the dark clouds, so how did the guy escape unscathed? How can a place like that imprison me? Li Qia casually threw down a skull and it started rolling on the ground. It had a frightening visage with a pair of sharp fangs, still bloodied. Li Qia clearly had just decapitated this creature. You killed this monster? Xiaochen took a deep breath and stumbled backward. Arrogance didn't mean that he was ignorant. He was aware of how frightening this being from Ghost Hand Ground was. Li Qia freely said, I won't claim credit for this since Sword Saint did the work, almost destroying this area back then with the Sword Tomb. I only ended it by chance. The casual comment made everyone take a deep breath. Even a near-dying creature must have been terrifying, yet he could still take care of it. Your talents are actually not bad. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have attacked my followers. Die now. Li Qia glanced at the youth before unleashing a palm strike. The gifted guy immediately realized the horror he was facing after seeing this first move. He quickly retreated and threw the two girls at Li Qia. Catch then. Li Qia ignored him and caught the two girls, then removed the seal on their body. Stand back and watch me massacre all of them. The two of them immediately went behind Longevity Sage. Li Qia stepped forward and smiled at Xiaochen. Your methods aren't bad, it's just that your cultivation is too shallow. How do you want to die? Seniors, lend me a hand. Xiaochen was startled. As someone who had seen true emperors before, he could understand how terrible Li Qia was. However, seeing the first move in person made him realize that he has still been underestimating the guy. The ancestors from Jewel Banner and Vermilion Martial Court were the first to stand before Li Qia. Clank. Sword Grave, Coiling Dragon, Heaven Start, Cloud Crossing, Pure Yang also moved in front of Mu Xiaochen in order to protect him. Think you all can stop me? Li Qia nonchalantly glanced at the army. There were thousands of experts present from the other side, especially Iron Banner True God, who was a 9th level ascender, very powerful. Nevertheless, the crowd still felt trepidation because he has massacred ancestors before and would still be able to do the same. Clank. The ones from Sword Grave unsheathed their swords and formed an array. They soared to the sky and hymned, interweaving together to form a massive blade filled with an ancient and sacred aura, enough murderous intent to slay both gods and devils. That's a formation from Sword Saint? A spectator murmured. It's all Mu Xiaochen. He came to Ghost Hand Ground and found the Sword Tomb. From there, he researched the supreme Tao of Sword Saint and brought it back to Sword Grave. That's why they are so loyal to him. An ancestor said. Li Qia looked at the sacred sword and confirmed that it was from the Sword Saint. Unfortunately, its power was limited, so he shook his head. You have only comprehended this Tao and the Sword Tomb at an elementary level. This is not the only thing I have in store for you. Xiaochen felt safe with so many experts protecting him. The ancestors from Heaven Start used saber instead and formed a gigantic divine saber emitting a murderous aura with a terrifying glow. Each strand of light seemed capable of piercing the sky. This was only the beginning. The ancestors from Cloud Crossing and Pure Yang lined up and formed a protective mirror as large as a moon. It overshadowed even the real thing. The remaining systems formed different formations that eventually culminated into something greater. This teamwork couldn't be done on a whim. They must have practiced prior to this day. Xiaochen planned for this using his resources and methods in order to replace Yang Radiance. When the thousands of experts assumed their positions, he took out a diagram. The stars from above suddenly became resplendent and poured down their light onto the diagram. This diagram continued to absorb the starry light, culminating in blinding radiance. When people could open their eyes again, they saw a massive figure wearing the heaven stomping on the earth, possessing the power of the stars. Its archaic aura resembled one of a progenitor. It reached forward and grabbed the sword and saber created by the other two formations. The sacred sword and divine saber became even more powerful, capable of cutting out a new era. At the same time, the protective mirror hovered before its chest as the most powerful defensive measure in the world. Furthermore, the power gathered by the other systems fused with this diagram, resulting in a powerful suit of armor. Plates began covering this great being. It didn't take long before it was ready for battle, sword in its left hand, sword in its right, and a blinding mirror in front of its chest. This figure seemed tangible as if a progenitor was actually present, a god of war. Li Chia, this is my creation, celestial progenitor grand formation, able to summon the battle intent of my progenitor. Do you dare to fight? The Mu's progenitor? That's quite heaven-defying, summoning a battle intent of a progenitor. The neutral ancestors felt their hair standing on end. A junior capable of this feat was something else, not to mention that the Mu progenitor was a top one. This was a good showcase of his supreme talents. After studying the stars, he could create this formation, using the force of people and the stars to assemble anything together, such as the various formations of these systems. This summoned battle intent was far superior when compared to Blade Reaper True God's method of using his progenitor's true blood to create an avatar. Chapter 2363, So What? I'll kill your progenitor even if he is here in person. Li Chia raised his brow and claimed without any hesitation. Mu Xiaochen's expression changed into something fierce as he uttered, "No mercy for those who dare to insult my progenitor." Clank. The gigantic figure instantly took action, combining the arts of the sword and saber into an annihilative judgment. This dual slash seemed capable of splitting Moneyfall into two halves. Get back. The world returned to chaos to the dismay of the spectators. Before the slash finished its trajectory, the sharp intents of these weapons assaulted the world. Weaker cultivators turned to blood instantly. The ancestors nearby had to protect their juniors and retreated. Li Chia smiled and said, "You may now witness a true sword Dao." He spread his palm and raised a tomb without a tablet, only a pinned sword. The entire thing was carved with numerous sword runes. Clank. The tomb opened and out came a peerless sword intent, causing the world to quake. It was as if Sword Saint himself was back. 3,000 worlds seemed insignificant before this sword intent. Clank. The reflection of the blade engulfed the area like a fan and easily stopped the dual slash. A sword tomb. You found one. Mu Xiaochen was astounded. That's right. Li Chia smiled, "You only stared at a distance and saw a little bit of its Dao." Xiaochen's expression became ugly. He also entered that dangerous ground but couldn't take away the tomb itself, only able to discern some of its Dao. This tomb was the masterpiece of Sword Saint, so he naturally knew of its awesome power. The spectators were shocked. This was the core of Sword Grave, capable of changing size at will and contained the knowledge of Sword Saint. For some reason, it flew away in the past and heralded the decline of the Ling Sword Tomb. Tears filled Ling Shima's eyes. The thing she dreamed of was before her. It could revitalize her clan. Xiaochen couldn't obtain the tomb but Li Chia could, so in this split second, he felt danger. Boom! The majestic figure exuded a mighty force. The mirror in front of his chest unleashed a beam of light across this land, aiming straight for the sword tomb. Li Qie wasn't controlling it. The tomb itself had its own sentience and retaliated with an endless glint of the sword without holding back. Boom! The two beams collided, making the ground and the stars quake. Everyone was scared out of their mind. What else do you got? Li Qie freely smiled, not paying too much attention. Li Qie, you won't be laughing for long. Iron Banner, True God and the Ancestor from Vermilion attacked. Iron Banner didn't waste time and waved his large banner, seemingly sweeping in the entire sky. Several peaks collapsed as a result. The first attack from this 9th-level ascender was surely impressive. The Ancestor from Vermilion was no slouch either. Rah! With a loud roar, he chose Lightning Leo as his first move. A flood of lightning with this beast inside lunged forward. Everything felt like paper before its sharp claws. They knew just how terrifying this foe was, so the first move was their very best, not giving Li Qie an opportunity to resist. Boom! Li Qie simply raised his palm. Numerous worlds and universe were created. He then slammed his palm down without using any technique, only pure destruction. The Leo got smashed into pieces, all the lightning bolts instantly disintegrated. Crack! The banner of the other true god was torn apart. Just one palm strike overwhelmed and dazed the other two combatants. They wished to leave the battlefield with haste, but it was too late. Boom! Li Qie made a fist. This punch exceeded the temporal limit. One could be as agile as possible and still couldn't escape. The strongest defense couldn't hold up. Nevertheless, they still used their strongest defensive measure. Boom! Boom! The punch pierced through their chest, causing blood to fly everywhere. The two of them fell on their back with their eyes wide open, not expecting to lose to a single punch. Xiaochen, appalled, began to retreat. Clank! The sword tomb seemed to be unhappy at how effortlessly Qie defeated his foes. It emitted brighter brilliance before opening completely. The sword pinned on the tomb flew out like a soaring immortal. No one could stop this supreme sword with its sharp intent. The majestic figure slashed continuously with its saber and sword to no avail. The two weapons crumbled, unable to stop the soaring sword. Next, it pierced through the defensive mirror, then the figure itself, leaving a gaping hole. Boom! Xiaochen's formation was destroyed and the figure exploded. This sword paused in the sky, then performed a sweeping motion. Ah! Screams of terror haunted the listeners. Rain of blood and decapitated heads began falling down. The thousands of experts from the various systems were massacred since no one could dodge the horizontal slash. This particular move was the embodiment of death. The sword then returned to the tomb. People finally realized how mighty this sword left behind by Sword Saint was. No wonder so many years after his departure, the tomb could still fly back to Moneyfall and suppress Ghost Hand ground. It's time to return it to the descendants of Sword Saint. Li Qie waved at the tomb and smiled. Buzz! It flew out and landed before Ling Shima. She stood there unmovingly for a long period before regaining her wits and reaching forward. The tomb shrank in size and landed on her trembling hands. She held it tightly, the dream and hope of their clan. I heard you have a paragon artifact, show me. Li Qie seemed to be in a good mood despite the gruesome scene of corpses and the terrible stench of blood. In fact, he was even scarier than the carnage. People found him to be a devil from hell. Just one wave of this monster's hand could destroy the ages. As Li Qie slowly walked closer, Xiaochen could sense death. Chapter 2364, You will get your chance, but not right now. Xiaochen laughed and continued to retreat with an awkward expression, bereft of the previous imperious attitude. Li Qie broke his expectation. Though he knew that guy was very strong and in his calculation, he pushed the guy to the very limit, but he realized that he had still underestimated this foe. Ultimately, he was certain of his victory and that killing this guy wasn't going to be hard. Now, he needed to revise his plans since many plans had become useless. If you don't have a paragon artifact, you will die. An ancestral weapon is not enough. Li Qie chuckled. The crowd couldn't be more immersed in this fight with their heart hanging up high. They didn't only worry about the outcome but also whether Mu Xiaochen had a paragon artifact or not. Everyone guessed that he would have an ancestral weapon. After all, their progenitor was powerful and must have left many artifacts behind. As for a paragon artifact, who knows? Nevertheless, there were still rumors about him possessing one. The crowd couldn't wait to see the unbelievable power of one. Li Qie, there's no denying your abilities, but you're not strong enough to warrant using a paragon artifact. Xiaochen replied. Due to his talents and experience with true masters, he quickly composed himself. Li Qie answered, is that so? What else do you have? Because with your own power, you won't be able to block a single move from me. Your talents are good but you didn't focus on cultivation or you wouldn't be this weak. Otherwise, you might be strong enough to struggle for a bit against me. Plus, if that was the case, you wouldn't be down here either. You. Xiaochen turned red and glared angrily at him because he had touched his wounds. His talents were indeed unfathomable to earn mild praise from Li Qie. Not to mention myriad, he was exceptional even in Imperial. Alas, as a member of the Mu, everything came easy to him so he became arrogant and didn't care about cultivation. As a result, his cultivation was only considered exceptional, not quite brilliant. If he had actually tried in the past, perhaps he would already be a true emperor at this point. However, he didn't care about his personal strength since he believed in defeating enemies using other methods. Unfortunately, schemes and plans were useless before absolute power. Even his amazing talents couldn't do anything. Because of reasons related to this, he left Imperial for Myriad. Otherwise, which genius would actually make this choice? Imperial had more resources available. He came down with predicaments that he didn't want anyone else to know, but Li Qie was bringing it up. Not convinced? Li Qie chuckled. It doesn't matter, this is only the beginning since you'll be even more vexed later on for opposing me, resorting to living a borrowed life. The clan and talents you are so proud of are trivial before me. Xiaochen had a hard time staying calm. Ever since coming to Myriad, even the ancestors here showed nothing but respect towards him. This change of pace left him gritting his teeth. Li Qie smiled and continued closer. Clank. The falcon flapped its wings and stopped him with a motion akin to 1,000 iron swords fanning out. This mount was intelligent and mighty, many true gods have fallen prey to it in the past. These sword-like feathers sealed Li Qie's path, not allowing him to take half a step forward. Stop. The falcon actually spoke, albeit with only moderate clarity. Even your master won't be able to stop me, let alone you. Li Qie wasn't in a hurry. Li Qie, you have crossed the line and deserve death for killing so many people. The falcon god's words came from above. He wasn't here but this didn't make much of a difference. So what? Li Qie replied, those who block my path will be shown no mercy, killing everyone is still not crossing the line. The crowd became astounded. In their mind, anyone with a tiny bit of sense wouldn't be so haughty, but Li Qie chose against doing so. Despite knowing his contempt for all, there was nothing they could do but smile wryly. He was a man of his word, so who would want to die over some imperious rhetoric? A fool is fearless. The falcon god said. Enough of this. Li Qie waved his sleeve. Stop hiding up there so I can take care of you and everyone here, then that #1 expert in Myriad too. The crowd couldn't believe it. This guy not only threatened to kill cloud-crossing falcon god but also dracoform martial god? They stared speechless at him. One ancestor muttered to himself, he's crazy, always talking about killing Eternals. Does he think they're so easily slain? Before killing one, he might find himself dead without a grave. Humph. An echoing scowl could be heard, causing the stars to rustle. The previous comment from Li Qie clearly angered the falcon god. Clank. The falcon began aiming at Li Chia with its wings. "Get ready to die," it threatened. "You dare to be impudent before me, little bird?" Li Chia said insipidly. "I will cut you to 1,000 pieces." After gaining intelligence, it hated being called a bird the most. It began flapping its wings, shooting out feathers no different from divine swords. The remnant energy turned a mountain into a sieve. The weak cultivators couldn't escape in time and were filled with holes. Watch it. Many managed to evade. The rampant sword energies all aimed for Li Chia, wishing to put an end to him. Chapter 2365, Die. Li Chia uttered only one word. With that, he reached straight for the barrage of feathers. Clank. The feathers turned even brighter with a surging sword intent, nearly able to pierce through the ground to the very core. This dominating attack horrified the crowd. If this falcon was already this strong, just how mighty would its master be? Moreover, Li Chia's choice of retaliating with his bare hand astonished them as well. Will he be able to handle it? His hand is finished. Many felt that the flesh couldn't win against the feathers. Boom! Contrary to their expectations, no blood was spilled. His hand was perfectly fine despite the sharpness of the feathers. He closed his hands and crumbling noises ensued. The two wings of the bird were as tough as steel, but as the swords shattered, so did they. Before anyone could react, he grabbed its wing. The frightened falcon wanted to soar upward, but it was too late, for the grip was impossible to escape. Boom! He lifted the entire bird with one of its wings and slammed it down on the ground, destroying several mountains in the process. Screech! The bloodied falcon retaliated by using its claws and beak with lightning speed, carrying enough force to pierce through the sky vault. Li Chia ignored the counter and raised his foot, gathering a golden light at the bottom before stomping down. Crack! Both claws and the beak disintegrated. As I have said, you're nothing more than a little bird. Li Chia smiled and grabbed the bird's other wing. Oh dash! Li Chia ripped both of its wings apart. Blood gushed from the wounds, leaving the falcon laying in a pool of its own blood. It had lost its stalwart and awe-inspiring aura, on the verge of death. All of this happened so quickly, the crowd was caught entirely off guard. He stood on the bird while still holding its gigantic, severed wings. Though his expression remained calm, his domineering aura was anything but. The mount of an Eternal has been taken down in such a brutal manner. You court death. The sky seemingly exploded with a wrathful threat. Boom! A palm descended from the sky. Even before it came down, the area below it turned into a void. Lava gushed out from the nearby volcanoes. The spectators began to scream since some were dying from the pressure. Ordinary true gods felt that they were more insignificant than ants. Ascenders would be scared out of their mind, their first reaction would be to flee. The falcon god in his fury wished to flatten myriad peaks. His palm heralded a cataclysmic scene. His rage was understandable. The falcon has followed him for so long, acting as his trusted confidant. Scram! Li Chia shouted and countered with a punch. His golden fist wasn't large, but it carried the ultimate force in the world, raw power of the Yang affinity. Primordial chaos emerged as a result. Everything turned to ashes. Boom! A rain of blood gushed out along with a moan. Li Chia's punch annihilated the falcon god's palm. The latter's fingers were crushed completely. The pain caused him to groan. Crack! Next, Li Chia stomped again. The falcon's large frame caved downward. Oh dash! The bird cried again while struggling to escape, but it was too late. Its body turned into mincemeat from the force. Its master had failed to save it. The world was robbed of sound, only the breathing of the spectators could be heard. So many people became slack-jawed, including the strongest beings around. Li Chia had crushed the mount of an Eternal into a gory paste before everyone, a scene establishing his hegemony. Who else in the world would dare to do something like this? Little animal, I won't forgive you. This roar destroyed dozens of mountains nearby. A figure materialized in the sky, an old man wearing a cloak. Normally, he would look like a sage with a feathered fan and a silk cloth hairband, but now, his expression was twisted with rage. His pair of eyes were as bright and hot as two suns, wanting to burn everything in sight. He was naturally the strongest ancestor of Cloud Crossing System, the Falcon God. His title was largely due to his great mount. It had done many things for him with its incredible gifts, so people started calling him the Falcon God. Even if he could find a similar falcon later, it wouldn't be able to replace this dead one. His title as the Falcon God was done for. He loved the bird since it was his lifelong companion. Rage became insanity and hatred directed at Wuxia. A tempest of wind and sand arrived. The sky turned dark just like a scene of the apocalypse. The spooked spectators didn't have the strength to stand straight. The ancestors from various systems took a deep breath. An Eternal could certainly sweep through the world and destroy everything in his path. Chapter 2366. Cloud Crossing Falcon God had won everyone's attention with his wrath capable of incinerating everything. An Eternal was immensely powerful, Ascenders couldn't block a single move from one. His rage caused volcanic eruptions and other natural disasters. The crowd stopped daring to look straight at him, feeling their legs growing weak. The experts quietly retreated, robbed of color on their face. The next move from this raging Eternal might destroy everything here. Being too close to the battlefield could spell doom from just the shockwaves, dying before they know it. Nevertheless, they couldn't leave right away. It has been a long time since they saw a real Eternal. After reaching this level, Eternals had a chance to ascend to Imperial lineage. The best part of this was the increased lifespan. Thus, the majority of Eternals left right away. After all, most experts who reached this level were quite old, perhaps on the verge of death. Nothing was more precious than living longer in their eyes. The ones that stay behind couldn't abandon their systems and chose to protect it, hence the few Eternals in myriad lineage. Cloud Crossing Falcon God Yang Sun was certainly capable of reaching Imperial but chose against doing so. More surprisingly, he actually came out to support Mu Shaochen and risked losing lifespan in the process. If I can't kill you, my last name will not be Yang. The Falcon God gritted his teeth and roared. The shock waves emanating from his roar made people vomit blood even though his main focus was on Wuxia. Unfortunately, his overwhelming rage didn't affect Wuxia at all. The guy stood there, seemingly aloof. Who cares if your last name isn't Yang when you're about to die? Wuxia chuckled. A while ago, people would think that he was insane for talking to an Eternal like this, but after actually witnessing his murderous abilities, this no longer became the consensus. He's the only one worthy of the title Fiercest. An ancestor murmured. Ha ha ha. The Falcon God crazily laughed. It has been many years since someone dared to say that to me. I guess the future generation will surpass us in time, but you're still going to die. His eyes turned ferocious with a murderous intent lacerating the flesh, causing the spectators to feel pain. I won't kill you right away, no, I'll take my time flaying your skin, inch by inch, and ripping out your tendons so that your scream will echo all over Myriad. A cruel smile flashed on the Falcon God. Alright, I get it, it's a nice dream but I'm sorry it won't happen. The only thing that will, is your death. Wuxia casually interrupted. He expressed himself in such a nonchalant manner yet the words carried enough weight to be treated as fact. The crowd glanced at each other. Wuxia was so confident at killing the Falcon God. Even if he was heaven-defying, can a youth kill an Eternal? Plus, they could see that he wasn't a true emperor yet, so the possibility for success remained low. I will pin you down first. The Falcon God summoned and pointed a spear at Wuxia. The shiny, white spear exuded a powerful force, seemingly made from the stars in the sky and containing the power of their light. It seemed incomparably long and could ravage its brethren in the sky. Cloud-crossing star spear. His famous weapon. An ancestor murmured. This spear might not be the falcon god's strongest weapon, but it has followed him across numerous battlefields. Numerous true gods have fallen to it in the past. Die! The god roared, thrusting the spear straight at Wuxia. His battle intent erupted, capable of piercing through everything alone. The energy of his spear encompassed the penetrating power of light, violently heading for Wuxia like numerous needles. Buzz! The earth was being torn asunder like tofu. If the power of this spear were to make contact, even an ascender would be torn to pieces. The crowd smartly retreated after seeing this. Wuxia retaliated at the perfect moment. He materialized a sword and instantly slashed forward. The slash was formless and undetectable due to its incredible speed. In fact, people didn't even see the sword. Some powerful ancestors managed to see him raising his hand but failed to see the particular swing and its true profundities. The dazzling thrust came to a sudden halt as if time has been frozen. This wasn't the case. The falcon god chose to stop the moment Wuxia raised his hand and retreated with a time-surpassing speed. The flow reversed and the spear returned to his hand. Everyone felt this particular temporal disturbance, but it wasn't actually happening. After he retreated, a quiet yet resonating clank could be heard. Splash! Blood gushed out of his hands. People found that his spear has been split in half, his hands were severed as well. Bump! Both hands and the two pieces of the spear fell to the ground. The pale god instantly sealed his stumps to stop the blood loss. If he was just microsecond later in his retreat, his body would have suffered the same fate. Chapter 2367, The severing of the spear and the falcon god's hands happened in the blink of an eye, bereft of visual fanfare and discernible techniques. Blood ran down the blade of the sword and fell to the mud, drop by drop. Thanks to this red liquid, people could actually see his sword now. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing with an unimaginable sharpness. This was crystal, a technique from Finality Sword, meant to be unstoppable with its edge. The falcon god's spear was amazing and made from rare stars, but it still failed to stop the slash. In fact, it resembled tofu during the process. If it wasn't for his fast reaction and retreat, he would have faltered as well. Nevertheless, the amputation still frightened the crowd. Some twitched and felt nauseous. Buzz! He recreated his severed hands in just a short time. At his level, as long as he was alive, he could recreate any body part, even the entire thing, so just 2 hands was no big deal. Nevertheless, his expression was unsightly as he stared intensely at the guy. Despite being an eternal, the first exchange left him shamed and weaponless. Meanwhile, the spectators heaved a sigh of relief, especially the ancestors. This wasn't about them being on the falcon god's side, but he served as the representative of their generation to a certain extent, being an eternal and all. If their eternal couldn't defeat a youth like Wuxia, it would leave their entire era in despair. It would be time for them to run back to their lair and retire, for the future would belong to the youths. Because of this, they were rather relieved to see the falcon god ready for battle once more. His eyes shifted towards the crystal sword, vexed, because he couldn't see through it. Unlike the others, he got a good view of the slash and noticed its effective simplicity. He has never seen a slash like this before, not believing that such a sharp sword could be created from existing materials. Finally, his body shifted into retreat, not to run but just to gain the right amount of distance. He uttered, "Amazing, but this doesn't mean that you are invincible. I will not stop until I kill you." Wuxia chuckled, "You alone? That's daydreaming. He needs to join too." His eyes turned towards Mu Shaochen. Mu Shaochen didn't try to run. He calmly stood there, seemingly thinking of a way to defeat his foe. His eyes then flashed with an epiphany. Wuxia naturally saw this, so he decided to give the youth a chance. "Senior, let us fight together to take this fiend down," Shaochen told the falcon god. "Wait until I see what he can do." If I were to lose, then you can join, virtuous nephew. The falcon god refused, eyes still fixated on Wuxia. He was naturally prideful, a being that had swept through myriad. There was no way he could swallow the vexation of defeat, so he needed to try again. All right, I'll wait for your victory. Xiaochen laughed heartily, but one could easily tell from his expression that he had no confidence in the falcon god. He began scheming once more. Peace and the fruition of his plans would never come until this guy was dead. Junior, get ready to see my supreme art. The falcon god roared. Wuxia remained nonchalant, make sure to go all out. I don't want to kill you by accident before you can show off your best move. The frustrated god didn't know what to say. He has never met someone who looked down on him to this level. Even Dracoform martial god exercised politeness and civility before him. Nevertheless, no one on the battlefield considered Wuxia to be arrogant now. He was qualified to speak in this manner after cutting down the god's hands earlier. The falcon god took a deep breath before taking out a treasure, a large drum. Its frame seemed to be made from bound divine wood pieces by a structural frame consisting of ancient metals. The top head was created by the skin of primal serpents. The two drumsticks were even more impressive, as white as snow and made from unknown bones. They surged with thunder, just one strike brought about this destructive affinity. Drum of the Thunder God. An ancestor recognized this treasure and took a deep breath. I heard it was left behind by cloud-crossing ancestor, not actually made by him, but he found it in an ancient legacy ruin. Bump. The falcon god gently beat the drum once. Boom. 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 So many experts helplessly fell to the ground, their souls seemingly left the body. This was only a test. A real drumming session would have immense power. The timbre is good at least. Wuxia smiled and said. The falcon god naturally didn't like Wuxia treating his mighty treasure as a musical instrument. This was looking down on their ancestral legacy. Boom. 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 The falcon god went all out with a torrent of beats. A massive sound wave resembling a storm instantly rendered the nearby mountains to dust. The slow cultivators became mists of blood. When this sound wave struck Wuxia, his top shirt turned to dust as well. However, his body was unreasonably tough and could withstand this power without any issue. The falcon god intensified his pace and power. The drum continued to ravage the entire area. Boom. Finally, even the stars in the sky exploded just like fireworks. Chapter 2368, Boom. 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 The sound waves from the drum came towards Wuxia, destroying everything in their path. It looked as if a thunder god was punishing the world. Thick lightning bolts, some as large as a mountain range, began to fly towards Wuxia with supreme power. When a yellow bolt touched the ground, black smoke immediately came out from the bottomless crater left behind. If all of them were aimed straight at the ground, this entire area could be turned to ashes. The spectators were naturally frightened. The sound waves and lightning bolts were more than enough to annihilate ascenders. At this moment, the falcon god was up in the sky vault, 10 million miles away from Wuxia. The latter must survive this barrage first before thinking about retaliating. The falcon god remained far away in order to avoid Wuxia's crystal sword because it was simply too sharp. Even an eternal like him couldn't stop it from dismembering him. Can he stop the waves of onslaught from that drum? A true god said with chills. Not only was this drum powerful, it was also unending. Even if one was strong enough to stop several waves, how long could they keep this up? Buzz. Wuxia raised his hand and caused a ripple in the Grand Tao. This massive Tao of his with the sword affinity engulfed the entire world like Mercury invading everything, all nooks and corners. A great lake emerged before Wuxia and absorbed all the lightning bolts and sound waves. Though it only blocked out his frontal area, the entire world seemed to be encompassed within. Loud explosions detonated during the process. The lake water was being pushed down by the great pressure of the attack. However, the ripples and waves eventually turned into swords. As the attack grew bigger, more swords were created. To everyone's astonishment, it was clear that the liquid swords were separated from the water itself now. Clank. Each sword had a terrifying, murderous intent. The sheer amount was the scary part. Ba-dump. 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 The falcon god continued to drum like a madman, increasing the power of the lightning bolts. The surface of the water was being pushed all the way down near the bottom. If this continued, the bolts would be able to penetrate this lake. However, the number of swords also increased as time passed. This absorbing barrier confused the crowd. They didn't quite know what Li Qia's goal was. How much longer can you last? I'll break through now. The falcon god roared with heightened morale after seeing imminent success. The shock waves from the drum could destroy everything in this world. There were tens of thousands of swords humming. Their energy engulfed the entire sky. Nevertheless, the lake was on the verge of being penetrated. I don't think it can last much longer. Someone shouted. This was Li Qia's final defensive line. All of the terrible lightning bolts would strike Li Qia at once afterward. It wouldn't matter how strong his body was, he would still be rendered to ashes. Clank. A sword hymn was clearly heard as if a divine sword had pierced through the world. Boom. The water swords oozed out at the same time, akin to the opening of a new world. They ravaged like an ocean of steel. It was clear at this point that these swords were the concentration of the sound waves and lightning bolts earlier. His own attack was going back at him in an endless manner. Being made of water didn't diminish their sharpness. They were still as fatal as swords made out of ice, capable of piercing through the world and severing time. One could hear the spatial fabrics being torn apart by the myriad swords. The sky shattered and turned into nothingness. The falcon god was startled and crazily drummed in order to muster sound waves and lightning bolts towards the sword. Bam! Many water swords were destroyed, but this was nothing in the grand scheme of things. He looked up and the entire scene ahead of him was drowned by the water swords. Even if he ran for more than 10 million miles, the result would be the same. Break. He chose to take out one heaven-defying treasure after another in order to build multiple layers of defense. Unfortunately, these defensive barriers were useless before the incoming onslaught. They crumbled along with their respective treasures. He had run out of options, unable to stop the attack. I'm done for, he lamented after the final barrier fell, but there was nothing he could do. Senior, I'm here. Mu Shaochen roared and created a grand momentum beneath his feet. A great shell emerged and blocked before the falcon god. Boom! Though this shell could stop any unbeatable attack, it was still blown flying by the flood of swords. Nevertheless, the power of the swords has weakened considerably as they slammed into the falcon god. Chapter 2369, Ah! The falcon god was blasted away, his blood gushed and stained the azure. Numerous spectators shuddered, an eternal had just been pierced by countless swords. Everyone assumed that he was dead until they saw him slowly come to a halt, still trembling. He looked quite pitiful with blood everywhere, his clothes ripped and torn. The worst damage was in his chest with the largest hole. The rest of his body was penetrated as well. In short, he resembled a sieve at this moment. Without the last-second help from Shaochen, he would have been turned into a mist of blood or even just specks of dust. People heaved a sigh of relief after seeing him standing back up, especially Mu Shaochen. An eternal being killed by a youth would have been too much to take because he has yet to become a true emperor. The older generations would have no place to stay then if this were the case. Ha ha ha. Sorry to disappoint you, little animal. You can't kill me, an eternal is unkillable. The falcon god howled. Of course, he needed this showing of bravado in order to boost his own morale. Though his body could be recreated easily, he understood that he was not Li Qia's match after the previous exchange. Though he wasn't at the very top among Eternals, he wasn't at the bottom either. He couldn't recall the last time he was wounded, so this dealt a great psychological blow to him. That's just a casual slash, don't be so excited for surviving a warm-up attack. Li Qie lazily said. Li Qie's attitude froze the falcon god's laughter. He stood there, embarrassed, not knowing what to do. He couldn't exactly surrender to a junior, but what was he going to keep fighting with? That was just a casual slash. What type of sword techniques is that? Everyone was stunned as well. Everyone didn't know that this was another strike from finality, water. It could take in all offense, and after reaching the limit, the accumulation of power would then be returned to the original user in the form of myriad swords. The best part about this technique was its longevity. The counter would maintain the peak state of the entire accumulation in an endless manner. Senior, lend me your help so I can take him down. Xiao Chen shouted. Everyone looked over and saw the ground beneath him lighting up, full of spreading Dao runes. From a distance, it looked as if his feet were being rooted to the ground. The spectators saw an illusion of him turning into a great tree, becoming one with the earth and absorbing its power. This allowed him to stop the water swords from Li Qie earlier using his divine shell. Otherwise, with his limited power, even that incredible shell wouldn't have been able to stop that onslaught. Very well, virtuous nephew, if you have a way to slay this devil, I will assist you to the best of my abilities. The falcon god became ecstatic and teleported next to Xiao Chen. The two of you should have done this from the beginning instead of wasting my time. The undaunted Li Qie laughed after seeing this. Li, you might be strong but you're still going to die today. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Li Qie glanced at the brilliant expanse beneath Xiao Chen and smiled. You have indeed seen through some clues, enough to borrow the grand momentum of Moneyfall, but just a tiny bit, too naive if you think you can kill me with this. Your progenitor is barely qualified to fight me, you're nothing but an ant. The spectators gasped in response, not only about the young lord's ability to borrow the momentum of this land but more so about Li Qie's comment. The ancestors stared at each other, not knowing whether Li Qie was being serious or not. The progenitor of the Mu was definitely a monster of an existence, yet this being was only qualified to fight Li Qie? Wasn't this comment too much? Hey now, that progenitor is one of the immortal level. An ancestor remained skeptical and thought Li Qie was being unreasonably haughty. Regardless of everything, Xiao Chen's talents were indeed incredible. He had actually comprehended some of the mysteries in Moneyfall. Though he could only borrow a little bit of the land's momentum, this was already excellent enough. His face became ugly as he retorted, "Ignorant fool, my progenitor's power is beyond your imagination. I can kill you myself for insulting my clan sage." Li Qie smiled. It's idiotic to think that you can kill me with this little momentum. In Li Qie's eyes, this was insignificant because if he wanted to do it, he could borrow the entire momentum of Moneyfall and instantly destroy everyone here. Xiao Chen laughed. The only way he could cope with his anger, if you wish to challenge my progenitor, then I will show you his invincibility. Having said that, his expression became solemn as he took out a box. Even before opening it, the box already emitted an untouchable aura, more than enough to make the crowd tremble. The thing inside certainly possessed a world-destroying capability. Senior, please help me. This is a paragon artifact left behind by my progenitor. If we activate its power, we will be able to kill him. Xiao Chen didn't dare to be careless. I will go all out. The falcon god jubilated, not expecting for Xiao Chen to have a weapon of this magnitude. A paragon artifact? We need to get the hell out of Myriad Peaks now. A few ancestors ordered. It didn't take long before the horde retreated from this area, watching from as far as possible. Not all progenitors could create these artifacts. They needed to reach a particular level before earning this right, and the one from the Mu clan was one of them. Progenitors certainly had plenty of treasures and weapons, but only one paragon artifact. Why? After creating one, they would find it hard to find the energy and materials to create a second. Plus, why create another one when the first was more than strong enough already? Everyone found it inconceivable that the Mu would let Xiaochen have this paragon artifact. The falcon god was already celebrating since they could finally kill Li Qie now. Thus, he placed his hand on Xiaochen's back without any hesitation and sent his own energy into the youth. Xiaochen knew that his power alone could control this treasure, so he enlisted the help of an eternal. Chapter 2370. The scene came to a deathly quiet since the crowd was overwhelmed with dread and anticipation. Buzz. Mu Xiaochen finally opened the treasure box, releasing buzzing noises. A chill permeated the world as if it was trapped in a glacier, just that the temperature was 100 times colder. Snow and ice covered myriad peaks. These large mountains became encapsulated with thick layers of ice. This instant change was too terrifying, but people couldn't quite react because the ones nearby were turned into sculptures without a chance to scream. The ones in the horizon shuddered. If they were just one step slower earlier, they would have died as well. Xiaochen himself was suffering from the freezing process, starting with his hands. He was relatively stronger compared to the rest but failed to do anything. However, the falcon god's pure energy poured into his body like an ocean, allowing him to withstand this cold aura. People finally saw a white jewel inside the box, around the size of a goose egg, seemingly a stone being polished into this shape. It looked quite ordinary yet contained enough power to freeze the world. It's a nice treasure, but unfortunately, its power is being released because it is unfinished and bereft of a foundation, only containing 70% of the original materials. Li Qie chuckled and said, "This is only a quasi-artifact. It looks like your progenitor created it early on, then after reaching a higher level, he abandoned it for something else." A quasi-artifact? This was the first time many have heard of this name. Only a progenitor at the immortal level can create a real paragon artifact. An ancestor explained. Progenitors of the Myriad and Imperial have copied the existing rules of creating a paragon artifact in order to create their strongest weapon. At their level, it was the right time to gather materials. However, there would still be a long way to go since they need to reach the immortal level for true completion. Because of this, this initial imitation was called a quasi-artifact. This jewel belonged to Xiaochen's progenitor. After becoming one, he began the crafting process but eventually abandoned it for an entirely new paragon artifact. This jewel was left to the clan for future descendants. Mu Xiaochen was indeed loved by his clan, even allowing him to bring this artifact to Myriad. "It's more than enough to kill you," Xiaochen shouted. Li Qie smiled and said, "It's just a quasi-artifact. If I wanted to, I can just give them away. This scrap metal can't kill me." One listener immediately stammered, "Hey now, a quasi-artifact is a piece of scrap metal? Then what kind of treasure is good enough for him? Arrogant fool, I will take you down today." Xiaochen roared and the light beneath his feet became resplendent in a celestial manner. No one could open their eyes at this moment. Boom! Xiaochen seemed to be the child of the world, shouldering its immense power. His body grew in size. There was no doubt that he was borrowing the momentum of Moneyfall. Despite it being just a little portion, this was Moneyfall. Just this amount allowed him to touch the realm of an eternal. He possessed a power similar to the Falcon God. Meanwhile, the Falcon God didn't stop sending more energy to him. A pair of fiery wings grew behind him. Just one flap could sweep through the stars in the sky, causing them to explode. Buzz. Under the addition of energy, the jewel seemingly opened up with strands of light coming out. A while ago, it resembled a white expanse of chaos, but now, a primordial force has invaded this area to dispel the chaos. Boom! Xiaochen couldn't control it completely and aimed the beams of light towards the sky. Buzz! Wherever it touched, the area froze instantly into crystallized portions. Finally, it actually touched a galaxy of stars and froze it as well. A while later, after reaching the limit, this galaxy collapsed into floating bits. Your turn now. Xiaochen grabbed the jewel and aimed the dazzling beam at Li Qie. All of the mountains in the vicinity became encapsulated in ice, then collapsed altogether, even though the beam was only focused on Wuxia. Interesting, let's see how strong it is. Wuxia remained all smiles. Having said that, he turned his water swords towards Mu Shaochen. Zzz, the swords were instantly frozen. Nevertheless, the sheer quantity made the flood seems unstoppable. This freezing power exceeded everyone's imagination. It only grew stronger and managed to freeze an area of 10 million miles, trapping all of the water swords. Wuxia himself became frozen in his sword-controlling stance. The world around him, mountains and rivers, became victim to this severe change in temperature. Time and space halted as well. No one dared to come close to this area. Even the ones in the horizon couldn't stand the chill. They watched this frozen world and could see a clear light flowing within, the affinity of time. A contrast between the regular timeline outside and the frozen timeline inside the glacier created this visual phenomenon. Chapter 2371. The chill outside mimicked the chill in everyone's heart. If this beam were to hit their system, the entire place would become a large glacier, instant destruction. That's only a quasi-artifact, then just how terrifying would the real thing be? Probably enough to destroy all of myriad lineage. Someone murmured. No wonder why progenitors didn't leave behind their paragon artifacts. This power was insane. Is it over? I think he's finally dead. One ancestor talked to himself while looking at Wuxia. No physical shell can withstand that freezing force, even an eternal will die for sure. His peer stated. It's about time. People heaved a sigh of relief. Shaochen had plenty of supporters in the crowd. They placed their future on him and dared to go against Yang Radiance. If Shaochen were to lose to Wuxia, they would have a dark future waiting ahead of them. But now, his success meant that he was capable enough to lead Myriad in the future and that they have made the right choice. So what if Wuxia is strong? He's still no match for young Lord Mu. A godchild from a system sneered. Remember, the young lord is the successor of the Mu with numerous treasures. Not to mention just Wuxia, he can destroy a system with no problem. You're right, Wuxia overestimates himself. It's suicidal to go against the young lord. A saint child joined in. One ancestor sighed and said with regrets while looking at Wuxia, he lacks resources compared to the Mu and would have definitely become a great master if he didn't die here. He's really one and only. You're nothing compared to my progenitor's power. Mu Shaochen scowled at Wuxia. He turned his sight towards Wu Bingning and laughed. I told you, you chose the wrong guy. He isn't qualified to oppose me. Come and play nice in my clan, I'll let you enjoy boundless glory and splendor. Wu Bingning stared coldly at him and said, don't be so pleased with yourself just yet. You don't know who you are messing with, and even when you do, you would already be dead. The young lord laughed in response. Are you listening to yourself? But whatever, I have plenty of ways to make you willingly obey me. Wait, what is that? Someone shouted. Everyone saw a ray of light emanating from Wuxia's chest, just like a jumping spark. Buzz. Wuxia began to move against the freezing power, seemingly unaffected. His motion remained fluid and free. He walked forward, unencumbered by the ice around him. Not a single drop of water or a fragment of ice was sticking to his body after he got out of the massive glacier. You! Mu Shaochen and the rest of the crowd couldn't believe it. His quasi-artifact didn't damage Wuxia at all. Just a quasi-artifact. Wuxia gently shook his head before smiling, far inferior compared to the real thing. I can control the extremities of yin and yang. This freezing power is akin to spring where snow melts away, a tinge of coldness amidst the warm weather. I merely wished to see how strong it was, and here I am, disappointed. Testing a quasi-artifact with his own body? Jaws dropped to the ground after hearing his intention. After all, those with a tiny bit of common sense knew to use yang affinity or raw power against icy techniques instead of those water swords. Water belonged to the een and softness affinity. Using that against ice was the same as adding oil to the fire, or courting death. Li Qie made a mistake that no one else would make, but it turned out that he was only testing the artifact. A powerful ancestor felt dizzy and murmured, the guy is insane. I don't think anyone else in this world can be worse than this, using his own body to test a quasi-artifact. Is he tired of living? Li Qie smiled, a quasi-one is boring indeed. I'll test your progenitor's paragon artifact if I have a chance later, that'll be more interesting. But as for now, time to end this. Clank. He took out a red sword. When one had a better look, they would find that the thing was actually made from fire, akin to a divine sword being heated to a red shade, still under control. All of the temperature and actual flame were still stored within the blade. Even the sun felt cold in comparison. The most impressive part was not its temperature, but rather Li Qie's perfect mastery over the flame. Everyone shuddered in response. True God. Treasures? Even the world itself would instantly burn to a crisp upon touching this sword. Ashes wouldn't be left behind. Sure enough, space near the sword was melting away with a viscous distortion. Flame, another move from Finality Sword. It was the embodiment of yang and power, containing the hottest temperature in the world. Mu Shaochen became afraid right away and decided to attack with his jewel, sending another ray forward. Come. Li Qie smiled and casually swung his sword forward as well. Buzz. This was a contest between hot and cold. Evaporation filled the sky with obscurity. In the end, extreme cold lost and the terrible temperature came knocking for the Falcon God and Mu Shaochen. Boom! The youth borrowed the momentum to form a massive wall before them. In this very second, he also ran away with lightning speed, crossing through space and disappearing into the horizon. He had prepared a way out from the beginning, locking onto a different set of coordinates in order to run the moment something was wrong. Right when the Falcon God was caught off guard by this, the momentum failed and evaporated as well. Break. He used the strongest defensive technique of his life since there was no time to run. Ah! His agonizing howl echoed. The technique failed to stop the flame, so the Falcon God became nothingness, instantly evaporating without remnant ashes. Chapter 2372, Mu Shaochen didn't simply fly away. He had jumped from one set of coordinates to another, implying prudent preparation from the beginning in case of defeat. This was indeed flawless planning. Unfortunately, flawless planning couldn't accomplish anything since he met Li Qie. One strand of the flame crossed through space straight for the young lord, like a drop of molten liquid falling on top of the snow. This layer, no matter how thick it might be, wouldn't be able to stop the descent. Mu Shaochen had crossed through several coordinates already, but this single strand instantly caught up. He felt the danger and decided to take out the jewel, activating it against the incoming heat ray. Unfortunately, he couldn't activate its true power. Boom! Despite being a quasi-artifact, its dormant state left its weak, so it was blown away. Shaochen raised his speed to the limit but still couldn't escape this fire affinity. Ah! When it touched him, he instantly evaporated from this world. Nevertheless, a faint light instantly flew towards the horizon. Li Qie took note of this and chuckled, a bit interesting. He didn't give chase. Those who managed to see this scene became speechless. Though the winds were still blowing on the majestic scenery, the atmosphere in Moneyfall underwent a monumental change. The drop of a needle could be heard right now. Not long ago, Mu Shaochen was illustrious with numerous treasures and a behemoth as his backing. More important, his talents were peerless as well, commanding the respect of many systems. It could be said that he could call for winds and rains in myriad lineage. Not to mention ascenders, even eternals were willing to toil for him. His title caused people to change their expression upon hearing it. All needed to call him Young Lord Mu to show respect. But today, Fiercest destroyed everything, the Mu clan, Shaochen, supreme talents, unbeatable means. all of this couldn't reach the apex. An eternal like the falcon god failed as well, without ashes remaining, as if he had never appeared in this world. This was someone who had swept through myriad, virtually untouchable. Though he wasn't on the same level as Dracoform martial god, he was still a top dog in this world. His accomplishments and life seemed so meaningless now thanks to Li Qie. Everyone started glancing at those nearby, especially Xiao Chen's supporters. They turned pale, some even dropped down on their butts, drenched with cold sweat and unable to speak. Mu Xiaochen is finally dead, like I said, he can't act cool forever. A genius became excited after the lull. Humph, you're right, he's not part of our myriad anyway. That's what he gets for acting arrogant, getting a taste of our invincibility, dead without a grave. The fans of Cloud Crossing Princess and the other girls were happier than everyone else. Their greatest love rival was gone now, they still had a chance in the future. Li Qie is our real genius, the top existence. 3 young nobles and the saber and sword duo are nothing compared to him. Some considered Li Qie as their new source of pride, he can crush the geniuses from Imperial and Immortal too. In fact, any other progenitor from the same generation as him will be suppressed. He's a second Gao Yang. Gao Yang, huh? I think Li Qie has a chance, one ancestor murmured. Progenitor Gao Yang was an interesting case. Normally, people would be respectful regarding the title of progenitors. However, most referred to him by his real name. He was a peerless progenitor. Normally, one generation might not be able to produce one progenitor, let alone 2. However, during his era, he became one along with Cloud Crossing progenitor. Unfortunately, the latter was completely overshadowed by him. This was not to say that Cloud Crossing progenitor was weak, but Gao Yang was simply brilliant. So now, when people compared Li Qie to progenitor Gao Yang, it indicated just how highly they viewed him. He became the new pride of Myriad. There's nothing special about Imperial, like that Mu guy, he only relies on his own clan. If he was actually that amazing, he would have become a true emperor already. Not worth mentioning compared to the number 1 genius of our world, Li Qie. The youths were converted by Li Qie, especially those who considered Xiaochen to be their love rival. The sudden shift was understandable. The cultivation world has always belonged to the strong, experts were worshipped. As long as one was strong enough, people would always overlook their heinous sins. Number 1 genius? Li Qie chuckled and said, too common of a title, I prefer fiercest. Fiercest? It's a good title, much more aggressive. His fans agreed right away. He seemed uninterested in this new fame and turned towards his enemies. Anyone else wants to take care of me? Here's your chance right now while I'm still here. No one dared to say a single word, not even Xiaochen's supporters. Most were scared out of their mind already. Attacking Li Qie? Of course not, they would be thanking the heaven and earth right now if Li Qie were to ignore them. No one? Li Qie's eyes fell on the untethered. How about you, beautiful? Everyone stared at the untethered, some smiled wryly. Only fiercest would dare to tease her like this in public. She coldly responded, if you cultivate the blood-sucking art, young Radiance still has the responsibility and obligation to destroy you for Myriad's sake. If you stay by my side, wouldn't you figure that out? He continued on. The sage playfully added, you might as well take her back home so that she can take her time seeing if you have cultivated an evil art. Since you're our first disciple, Longevity Valley and Young Radiance can become in-laws too. Such a bold statement astonished the crowd. Chapter 2373, The Untethered gave a harsh glare at Longevity Sage for her comment. Though the two were antagonistic at times, they shared a similar view on many topics since they were both intelligent women. Marriage is a very big deal. Li Qie chuckled and said, not just anyone can become my wife, but the requirement is less stringent for a bed-warming maid. He didn't directly state his intention, but everyone understood. Keep in mind that the Untethered was not only the sect master of Young Radiance, powerful and talented, she was also a supreme beauty, to say the least. Many men could only look up at her, not daring to have any unnecessary thoughts. Alas, Wuxia said that she was only suitable to be a bed-warming maid, a truly incomprehensible statement. She naturally didn't take it in stride. Nevertheless, she maintained her aloof and unreachable attitude, which was strangely attractive. All right, this matter ends here if no one else wants to play. Wuxia smiled, but of course, I welcome all challengers in the future, just know to bring more experts. Don't embarrass yourself by coming with 3 or 5 ascenders. At least make it fun. How could anyone retort? Even the falcon god, an eternal, died without a grave against Wuxia. If anyone wanted to attack Wuxia now, they needed to bring eternals at the very least. Ascenders were mere cannon fodders now. Off we go. He waved towards Wu Bingning and the rest. The ladies followed him and left since no one would dare to stop them now. His departure allowed the crowd to breathe again. His presence resembled a mountain weighing down on everyone. Those who have declared their intention of killing him felt the best. They dropped to the ground and murmured, "That monster is finally gone. That person has unlimited potential, he won't stay at Myriad or even Imperial, and the future for Immortal is a better fit." One ancestor speculated. The crowd was shaken. Even the big shots among them had a hard time reaching Imperial, let alone Immortal. I don't think anyone in Myriad can take him on, well, maybe Dracoform Martial God. Another conceded. The symbol of strength in Myriad, Dracoform. People shuddered upon hearing his name. If even he couldn't face Wuxia, then Wuxia would truly be invincible in Myriad. Number 1 expert versus fiercest, who will win? Curiosity was at an all-time high. The unbeatable versus the undefeatable, a battle between these two would be immensely exciting. A contest between the young and the old, it will go down in history. The ancestors themselves became excited, wanting for this to happen as soon as possible. Regardless of the outcome, this fight will be one of the most famous in Myriad. Wuxia brought the group to a broken expanse. Stars collapsed in the sky, leaving behind meteorites. Planet-sized celestial bodies were hanging in the sky as if they were dragged down. The ground was laden with bottomless pits. Some had lava oozing out while others burned to a crisp, as hot as a cauldron. One more location was filled with corrosive and murderous intent. Imperial demise, Bingning and Shima were shocked by this apocalyptic location. A place of death, progenitors have died here too. Longevity Sage sighed and said. This place resembled hell, more than enough to instill fear into the spectators. It was the most dangerous location of Moneyfall. Calling the land here would result in summoning some incredible monsters. Rumor has it that Regalia ancestor had summoned a terrible fiend in this land. They fought and tore the world and stars asunder. The Eternals nearby trembled with fear. A progenitor's wave alone could unleash havoc. However, Regalia was never seen again after this battle. People assumed it ended with his death. From then on, this place earned the name, Imperial Demise. This infamy naturally came with skepticism. True gods came to test it out, and sure enough, none ever came out. Eternals and true emperors suffered the same fate. Due to the assured casualty, people stopped coming here. They wisened up and realized that coming here meant suiciding. Just mentioning the name of this place was enough to shock anyone. Longevity Sage's expression became serious as she stared at Wuxia. Are you sure? A progenitor has fallen here as well. There's no coming out. Wuxia laughed. Isn't my death a good thing for Longevity Valley? No need to pay back your debt then, and still got a fire seed for free. She glared at him. Nonsense, I want you to live. Plus, we have agreed to your demand. He smiled back. I'm just teasing you. Don't worry, no one can take my life, not even the villainous heaven. He glanced at the sky afterward. I must go in. He turned his profound gaze towards Imperial Demise. This is the only path. I have done what I could beforehand. The sage sighed again. She didn't know his reason for coming here, but it certainly wasn't for treasure. The risk far outweighed the potential gain. He could find treasures in many other places. Very well. She nodded. Try to live. Otherwise, our valley pretty much robbed you blind. Don't worry, I won't let anyone take advantage of me. He said. Young noble, please be careful. Shima mustered the courage to grab his hand and spoke softly. Come back alive. Bingning glared at him. This could be considered her encouragement. It's fine, the wicked lives forever while the kind-hearted dies early. Someone as bad as me is virtually immortal. Li Chia smiled and entered imperial demise without a care while the rest of the group watched with bated breath. Chapter 2374. The terror of imperial demise knows no bounds, akin to a dead world or hell itself. Danger loomed before every step in this scorched earth ravaged by flame and lava. As one infiltrated deeper, the danger only increased. There seemed to be terrible monsters hiding underground. Li Chia took his time strolling, unaffected by the surrounding perils. The lava and flame couldn't hurt him at all. After all, this was someone who successfully traveled from the 10th world to this place through the Tribulation Ocean. This place was not worth mentioning in comparison. When he released his Grand Tao, his body became the embodiment of a diamond, virtually impervious. The dead true gods and even Eternals' corpses were destroyed with nothing left behind. After all, such a nice end wasn't possible in this type of place since the destructive affinities would corrode their remains. In the darkness deep beneath the crevices, some monsters would occasionally show themselves, long tentacles and red eyes. They stared intensely at Li Chia, salivating as if he was a fat piece of meat. Just the area itself was terrifying enough, but the presence of these on-the-prowl monsters lurking in the shadows amplified the dread. People would feel as if they were trapped in an ocean of beasts. He didn't bother himself with them. With a buzzing noise, his primordial tree appeared, seemingly creating a new world with its eternal power. 3 maelstrom continued to spin above his primordial will. 12 laws poured down around him. Under this state, he didn't need to exert his aura. Just a wave was enough to crush the momentum of the world. Gods and immortals were no different than ants. Russell, these monsters quickly retreated back to the darkness, no longer daring to scheme against him. Li Chia gave them an instinctive fear. Though they were strong, intuition told them that this man was no prey, they were his meals instead. A fight would only end in their defeat. He chuckled after seeing their retreat and trekked forward until he reached the deepest area of imperial demise. The area was devastated. 10 million miles have turned into a crater. Each star in the sky crumbled and fell to the ground. Flames were still ravaging the bottom of these pits, continuing to burn deeper into the ground. It looked as if the sun had been knocked down and drained completely by someone, leaving only a little spark behind. Furthermore, numerous weapons were left behind. A massive spear was pinned on top of a star, broken. One corner of a shield insisted on floating in the sky. One more heavenly sword was at the bottom of an abyss. It emitted stormy runes and laws, capable of crushing the firmaments. If outsiders were to see this, they would be scared out of their mind. They were famous weapons belonging to at least Eternals. In the end, these existences still lost, their weapons destroyed. One could only imagine the great battles that have waged here. One thing stood out among the destruction, a towering mountain, completely unaffected across the ages. A palace presided at the top, seemingly made from bronze with an ancient style. It was covered in a thick layer of rust by this point. Li Chia revealed a smile upon seeing the palace and walked on the air to reach the top. The first sensation was a chill, not from cold air but rather an emotional one. People would instinctively shudder despite not seeing anything horrifying. This painted a clear picture, something was extremely dangerous ahead. Of course, this meant nothing to Li Chia. It didn't look that big from the outside, but upon entering, it resembled an entire world with a dark sky above. Li Chia didn't need to go far before seeing a faint, holy light wanting to expel the darkness of this world. He got close enough to see that it was a gray robe. Judging by its size, the wearer must have had a large stature. Instead of laying on the ground, it looked as if there was someone still wearing it while sitting down even though there was no one there. The robe remained there with an eternal will. Its light might be faint, but its holiness left no room for doubt. No evil creature could ever come close. Regalia. It was obvious whom the robe belonged to. Back then, Regalia Ancestor called out this terrible area. This resulted in a progenitor-level fight. No one saw him coming back out. Just what kind of creature did he face in here? Li Qie shook his head at this sight and was interrupted by loud footsteps. These steps made people narrow their eyes, feeling as if the hair all over their body was about to explode. He turned back and saw a shadow appearing in this empty palace. Boom! The broken stars in the sky detonated. Not to mention regular true gods, even Eternals would be suppressed before this terrifying aura. The shadow wasn't big, but it made everything else seem small in comparison. It could easily destroy a true emperor. All of Moneyfall quaked after its appearance. Chapter 2375. The vibration felt across Moneyfall wasn't deafening, yet everyone could feel it in their heart as if something had just exploded. The knowledge of something terrifying lurking in the shadows overwhelmed them. Imperial demise. All gazes turned towards this land. Even those who didn't know about imperial demise turned their head in the right direction because it was the source of this terrible feeling. Indeed. One ancestor murmured, maybe the shadow monster in there has awakened, the thing that killed Regalia Ancestor. Who disturbed it? The big shots turned pale while trembling. That's suicidal, but I suppose the person already seeks death. That's the only explanation for entering imperial demise. A sect master replied. Numerous experts were startled. Though they didn't know who it was, they thought that this person was insane. Boom! The shadow didn't speak before unleashing a destructive palm strike. Everything returned to the origin by this power. Time and space became nothingness. Only a progenitor would be able to stop an attack of this level. Li Qie became amused. You are lost, halt and show me the way to the real Moneyfall. He was holding a bubbling eye made of water, obtained from Beast Coin City where the Kuei underwent a massive change. Buzz. This circular bubble became resplendent, able to illuminate the entire world and expel all the darkness in this land. The shadow was turned to wisps of black smoke and sucked in by the bubble. It was scared and wanted to run. However, the two things seemed to be one, so this fusion was inevitable. It didn't take long before the shadow was completely absorbed and placed in the center of the bubble. Now the eye was finally completed. Just a while ago, it was only a white eyeball without the black pupil. The eye moved around in Li Qie's hand in a creepy manner. He took a look and chuckled, this is your true form. Lead the way. It seemed that the eye could understand him. With a buzzing noise, it turned increasingly bright and started to melt in this blinding radiance. It took a liquid form and became a lake, but in the center was a mass of darkness. This darkness began a stair-like vortex leading to a deeper part of the lake. Li Qie began walking on the steps. Pop! Space seemed to be melting as well, becoming one with the water. Finally, no one could distinguish between the two affinities any longer. Meanwhile, he made it farther and finally disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, divine beams shot out of Vermilion Martial Court and lit up the entire system, affecting the sky of myriad lineage. An invincible aura emerged as a figure soared to the sky. The existences in Vermilion felt the pressure and got on their knees. Dracoform Martial God. People were rightfully horrified. Dracoform Martial God is coming into being. This shocking news swept through the world. All systems and powerful ancestors became startled. This number one expert was virtually peerless in Myriad. He hasn't appeared in a long time, so he was more of a legend now. People would only occasionally brought him up during story time. An ancestor murmured, "A storm is coming to Myriad. What is actually worth the martial god coming out?" Boom! Someone broke through the spatial fabric of Moneyfall and instantly made it there. A majestic aura permeated this area and shocked the crowd. Cloud-crossing falcon god had appeared, but he didn't have the same aura as this one. People looked up towards the horizon and saw an old man approaching. He wore a gray robe, lacking the same fanfare as other experts. However, each of his steps made the earth tremble. He appeared experienced, still stately despite his old age. The first impression was that he was an unstoppable martial artist. His body was perfect, devoid of unnecessary muscles or fat. Dracoform martial god. One ancestor shouted. "He's here." The crowd became astonished and filled with dread, yet they couldn't avert their eyes. Dracoform didn't need to show off his aura, just each step already garnered enough attention. Martial god, Wu Bingning knew what was about to happen. She tried to escape, but it was too late. It looked like he was only walking from the horizon, but once she took action, the next step of his allowed him to appear before her. To him, 10 million miles only took a single step to cross. Chapter 2376. Dracoform didn't seem like an imperious old man since he was quite simple-looking, on the verge of returning to the origin. However, he commanded attention at all times as if he was the center of the world. The sudden jolt made Bingning stagger backward. "Child, you have been gone long enough and should have had enough fun, time to go back now." He stared at her like a kind senior instead of scolding her. Her expression changed. "Ancestor, I have left the martial court and won't be returning." "Sorry to trouble you." "Ridiculous, the martial court is your home. Where else can you go? Just return with me." He shook his head and said. His mannerisms didn't match up to people's expectations. He seemed so friendly, just like a kind grandpa instead of the strongest being in Myriad. In their mind, each of his actions and words should be imperious and arrogant. People should only look up at him. "Ancestor, I apologize for my lack of filial piety, but I have made up my mind." She remained firm and shook her head. "Nonsense, come back now." He raised his hand and instantly sealed her. She couldn't move at all and was pulled to his side. "Senior, why the need to make it so difficult? Just let them be free." Longevity Sage's whisker suddenly swept over in order to take Bingning back. She knew that she wasn't a match for Dracoform, but sitting idly and watch wasn't her style. Dracoform gently flicked his finger and managed to repel the whisker without any problem. She didn't try again, realizing that the gap between them was the difference between heaven and earth. "Don't worry, Sage, this is a good thing." Dracoform remained friendly. "I'm busy right now and can't visit your system. Please tell Brother Fong that it has been a long time, and when time permits, I'll come to see him." Dracoform was also graceful and cool, not just skilled in martial arts. The sage put her whisker away and sighed, knowing that she couldn't change the tide. "Senior, I will let the ancestor know." Brother Fong was Longevity Lord, the strongest ancestor of this system. Alas, few knew about this unfathomable ancestor because of his reclusiveness. However, one could easily imagine how powerful he was because of Dracoform's respectful address. "Let's go." He turned to leave with Wu Bingning. She couldn't refuse because of the seal rendering her immobile. The crowd watched the whole thing while contemplating the significance. They found it strange that Dracoform himself would come out just for a junior. In a few days, Vermilion Martial Court shall become in-laws with the Mu clan. We welcome everyone at the celebration. He left this message as he was leaving. Everyone could hear it clearly, as if he was standing next to them. A marriage? The crowd was shocked. Who in the Mu clan? They wondered. The bride would certainly be Wu Bingning, but what about the groom's side? Mu Xiaochen? No, he was killed by fiercest already. Everyone saw his death, not even his ashes were left behind. I'm afraid he's still alive. An ancestor from an old system revealed. Impossible, I witnessed the whole thing. One skeptic argued. That just means you didn't see it clearly enough. Right when Mu Xiaochen was burnt to a crisp, a tiny ray escaped, probably him. The ancestor replied. A remnant soul should be useless since it was broken down to a tiny ray, you can't live again from that. Another said. Not for the Mu clan. The ancestor mused, I heard a rumor that the progenitor of the Mu had obtained an incomplete scripture with an art for immortality. Those who cultivate it are extremely hard to kill. Just one strand of soul is more than enough for them to live on. Really? The person replied, so the members of that clan are unkillable? It's just a rumor, but Mu Xiaochen is most likely alive due to this heaven-defying art. Killing him can't be that easy. The ancestor said. An art for immortality, huh? People began to daydream. Then the martial goddess will have to marry Mu Xiaochen? Someone else brought this up. Everyone knew that she didn't want to marry him. Alas, a junior like her, or anyone else for that matter, couldn't oppose Dracoform. I don't think it's just a simple marriage, it might be a provocation towards Fiercest too. A sect master speculated. That's true. Everyone agreed. This should have been an internal matter, except Wu Bingning was on Li Qia's camp after leaving her system. She seemed to be a staunch supporter of his and they shared an intimate relationship. Where did Fiercest go right now? People realized that Li Qia was nowhere to be found. Maybe he's afraid of Dracoform martial god? One of Xiaochen's supporters found the courage to speak again. I dare you to say that in front of him. An expert gave him a look of contempt. You think he is afraid of anyone? A guy who killed Eternal and the successor of the Mu would be afraid of Dracoform martial god? Fiercest had killed plenty of people from Coiling Dragon in various systems. More than 10,000 experts and ancestors probably died in the last fight. As if he would be scared of Dracoform martial god. The guy is willing to fight against the entire world. Others chastised. At this point in time, no one thought that Li Qia would be afraid of Dracoform martial god. The support became embarrassed and didn't dare to open his mouth again. Nevertheless, speculation came about. Some said that he was in isolated cultivation, others said that he had entered Imperial Demise. Imperial Demise, really now? The latter news shocked everyone. Of course, no one actually saw him entering with their own eyes. This was strictly speculation. The majority denied this possibility since only an insane person would do so. A fight between the strongest and fiercest is inevitable. One ancestor concluded. The crowd naturally became excited and couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 2377. During the furor outside, Li Qia had reached the deepest area of Moneyfall, a massive dimension. He has been walking down the stairs of darkness for a long time, only to be met with endless space. Falling down would mean ceasing to exist. He looked around with a piercing glare, wishing to see through everything. Finally, he took out a handful of white sands. They emitted a faint light just like pearls in the night. He traded coins for these specks of sand with the ants. People were laughing at him for doing so, but they weren't aware of their uses. Of course, it was useless to know since they couldn't reach this place either. He blew away the sand into the endless space with one breath. They looked like fireflies flying around, quite a beautiful scene. Their glow wasn't radiant, but it was still helpful in this dark space. As they drifted farther away, their glow became distant before disappearing from sight. The stagnating and suffocating darkness returned once more, as it always has been. This silence seemed to be a greeting for something on the verge of awakening. After a long period, a soft pop was heard with a rippling in space as if something was being lifted open. Beautiful light began to leak from somewhere like the opening of a world. The intensity increased until calling it an ocean of light was an understatement. The entire place became resplendent, covered in this warm and non-blinding light. The place emitting the light was full of stars and galaxies as well. It had an azure color, filling this area with life. Suddenly, this was interrupted by another popping sound akin to a cover being pushed down. The world fell into darkness again. The beautiful light disappeared without a trace. A very beautiful and gasp-worthy eye, unfortunately, the world won't see it. He smiled and murmured, of course, it might not be a good thing for it to come out. He took out an order, the one he got from the final level of Bewildering Palace. If I'm not mistaken, this order belongs to you, so in accordance with the rules, I am allowed to make a request. He raised it and chuckled. Pop. The light poured down again as the beautiful world appeared once more. However, Li Chia was right, it was actually a massive eye. The stars and galaxies were actually just part of it. If one eye was already this big, just how large would the person be? Truly unfathomable. Perhaps one couldn't even begin to imagine how a creature got this big, perhaps the largest being in existence. The phrase, close one's eyes and darkness comes, open and welcome dawn, was in full effect here. All existences seemed tiny in comparison. How could they compare to a vast expanse? Plus, this vast expanse was only one eye. Li Chia was smaller than the tiniest speck of dust before it. Speak. After a careful gaze at Li Chia, the eye finally spoke using its divine intent. The receiving end wasn't the ear but rather the heart. If one tried to listen, they wouldn't hear anything. Only the heart could sense it. This sound wasn't limited by languages, it could directly convey its will. Li Chia smiled. Moneyfall is not a land of death, only a container of something unimaginable. If people were to find out the truth about this monster, they would be scared out of their mind. He declared, according to the rules, you need to fulfill my demand. What do you want? The voice came again. Immortal pills? Artifacts? Techniques? Or an invincible body? No, those are too common. Li Chia shook his head. I wouldn't be here if they were my goal, for plenty of other places have them. Plus, the ones I truly want? You can't provide them anyway. The strands emanating from the eye intensified. Just one strand alone could kill an eternal or light up a world. What do you want? The voice expressed zero emotion, no one could read its mood. I want to borrow your eye to take a look, that's all. He answered. Borrow my eye? To look at what? The intent replied. You already know, since I need to borrow your eye to see it. What I want to see is not the present or the future or the past of this land. I wish to observe an older age, a period that has been erased from existence. If it doesn't exist, then it can't be seen. Li Chia spoke with certainty. Others can't see it, but you can, not because you understand it, but because it is in your memory. The intent didn't answer right away this time, seemingly pondering. I once said that I need an answer. Perhaps I already know this answer, but before making up my mind, I need to see it for myself. You can go to that place to take a look. The intent spoke. I will, but before that, I need to learn about this period in order to fully understand my enemies and the ultimate terror. That's why I need to borrow your eye for a bit. Having said that, Li Chia's eyes became profound enough to pierce through this vast expanse, all the way to the depth of the pupil. The intent took its time before answering. I can refuse a demand like this. Li Chia said, perhaps, but since I am already standing here, I won't take no for an answer. You won't be able to refuse. I will see it. Chapter 2378. The Great Eye focused on Li Chia, causing an eruption of stars. It eventually answered, to see through my eye is not just destruction, it is damnation. So many heroes have fallen to the darkness, unable to stand strong after borrowing my sight. I thank you for your consideration. Li Chia smiled. Perhaps I am not the strongest in history and certainly not the most brilliant, but my Tao heart allows me to stand tall. The intent took its time thinking before speaking. So be it, prepare yourself. With that, the eye squinted. A magnificent scene appeared, like the instant collapse of numerous galaxies and forced to converge onto a single point. Boom! It sent off a pulse containing the power of these galaxies with a power greater than a Big Bang. Previously, Everlasting Kingdom had also gathered the power of a sect to send out a pulse. This pulse was akin to a drop of water amidst the storm compared to this one. Even Yang Radiance or Vermilion Martial Court would turn to dust in a split second before this pulse. True emperors and eternals were no match. Progenitors would find themselves in a precarious situation before something so mighty. Pop! When the pulse struck Li Chia, he wasn't sent flying right away. Crack! Under its bombardment, his body disintegrated. His muscles and bones shot out like specks of dust. Remember, his physical body has experienced numerous trials. Once he activated its strongest state, he wouldn't have a problem withstanding a heavenly tribulation directly. This pulse was far worse. The primordial will appeared and the 3 maelstrom began to rotate to stop the pulse. His 12 laws poured down for more protection. Boom! The pulse became brighter. The death of 1,000,000 suns wouldn't have the same intensity. This was the limit of luminosity. At this point, even progenitors might not be able to stop this pulse. Keep in mind that this was only a single glare from the eye. Li Chia's 13 palaces instantly turned into an ancient expanse, allowing him to jump above everything as if he was the ruler of the high heaven. My law is eternal, he chanted. The primordial tree opened an entirely new epoch. A world came into existence from the chaos with life starting again under his reign. His one thought could bring about light, another could turn it to darkness. One to create an immortal, another to become a devil. He could create celestial bodies and everything in existence, yin in one hand and yang in the other. He became as great as creation itself. Progenitors would need to run before this form of Li Chia, unless they were seeking death. Only a being like this I could force Li Chia to go all out. Progenitors weren't qualified to do so. Rumble. Li Chia pushed against the pulse and began walking towards the depth of the eye. Each step was walking on a temporal period, tracing back to the very source in order to see a non-existing past. No one could ever research this period. For example, Samsara wild ancestor could go back to his own period on the river of time. However, if he were standing here right now, he couldn't reach the incoming years in front of his step because this had exceeded his limit. He would go on forever, only to find nothing but failure. Li Chia finally returned to the source and saw a great explosion. Everything was back to the beginning, no 3 immortals, no 10th and 9 worlds, no light, no darkness. During these long-forgotten years, the terror reigned. Supremes and invincible beings were mere ants, serving as food. Hopelessness pervaded. This was the real source of darkness. Samsara used to call himself this, which was true only to his own epoch. Compared to this real source, what he did was only child's play. Before this terror, how could one find hope? This went on for generations, eras, epochs happened like the blink of an eye. Not to mention normal people, even great overlords and supremes surrendered to evil. Like the eye had said, this terrible history could make one give up. Who would actually want to witness this reality? This is what I was searching for. The answer has been in the heart of everyone. Only through knowledge will I be able to win. Li Chia murmured. His Dao heart allowed him to stay sane. Though power was crucial, a fortified mind was even more important. Otherwise, the weak-minded masters would only add to the suffering, becoming the claws of darkness. Li Chia continued testing his Dao heart against this dark history. Meanwhile, it was very exciting in myriad lineage. Vermilion Martial Court has sent wedding invitations to all the systems and big shots in myriad. Mu Shaochen and Wu Bingning will have a great ceremony at the Martial Court. This might be the grandest wedding ceremony within the last few generations. Anyone with just a little fame had a chair waiting for them. We welcome everyone to join in this celebration. Of course, Brother Li Chia is included. After all, not too many can defeat me. Mu Shaochen showed his face and released this provocative statement. The crowd was astonished by the audacity of this guy. Utterly defeated yet still want to go against Li Chia again? He wants to go to the death. An expert said. Nevertheless, this type of provocation was effective and rather domineering. Everyone knew that Wu Bingning belonged to Fiercest's camp. Xiao Chen is still alive. This might have something to do with the Mu's immortal art. An old ancestor shuddered after finding out. Being turned into nothingness yet still alive? This particular art was quite heaven-defying. Well, even if Xiao Chen has more ace cards up his sleeve, he still can't take on Fiercest. The majority had no confidence in him. Not long ago, they thought he could sweep through the world uncontested, but after witnessing Li Qia's strength, they had a new perspective. Chapter 2379. Maybe Mu Xiaochen isn't a match for Fiercest, but don't forget about Dracoform Martial God. He will definitely be on Xiaochen's side to stop Fiercest from interfering with their marriage. One expert jumped in. Right, and his title as Myriad's #1 expert is completely justified. Even if Fiercest is crazily strong enough to overwhelm him, he'll be at the martial court since that's where the marriage is taking place, someone else's territory. Dracoform Martial God has a great advantage. An ancestor speculated. That's true, Dracoform Martial God might be the best system controller in Vermilion. Let's say he can't muster all of the Dao Source's power, it should still be terrifying enough, perhaps doubling his power or even more. The power of Vermilion's Dao Source was well documented. It wasn't only created by the martial ancestor but has also been blessed by numerous true emperors and eternals. Some even said that it couldn't be weaker compared to Yang Radiance. Thus, Dracoform possessing the power of his system would be something quite amazing. A high-level true emperor might be suppressed in that place. The young versus the old, it's a must-watch. Myriad lineage became excited. The guests didn't care about their own schedule and quickly rushed for Vermilion. Remember, grand weddings were common, but a fight between Fiercest and Dracoform was once in a lifetime. It would certainly go down in history, so missing it would be quite a shame. Wu Bingning was anxious despite only being under house arrest right now. Little one, don't worry, when the time comes, we old men will help you run away. Though the ancestor has been pushing this marriage, but if you really don't want it, we'll come up with something. We might not be as influential as great ancestor, but it will be fine. An ancestor next to her said. This was a member of the coalition that attacked Insane Court back then. They remembered their debt to her. Prior to this, she was a pampered jewel, beloved by the ancestors. Though they couldn't change Dracoform's mind, they would definitely help her in this endeavor. Ancestor, I'm not worried about myself. Wu Bingning gently shook her head. Young Noble Li will definitely come on the wedding day, so I'm worried about our system. A disaster is not what I want to see, so I hope Ancestor Dracoform can change his mind. She was telling the truth since she didn't hate the martial court and the seniors did treat her quite well. Furthermore, Li Qia will appear and Mu Xiaochen was only courting death. Thus, being dragged down in this mess would be disastrous, for a furious Li Qia would kill everything in his path. The martial court might turn to ashes. Don't worry, our court has been standing for so long, weathering numerous storms. We can handle Li Qia since his power can't be unlimited. The ancestor shook his head and smiled. No, ancestor, you don't know young Noble Li. Bingning's expression hardened. Anyone else, however strong they may be, might not be able to destroy our court, but this is not the case for him. We won't be able to stop him and our destruction depends on his whim. She has stayed with Li Qia for a long time, so she was aware of his personality and abilities. That's an exaggeration. The ancestor remained skeptical and optimistic. All right, I admit that he is very strong, perhaps just as strong as great ancestor, but that's not enough. I'm sure he's unstoppable in Insane Court, but this is Vermilion Court. Our ancestor will be unbeatable since he has control of the Dao system's power. The entire power of the system won't do either, unless he is the reincarnation of martial ancestor, but that probably isn't enough either. Bingning said with gravity, trust me, young Noble Li is the most terrifying existence I have ever seen. He is at least at the progenitor level. So, I ask you, is great ancestor at this level? This ancestor became serious as well after seeing her expression and took it more seriously. There was a reason why she was chosen as the next successor, and she was very knowledgeable as well. Their dracoform martial god was mighty indeed, but he still had a way to go compared to their progenitor. At the very least, he hasn't reached the everlasting level. Only an everlasting eternal would be able to challenge a progenitor. Maybe we need to take this seriously. The ancestor spoke with a serious inflection, but changing great ancestor's mind will be very challenging. I want to see him again in order to convince him to stop this. She said. That's meaningless. The ancestor disagreed. Great ancestor has already made up his mind. Plus, he wants Mu Shaochen's 12 variations. Nothing is more important than this for him. Mu Shaochen might not have the real variations, but young Noble Li definitely does. She continued. The ancestor looked at her and remained skeptical. I doubt it. Mu Shaochen's talents are indeed extraordinary and great ancestor trusts this, thinking that he will be able to find the lost techniques. Even if Li Qia actually has the 12 variations like you said, he won't believe you. He paused for a moment before elaborating. Li Qia is an outsider that has never visited Vermilion, so how could he know the 12 variations? That's not the case for Mu Shaochen. They have been researching this at the tower with a degree of success. Great ancestor saw Shaochen's derivation ability with his own eyes. The guy really has a chance to find them again through his comprehension. Well, Bingning didn't know what to say. She agreed that Dracoform wouldn't believe her. Unless, you can get Li Qia to perform the 12 variations in front of Great Ancestor. He will believe you then. The ancestor said. That's impossible. Bingning smiled wryly. Though Li Qia looked amicable enough at times, he was unreasonably arrogant. Even their strongest Dracoform wouldn't earn any respect from him. Why should Li Qia perform the 12 variations? The guy wouldn't give a damn about Dracoform's opinion and stance. The moment Dracoform stood in his way, Li Qia would kill him without any hesitation. Thus, this idea was impassable. Then I'm out of idea. The ancestor gave up. She pondered for a bit before sincerely asking, I need your help. Speak, little one, we're not strangers, no need to be so reserved. I've watched you grow up. He smiled. I hope you can go see young Noble Li before he enters our system and give him my letter. She requested. This was the only thing she could do, feeling unsure whether she could save her system or not. Chapter 2380. The atmosphere in Myriad was one of excitement. Everyone waited for Fiercest to appear and the stench of blood. The world would quake before his coming. Pop. Space was ripped apart and a person emerged. Looks quite fun. He glanced around and said. Fiercest, he's here. A spectator recognized him right away. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing his presence and all eyes turned towards him. He was the hottest character in Myriad right now, not just within the young generation. Only Dracoform had a comparable prestige in the contemporary. The show is about to begin, same with the storm of blood. Someone else murmured. No one knew where he was a while ago, but it didn't matter right now. After returning from Moneyfall, the sage spoke to him. He had an amazing harvest and saw what he wanted through the gigantic eye. His expression carried a hint of brutality, a bit different from the past. Those who knew him were aware that this was his expression before a massacre. He glanced briefly towards the martial court in the far horizon and smiled. I'm nice enough to assist people if they wish to die. The crowd shuddered in response, feeling a chill coursing down their spine. Such provocation would be laughed at in the past, but they were ready for a massacre now. Fiercest always followed up his threat with blood. Ha ha ha. A burst of hearty laughter came about as Mu Shaochen appeared above the martial court. Today is a joyous occasion for me, marrying the martial goddess. I welcome you. Li Qia's provocation was swiftly countered. Pluff. Mu Shaochen suddenly stopped by a finger strike from Li Qia. It pierced through his chest and blood gushed out as he fell on his back. Keep in mind that Li Qia was nowhere near the system yet despite the distance, just one finger strike from him ended Mu Xiaochen. Many started thinking that maybe Dracoform couldn't be that much stronger than Fiercest even with the help of his system. I can't be killed. This is our clan's art of immortality. Xiaochen eventually got up and shouted. It's just one hidden soul. Li Qia leisurely, calling this an art of immortality is just a joke. Don't worry, I will make your death gruesome. Looks like you do know quite a bit. We'll be waiting for you at the martial court for my marriage ceremony. He snorted before disappearing. Everyone realized that he was just trying to provoke and lead Li Qia to the court, straight into his trap. There was no way Li Qia would let this go since Wu Bingning was one of his followers despite being aware of the traps. Well, today is a good day to kill. Li Qia looked at the sky before flying for Vermilion. Fiercest is going there. It didn't take long before more and more people started heading towards Vermilion. The martial court became lively and crowded with numerous guests. This fight is totally worth watching, don't miss it. You better start betting too. Test your luck. The gamblers had their fun. The news of this battle spread across all of Myriad. The excitement was at an all-time high. The disappointment would be palpable if they chose to not fight. Discussions began everywhere. Does the Mu clan really have an art for immortality? People saw Xiaochen coming back to life multiple times and began asking their seniors and ancestors. If such a thing truly existed, everyone would covet this knowledge. Perhaps, but who knows to what level? One old ancestor with information on the Mu said, Fiercest said it earlier. Xiaochen is hiding one soul, so he only has 2 souls with him, rendering him unkillable. Looks like the legend is true, their progenitor has really found an incomplete version of a heavenly scripture. He was right. The Mu had something like this, albeit, it wasn't true immortality. After obtaining an incomplete scripture, their progenitor created this undying art. As long as the user hid away one of their souls, they would be extremely hard to kill. There were negative side effects. By taking away one soul, the user's cultivation would become stifled, most likely unable to become a true emperor or progenitor. Mu Xiaochen chose to do it. Despite his supreme talents, he didn't care for cultivation and hated putting in the effort. This made his cultivation far inferior to his eldest brother. What he could do was understanding numerous merit laws and perfecting the lost legacy of their clan. Thus, he was extremely valuable to the clan, so they wanted him to cultivate this undying art. Though it would weaken his cultivation, the benefits outweighed the cons for someone who didn't put in the hard work. It was enough to satisfy him. Thus, the guy remained confident and boisterous despite knowing that he was no match for Li Qia. As long as his one soul was still at the Mu, so what if Li Qia was stronger? Li Qia seemed to be taking a stroll, but each step was covering a massive distance. The martial court's atmosphere became quite tense. Its members readied their weapons while trembling with trepidation. Certain sects in the system have actually already activated their best formations. Though he could sense the fluctuation in powers, Li Qia ignored all of this and leisurely arrived with a smile on his face. Chapter 2381. Vermilion was one of the strongest systems in Myriad lineage. In fact, some even believed that it was only second to Yang Radiance. Martial Ancestor also spent a lot of effort when creating this system. This was a progenitor full of legends, praised to be a peerless martial artist with amazing techniques. According to the tales, he found a heavenly stone carved with a scripture containing numerous profound Tao. He greatly benefited from it and created his own path. Rumor has it that his 12 variations came from this stone. While walking on Vermilion, one would feel a mighty force resonating, different from the powers of the other systems. Normally, these were pure powers left behind by the progenitors after refining the land. As for Vermilion, its power was filled with deep intensive martial arts. Each vibration seemed to encompass a particular technique. Because of this clear sensation, some believed that the martial ancestor had fused his lifelong learning into the land, including the 12 variations. Thus, anyone who could understand the power of this system could also gain its merit laws. Numerous have tried before to no avail. It seemed that only those who have learned his legacy chants could comprehend the mysteries here. Li Chia walked on this land and chuckled, a familiar sensation and rhythm, all derived from a single word. It didn't take long before he made it to the outskirts of the martial court despite his leisure pace. However, he was blocked by someone. This person wore a robe, concealing their face. "Young noble Li, I have a message for you from someone. Please take a look." This person handed him a letter then disappeared. Li Chia opened it and smiled after finishing reading. The letter turned to ashes right after. It was personally written by Wu Bingning, whose goal was to beseech for the martial court. After all, this was her home, so she didn't want it to be destroyed by Li Chia. Silly girl. He shook his head. Of course, he would act with propriety in this matter. While standing outside, one would see that the martial court was powerful and majestic, no different from a sacred ground. Vermilion was a system acting as an independent world with numerous sects and clans. The stronger clans numbered in the thousands. The center of power was the martial court. This has always been the case since its foundation. Inside were sky-piercing mountains and floating palaces with a sun and moon. Rivers and mountains, sacred legacies and sanctified grounds. Flood dragons soared around in the sky with other auspicious beasts below. Li Chia chuckled since the gate was closed for him. They clearly didn't welcome this guest. In fact, among the citadels up in the clouds were nervous guards clenching their spear tightly. Boom! Li Chia took the first step into the court and the massive gate crumbled instantly. The entire court trembled from the force of his stomp and walls began to fall. That's fiercest for you, domineering like no one else. People glanced at each other, some even gave him a thumbs up. The last time this happened was numerous generations ago. An older cultivator smiled wryly. Who else in the world would dare to do something like this? It was akin to slapping the martial court straight in the face and asking for an irreconcilable feud. Boom! 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 As the walls were fallen down, armored guards also descended from the sky. Each carried a great bloodthirst. Clank! They aimed their spear, exuding sharp glint straight at him. Lightning currents coursed through their weapon, seemingly wielding the power of the heavenly tribulation. Imperial Guards. A sect master said, one of the strongest legions of Vermilion, I wonder what they can do. Intruder, please leave. One of the guards uttered coldly, those who enter the court must follow the rules of visiting. Otherwise? Li Chia interrupted with a faint smile. Otherwise, it is considered an insult and an invis. The guard replied. This particular legion would find a forceful showing like this a provocation, never allowing for escalation. Li Chia interrupted him, that's what I'm indeed doing, are you prepared to stop me? Kill. The guard furiously gave out the command. Clank. The tip of their spears pulsed with sharp arcs just like the blades, virtually unstoppable. Very well. Li Chia casually raised his hand in response. Buzz. A world appeared in his palm with resplendent stars. Get back. A warning shout resounded, but it was too late. Ugh, blood gushed out after Li Chia through this tiny world like a flying dagger. The guards were skilled enough to switch to a defensive stance with their spear, but it was useless. How could they actually stop a revolving world? One by one, they were decapitated as blood scattered out of their gaping neck. This rain of blood soaked the ground. More than 1,000 members of the Imperial Guards were decapitated before finishing their first technique. They had no chance to fight before someone like Li Chia. The difference in power was immense. The spectators took a deep breath. Vermilion's powerful legion couldn't stop a single move from Li Chia. He was showing off his terrifying abilities once more. How disappointing. Li Chia gently shook his head. Open Woodman Alley. An old woman gave out a command inside the martial court. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Windchaser Matron, Dracoform's disciple. "Won't give up until you see the coffin, I see." Li Chia shook his head and said, "Little animal, you can boast after you get through Woodman Alley." The matron shouted while gritting her teeth. She swore that the blatant humiliation suffered must be dealt with. Moreover, she was the biggest supporter of the marriage between her system and the Mu. She definitely wouldn't allow for anyone to ruin it. What a failure of a disciple taught by the so-called #1 expert of Myriad. Li Chia mocked. "We'll see about that, little animal. Woodman Alley will trap you." The matron shouted again. Rumble. Mist suddenly filled the sky while the earth quaked as if something was rising from underground. Chapter 2382, The mist engulfed the streets, turning them into a blurred mess. It eventually dispersed and a long street appeared before Li Chia, seemingly with no end. It looked to be built from an old era. The years have polished everything and left marks on the street. Both sides had willow trees stirring gently to the wind. The buildings were made from wood. This painted a simple picture with an indescribable ambience. Woodman Alley. An ancestor quietly repeated. Many didn't know what was going on. This street contained ancient architectures, looking quite cozy with an idyllic grace. "What is it?" a young genius asked right away. His ancestor answered, "It is a powerful mechanism personally made by martial ancestor. Each step is a technique. When one walks through it completely, they will learn all the techniques of the court. Furthermore, these techniques contain the power of their progenitor, so this is a place where their true emperors are tested. In other words, only powerful true emperors can finish this path." Who would have thought that the matron would use it on an outsider today? The court has produced many emperors, but not all of them could make it all the way through. "I think there have been less than 5. A different ancestor added. Everyone held their breath after hearing their ancestors. They wanted to see how Li Chia would make it through. They were relatively confident in him since he was someone on the same level as Dracoform. The question became, how? Li Chia smiled and trekked forward. After taking the first step on the street, a wooden fist appeared. It carried the might of the progenitor and the power of the stars. This punch was no different from a galaxy descending down with unlimited power, more than enough to destroy an ascender or force an eternal back. Li Chia easily deflected with a wave and took a second step only to be met with a finger strike. This wooden finger could crush the celestials, encompassing 800 changes in variations, completely surrounding him in the process. Li Chia simply knocked in the air and was able to take the third step. The third step looked like a Buddha subduing evil with a force belonging to the Yang affinity. All evils would certainly turn to ashes. This was easily solved with a wave of his hand again before he took the fourth step. The 4 steps took a long time to explain but happened so quickly. Each step didn't rely on speed but rather a smooth mastery without any trouble. His speed increased continuously until the last step. To a normal mortal, the entire process from the start to the end of the street only took the blink of an eye. The other spectators only saw the after images of his swift movements before he appeared right in front of the matron. Rumble. The techniques found on the streets suddenly crumbled. A wooden punch had stars in its grasp, but due to an imbalance of power, the stars moved from the initial trajectory and the punch shattered. The finger strike that could destroy the sky had all of its power condensed in the same place. This destructive power was unimaginable. However, this channeling passage was sealed so the built-up power in the finger blew up. The Buddha palm exerted an unreal pressure on everything beneath. Space itself seemed to be lifted upward. However, it also lost control of its power, resulting in a backlash from below. The palm was destroyed by its own sealing force. Li Chia used such simple motions to deal with each technique, like a flick of the finger or a hand wave. Boom! Eventually, the street itself exploded in entirety and became ruins. He didn't destroy it, but the implosions of techniques losing control over their own power had this result. Everyone was astounded because they couldn't perceive the transpired events nor his actual methods. Incredible, so cleverly done. One powerful ancestor praised after seeing some clues, enough to reach the apogee. Success or failure was determined within the tiniest margin. This was too shocking for those who could understand because Li Qie didn't waste his own power. His minute actions were perfect, the culmination of accuracy and precision. This allowed him to unstabilize the techniques from the wooden street. He had full control over such little details and imperfections from the techniques. Apogee, the profundity that he had comprehended from the cliff. He also named this merit law as such. From now on, Vermilion Martial Court would no longer have this alleyway. How about now? He chuckled while standing before the matron. The matron was naturally aghast and couldn't react until she heard his voice next to her. She retreated as fast as she humanly could. Not even in her dream would she ever see something like this, the test of true emperors being defeated so fast by Li Qie. Alas, her speed was meaningless. With a loud blast, Li Qie's palm came crashing down like a millstone. Time and space became frozen. A powerful ascender like her couldn't move at all. Boom! All shattered along with her body. "Master, save me!" she screamed, terror-stricken. Alas, Dracoform didn't appear to save his disciple. Her body immediately turned into a mist of blood and dispersed. The entire scene became silent, everyone stared at the outcome speechlessly. The most shocking thing was not her death, but rather that it had happened in Vermilion, right under Dracoform's nose. Chapter 2383. The crowd was naturally in disbelief. Why didn't the strongest of myriad try to save his own disciple when it was on his own territory? Anyone else? Li Qie stood there with the same grin as always. "Fellow Daoist, if you are here as a guest, then welcome inside. But if you want to cause trouble, please leave. My disciple was stubborn and obstreperous, she deserves what happened today for not knowing when to back off." Dracoform's voice came about. People were even more surprised to see him dropping the issue of his disciple's death. In their mind, he would surely become furious and want revenge. This didn't seem to be the case at all. Li Qie smiled. "It's not hard to make me leave. First, release Wu Bingning, she'll come with me. Second, hand over Mu Xiaochen, then I can pretend as if nothing has happened." The spectators were speechless. Breaking someone's gate, killing his guards, and even taking down his disciple, then making further demands? Only Fiercest would say something so unreasonable without any qualms. Fiercest is the only one who can be this overbearing. One ancestor sighed and praised. "This is our own matter, please don't interfere, fellow Daoist," Dracoform said. "Incorrect." Li Qie chuckled, "Not to mention that the little girl is in my camp. That brat dared to oppose me. I will take his dog life and kill whoever tries to stop me." Dracoform didn't answer right away, seemingly pondering. "Ha ha ha. I am right here. I'll marry Wu Bingning today, what are you going to do about it?" Xiaochen laughed and didn't hold back. Pop! Before he could finish, the space in the martial court suffered a massive blow. All of the coordinates shattered. One of the palaces inside broke down due to Li Qie's appearance inside. This palace was floating up in the clouds with Xiaochen sitting on a throne. An old man stood next to him, wearing a large hat and veil. Xiaochen was scared out of his wits to see Li Qie appearing out of nowhere, causing him to jolt out of his chair. "Li Qie!" He faltered backward in fear. Everything became frozen as if nothing could stop Li Qie. Xiaochen was confident in hiding inside because the places were sealed by numerous spells. However, Li Qie instantly crossed through space and destroyed the defensive barriers of this world. It was an insane level of power. "I'll have you know that I didn't kill you last time because I didn't feel like it." "Why?" "Just so that I can kill you in your clan." I'm bored enough to take my time with you. I'm sure your clan members' expressions will be very amusing as they watch you die a horrific death. Li Qiye looked at Xiaochen and said. Li, don't be arrogant. Xiaochen took a deep breath and strongly responded, you can only kill me in your dream. In fact, you should be praying about leaving this place alive. I can roam as I please in Vermilion. Li Qiye remained nonchalant, same with killing someone. Your progenitor, Mu Yun, won't be able to do anything or I'll take him down too. You. Xiaochen trembled with rage. I think it's about time for you to open a Dao portal and run because the incoming pain won't be pleasant. Li Qiye grinned. The ones who knew him would find this grin terrifying. More often than not, his fury wasn't as scary as his seemingly sadistic smile. It meant that there was no escaping for his prey. Sir, please halt. The old man next to Xiaochen walked forward to block Li Qiye. He has been hiding his face the entire time. His words sent out a chill akin to soaking oneself in a jar of ice water. Despite lacking an aura and divinity, his words alone instilled fear like a sheep coming across a hungry tiger. You're his eternal? Li Qiye didn't care at all. Yes, my name is Wang Shihua. Just another eternal from imperial lineage. The old man replied. Indeed, anything below the everlasting level is only an ant that can't reach the apex, that's how I view eternals. Li Qiye said. Wang Shihua's eyes turned fierce like those from a venomous viper hiding in the shadows. Just his gaze alone was scary enough. I don't know what to say. An ancestor smiled wryly after hearing this. In other words, only everlasting eternals can get into fiercest sight. These eternals are on the same level as progenitors. I guess what he's trying to say is that only progenitor-level characters matter to him. I know who he is. A different ancestor took a deep breath. Who is he? Someone else asked instantly. That's Heavenrend Viper. He was really famous in Myriad back then, even beating a young true emperor, no less famous than Dracoform martial god now. Later on, he ascended to Imperial and fell into obscurity. Who would have thought he had joined the Mu as a guest? This ancestor answered. Wang Shihua's eyes narrowed but he didn't react, continuing to hide his face. This ancestor was indeed correct. Shihua won his fame for grievously wounding a true emperor. However, there was another part to this story, unbeknown to others. Later on, this young true emperor also ascended to Imperial. Alas, time has changed. The emperor was far stronger compared to the past and searched for Shihua to even the score. He easily defeated Shihua and chased him to a dead end. However, the Mu saved him and took him in. He officially became a guest member there from then on. For some unknown reasons, Mu Xiaochen was forced down to Myriad. Since Shihua was originally from here, he became the top candidate to protect Xiaochen. An Eternal naturally didn't want to come back down due to the adverse effects on his lifespan. Nevertheless, he owed the Mu, so he had no choice but to accompany Xiaochen. His presence was one of the reasons why Xiaochen became quite imperious. Chapter 2384. Wang Shihua could make others shudder just by the mention of his name. His greatest tale included wounding a young true emperor, pushing this person to the edge. Such a fierce character was now Xiaochen's guard, something quite unexpected. This painted a better picture of the Mu's power for the crowd. A famous Eternal from Myriad still needed to rely on them. Just how powerful was this clan in Imperial? Other systems in Myriad might not be a match for it. Heavenrend Viper? More like Heavenrend Insect. Those who try to stop me will die. Li Qiye declared. The crowd thought that only Fiercest would call Shihua an insect before everyone. Haha. Shihua laughed, his expression unclear due to his veiled hat, but his tone certainly changed. Back then, a true emperor wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. A man doesn't dwell on his past accomplishments. Li Qiye waved his sleeve dismissively, fierce in the past, just another servant in the present. Hurry and show off your skills so I can take care of both you and your master. Everyone could sense an anger building in Shihua, no longer able to stay as calm as before. After all, he was a big shot, but Li Qiye treated him as if he wasn't worth a single coin. Self-restraint had a limit, even a Buddha could lose his temper. Boom! A majestic aura erupted, chilling and sharp with gales sweeping away the clouds for 10,000 miles. Everyone felt as if there was a large and ancient insect awakening underground, seemingly capable of devouring the time of others, turning them to ashes instantly. Its bloody jaws enjoyed the taste of time the most. People naturally shuddered after feeling this terrifying aura. They felt that they were no longer in this world, now trapped inside the creature's mouth. Clank! Clank! Golden plates came together around Shihua to form a complete armor. There was a substantial and evolutionary change after adorning this set of armor, even though his face was still covered. He was no longer an old man but more of a general with a brutal temperament. Just one wave of the hand could split the earth and destroy the stars. The armor flickered brightly, but this light was different from the shimmering of metals. It looked surreal, almost like the flow of time or the void affinity. Because of this, the spectators got an illusion that he was everywhere in this area. Heaven-rend armor. The one who recognized him earlier murmured, he used it to defeat Warcloak True Emperor. Some might not have heard of Wang Shihua or Heaven-rend Viper, but they have certainly heard of Warcloak. This was an emperor from Regalia system who ascended at a very young age. His talents were exceptional, yet he was still defeated by Wang Shihua. Shihua floated in the sky, seemingly in control of all. Though he wasn't actually that high up in the air, he gave off an unreachable and awe-inspiring feeling. Come, time to fight. He was direct and firm with his few words. Very well. Li Qiye smiled and soared to the sky. Everyone watched the incoming battle with bated breath. How is he compared to Dracoform Martial God? Another asked. I don't know, but we'll find out soon. An ancestor shook his head. Buzz. Shihua melted into space and disappeared from sight. A stealth technique? An expert asked. No, it's a higher-level technique, void refinement. An ancestor answered, he's an expert of spatial manipulation, his main offensive technique. Boom! A fist came out of nowhere straight for Li Qiye's chest. The move wasn't flashy, but it contained a void affinity, giving it a transparent appearance. Li Qiye waved his hand and space came sweeping by like a large wave. Boom! Both the fist and the wave rumbled after the impact. This wasn't about technique or merit laws, just straight-up spatial manipulation. Few cultivators were versed in spatial manipulation, let alone refining the void. Shihua was clearly good at both. Break! Li Qiye smiled and punched the air, only moving his fist a single inch. However, the power of this fist assaulted the nearby area, turning it into a black hole after a deafening explosion. Crack! Pieces of broken temporal fabrics scattered everywhere. However, these pieces suddenly had runes flowing around them. They came together to form multiple layers of armor to stop Li Qiye's punch. Though the layers eventually crumbled, it was still a successful defense. His armor can melt space. An ancestor noticed something, so he is capable of void refinement, but more importantly, this armor allows him to assimilate with the area around him. Boom! In the next second, Li Qiye was blown back down to the ground, buried in a huge pit of mud. He stood up and everyone could see a totem mark on his chest with the shape of a circling dragon. A movement of the yin and yang started and the totem spread. This dragon was the thing knocking him down. It seemed to be omnipresent in this area, the master of this spatial domain. This meant that while one was inside this area, there was no resisting the dragon. Yin-Yang Void Dragon Strike. An ancestor had heard of this move, Heavenren's very best, the one that defeated Warcloak True Emperor. How is his injury? This question loomed on everyone's mind. Li, still arrogant now? Our elder Wang is far stronger than that falcon god. Mu Xiaochen guffawed. Chapter 2385. The large pit instilled fear into the crowd. Heavenrend Viper truly deserved his fame. No wonder why he could defeat a young emperor in the past. The guy was really strong. I'm old now, my hands don't move as well as they did before, not merciless enough. Shihua lamented. Old indeed. A leisure voice came about. With a loud bang, Li Qie leaped out of the pit and was up in the sky in no time. Everyone noticed that he was untouched, not even a scratch could be found. Of course, they weren't surprised either. That's fiercest for you, able to withstand a hit from the Viper without any problem. He patted away the dirt on his clothes and said, "It's not easy to see a space user with a special move, so I decided to play with you. Who would have thought that it is only a void refinement trick and nothing else? What a shame. Your turn then." Shihua became serious after seeing how ineffective his strongest move was. He knew that it was mighty. Otherwise, it wouldn't have injured Warcloak True Emperor, but this guy took it with his body and came out unscathed. Shihua knew that his opponent was a monster with that tough exterior. "I have no special move, just some common punch and kick, no big deal." Li Qie smiled. With that, he flashed and appeared before the Viper. Shihua was startled and quickly made a distance. However, he found his spatial manipulation to be useless, unable to cross through space as if something was locking it. His armor was exuding a blinding light, yet he wasn't moving. Li Qie has already controlled this area. No one could move without his permission. He casually unleashed a vertical palm strike without using his own power. It utilized not just the power of space but also the entire heaven and earth, including the stars and galaxies in the sky, and the weight of 3,000 worlds. In other words, however vast the world and space were, that's how much weight would gather in his attack. Though Shihua used his best techniques and exuded his armor's greatest state, that still wasn't enough to stop this attack. Boom! Wang Shihua's armor shattered under this massive strike. Keep in mind that even an imperial weapon couldn't harm it at all, but Li Qie's bare hand was more than enough. Shihua's blood didn't only come out from his mouth but also everywhere else since the strike crushed his bones and body. He slammed into the ground like a meteor and recreated the scene of Li Qie earlier. Blood stained the ground, his fate remained unknown. The world became quiet while everyone became slack-jawed. Everyone knew just how strong Fiercest was, but to break Heavenrend armor with a single blow? That's unimaginable. Wang Shihua was clearly stronger than the Falcon God, yet he couldn't stop a single blow from Li Qie. This wasn't a fight on the same level at all. How dull. That's all you can do with spatial manipulation? Li Qie shook his head with disappointment. The crowd smiled wryly. The guy wasn't weak, Li Qie was just too strong. Mu Shaochen was shocked, not expecting Li Qie to be at this level. In Imperial, an eternal like Heavenrend Viper was still top-notch. He shuddered, wondering who in his clan could actually stop Li Qie. Boom! Heavenrend Viper jumped out of the pit. His bloody form was a clear contrast to Li Qie earlier. His entire body was crushed. The guy would be long dead if he wasn't an eternal. Any other true god would have turned to ashes. Crack! His broken bones quickly came together. This was the power of an eternal. Nevertheless, his pale face clearly indicated how much energy he had spent to do so. People heaved a sigh of relief. If another strong character were to fall to a junior like Li Qie in one move, they wouldn't know what to do. Such unfairness was too unreasonable. I spared you because I feel that you still have something up your sleeve. Dying without showing it off will be very regrettable, so I'm doing you a favor. Go for it. Li Qie smiled and said. This came as a surprise to the crowd, so they all stared at Heavenrend Viper. They thought that the previous attack was already his strongest. Ha ha ha, the younger generations have already surpassed us. Wang Shihua laughed. These words actually came from the heart since he finally gauged Li Qie's strength. I meditated in Imperial for 100,000 years with my original form and got some success. He was no longer arrogant like before. Never had a chance to go all out in Imperial, so I will not waste today. He slowly floated up in the sky. The crowd naturally became excited, wanting to see what his true ace card was. After all, the culmination of 100,000 years worth of meditation should be incredible. Do it. Li Chia lazily said. So be it. Shihua slowly took off his gigantic hat that has been hiding his face. The resulting scene made people shiver with goosebumps. He had a big mouth with 2 rows of sharp and long teeth taking a major portion of his face, even pushing his nose and eyes together. It would have been better if they lined up perfectly without gaps, but this wasn't the case. It was scarier than the jaws of a beast, making people feel nauseous. When he spoke, the rows of teeth moved and intertwined, seemingly capable of chewing everything into mincemeat. People couldn't help but imagine this gruesome image of blood and flesh being gnawed. Shit, some felt their souls leaving in fear with a chill running down their spine. People finally understood why Shihua has been hiding his face. It was simply frightening. Without the hat, he would scare people wherever he went. Excuse me. Shihua seemed to be used to this reaction. Chapter 2386. No one could stay cool while looking at Shihua's face. Nevertheless, he didn't care at all. At his power level, he could easily change his face but chose against doing so, seemingly content with it. Perhaps their reaction justified his title of Heavenrend Viper. I'll have to display my slight skill then. Shihua looked at Li Chia and said. He wore a solemn expression, clearly needing to use his ultimate move. Of course, the price of using a move like this would be substantial. Boom! Black smoke oozed from him and shrouded the sky. Anything touched by this smoke would decay instantly. It seemed to be a powerful poison that came and went quickly, revealing Shihua's true form. The earlier appearance was still his humanoid shape. A large head the size of a mountain appeared in the sky, a stark contrast to his tiny body. Upon careful inspection, it was the same proportion as a tadpole, just countless times more terrifying. The head had 3 long black horns, fully covered with red scales. The rows of teeth grew much longer, no different from swords emitting their sharp glint. Buzz! He spewed out a terrible light. Each strand was full of death and nothing could escape. They would slowly disperse into nothingness. Old Wang, let me help you. Mu Xiaochen shouted and instantly jumped on Wang Shihua's head. The two resembled a whale and a shark sucker. Boom! Mu Xiaochen became radiant and sent down laws. Everyone felt him absorbing the power of the world. As he continued this absorption process, he channeled the power to Wang Shihua. Xiaochen acted as a bridge for Shihua and the world. Through him, Shihua was able to grasp this power. They're borrowing the power of Vermilion. People were rightfully startled with their eyes wide open, watching Xiaochen's incredible feat. Not to mention outsiders, even the disciples of a system couldn't borrow or control this power. Only those who have a deep understanding of their progenitor's Tao could do so. However, Xiaochen was certainly an outsider and he hasn't been here that long. Nevertheless, he was proving everyone wrong with his amazing comprehension. Just a tiny part of this power, but his talent is peerless. Even the ancestors from Vermilion were amazed. Xiaochen actually had a better understanding of this grand Tao than these ancestors. All other geniuses couldn't reach the apex compared to him. Though this was only a small portion, just imagine how large Vermilion was. It was a leading power of myriad, so this vast land contained a massive amount of energy just like an ocean. Boom! Shihua was strong enough, but with Xiaochen's help, his might soared to a different level. It only took a flash before divine rings rotated around Shihua with a metallic shade, acting as independent worlds. Just like that, they possessed an endless weight, capable of crushing the firmaments and gods. Get ready, here is my ultimate move. He roared and opened his mouth, seemingly opening a floodgate with a loud bang. The world turned dark but not completely swallowed in darkness. Nothing was blotting out the sky, but Shihua was crazily devouring the temporal affinity of this area. All of the light in the world seemed to be heading for his bloody mouth. Escaping was impossible. A bright radiance gathered inside, seemingly made of numerous stars, the light of time. Not even a single strand could escape from the tight clutch of Shihua. They turned bright and blinding only to be useless, unable to reflect their brightness on something else. Shihua sucked in and even targeted some of the experts nearby. Their light itself was taken, so they turned to dust and scattered away with the wind, issuing sad rustles. These victims surely died with grudges, not knowing that their lives would come to an end in this manner. He devours time, and the future too. An ancestor from another system shouted in astonishment. So what he was absorbing wasn't light itself, but rather the time in everyone's body. To put it simply, their lifespan. The absorption process would turn the victims bereft of lifespan into specks of dust. Everyone trembled and quickly ran away from the battlefield, lest they want to be dragged down to this mess. Fellow Taoist Wang, be mindful of our disciples. Dracoform spoke after seeing the casualties, some from his own system. It was a mistake, my apology. Shihua said before turning towards Li Chia, get ready. HSST. Shihua's bloody mouth aimed straight at Li Chia and began to inhale. The celestials in the sky couldn't withstand this terrible sucking power and turned to fragments instantly. Space and time were pulled over. Everything around Li Chia became dust right away. His body began to deteriorate as if it was made of mud. His muscles and tendons slowly disappeared. Keep in mind that even time couldn't run away from this gaping jaw, let alone a living being. When Shihua used this technique, he could rob someone of their time and turn them into nothingness. Chapter 2387. Li Chia was breaking down from Shihua's inhale. His tiny, broken-off fragments headed straight for the bloody jaw. Everyone gasped after seeing this. Even Li Chia couldn't withstand this force. Just how monstrous was it? Is this a defeat? A spectator became startled. Hard to say, but this move is indeed insane. No name and no variation, but everyone has a temporal affinity belonging to themselves. People might think that Li Chia's physical body was being devoured, but no, just his time and lifespan. When Shihua takes all of them away, Li Chia will truly die from old age. An ancestor said. Another one added with a grave tone, it is unavoidable. Unless one could resist this force, their lifespan would be sucked in by Shihua, then they would rot into dust. It didn't take long before Li Chia's body almost dispersed completely, inch by inch at a time, a return to being dust. Xiaochen and Shihua were ecstatic. Though Li Chia's merit laws and techniques were unmatched, how many people could actually avoid their time from passing by? Nothing could stop the flow of time. Li, you're finished. Xiaochen laughed wildly. Pop. Strands of light interrupted the deterioration with an explosion. Each fiber of light was dazzling and pure. Time seemed to be washing by like a flood, billions and billions of years. This shocking scene astonished the crowd, akin to playing with a precious stone, cutting off one layer by one layer and thought that it was worthless. However, the final cut revealed a green light, the coming of a supreme gem. Or, digging down a mine to find nothing for so long, but at the final scoop, a treasure light shot into the sky. The real treasure was hidden all the way below. This was the type of joyous emotion everyone felt right now. Boom! These temporal rays headed straight for Shihua and Xiaochen due to the absorbing force. These rays contained so many years. Their coming forced the radiance inside the bloody mouth explode. At the same time, Shihua was growing old at a rapid rate. He couldn't withstand the sheer quantity of years. If he could swallow a lake of time, then what Li Chia gave him was an ocean of stars, able to instantly annihilate him. Mu Xiaochen fell prey as well. He screamed and lost more than 1,000 years of life, his hair instantly turned gray. Shihua's body started to have numerous cracks before turning into specks of dust altogether. Senior Martial God. Xiaochen had no choice but to shout for help. Boom! A sparkling divine wall landed from above and stopped the temporal rays. Buzz! This wall couldn't handle it either and instantly collapsed just like the rest. In this split second, a figure came to save both Shihua and Xiaochen. Everyone saw that it was Dracoform Martial God, taking the two back to a floating palace. The two were thrown to the ground, rolling backward before standing back up. Shihua couldn't be any older, seemingly breathing one last breath. Xiaochen, the good-looking youth, was now a decrepit old man. This all happened in the blink of an eye to the astonishment of the crowd. Li Qie had washed away their remaining lifespan, something even worse than just directly killing them. All eyes were on Li Qie, seemingly the source of time. His body condensed together and the light disappeared. He appeared again, standing there as if he didn't even lift a finger earlier. This was indeed the case. He didn't need to do much and could still easily defeat Wang Shihua. Toying with time against me? No different from an ant trying to go against a mountain. Li Qie chuckled. Shihua didn't dare to utter a single word, his face paled and stricken with terror. He has never seen someone who possessed such a long period of time. The guy seemed to have eternal life. His proud temporal technique couldn't stop Li Qie at all. It was indeed the same as an ant trying to swallow a mountain, simply impossible. This move had swallowed an eternal on the same level as him before without any difficulty. But this devouring force was useless even when Li Qie only stood there. Those temporal rays buried and made short work of him. The crowd realized once more the disparity between Li Qie and his opponents. They couldn't help wondering about Dracoform Martial God. He was the only one with any chance of beating Li Qie in myriad lineage. Alas, they speculated that he couldn't stop Li Qie without external interference. They wondered about his mastery of the system's Tao source. If he didn't have full control, then it would be helpless. Strangely enough, everyone wanted him to be strong enough or the outcome of this fight would be too obvious. Li Qie would prove his supremacy over the land. Looks like you are courting death too. Li Qie smiled at Dracoform. Everyone watched quietly, not surprised by Li Qie's comment at all. Anyone else would sound ridiculous for speaking like this towards the number one expert of Myriad, but it felt just right coming from fiercest. Dracoform Martial God replied, "Sir, you are overly imperious. Today is a joyous occasion for our Vermilion Martial Court, no." Li Qie swiftly interrupted and shook his head, "Not a joyous occasion. Today was supposed to be just another day, but unfortunately, all of you have turned it into a funeral." Having said that, he glanced over at Shihua and Xiaochen. "No one can stop me from killing, it's just that I wasn't in a rush before. Since you want to interfere, very well. Everyone calls you the number one of Myriad, well, I have time to exercise, it has been a while and my bones are about to rust." Everyone smiled wryly again at his aggressive and domineering style. "You are so sure of victory?" Dracoform's eyes narrowed as he stared at Li Qie. Li Qie smiled, "No, it's not even a contest, no need to think about the odds or victory. Killing all of you is dependent on a single whim of mine. Do you bother thinking whether you can win against an ant? No, only whether you want to stomp it or not." Chapter 2388. Dracoform had a hard time taking in that last statement while the crowd became frozen. He might not be a top existence among Eternals, but one would be hard-pressed to find someone on Myriad to match him, let alone someone stronger. Now, Li Qie viewed him like an ant? Everyone exchanged glances with their friends, speechless. Li Qie was obviously strong, surely stronger than Dracoform Martial God. But to call him an ant? Too arrogant of a comment. Though people have grown used to Fiercest's aggressive attitude and would find its absence jarring, they felt he was out of line this time around. If Dracoform Martial God was an ant, then what were they? And all the cultivators and systems in Myriads? Certainly inferior to an ant. The older experts were vexed. Some scowled. Fiercest is very powerful, but he is just needlessly insulting Dracoform martial god, an ungraceful showing. Dracoform represented the strongest man of the last generation, so these old men naturally didn't like this blatant insult from Wuxia. I see, then please teach me. Dracoform martial god finally stepped forward and headed for the sky. He had no other choice. Wuxia had made his way into their system and wouldn't back down. They would need to either fight to the end or to acquiesce to his demands. Nevertheless, he wasn't blinded by anger. His form remained ethereal and each step left a footprint on the sky. Furthermore, they were uniform with the same distance from each other, seemingly measured by a ruler to the finest detail on top of containing his Tao rhythm. The key thing was that he did it so effortlessly, indicating his immense power. It meant that his attacks would also have precise movements and variations. He could unleash and withdraw techniques on a whim, perfection, or even reaching the point of apogee. As the saying goes, laymen watch for fun, experts watch to learn. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to notice this, but the ancestors became serious just from watching his steps, realizing how frightening he was. Now that's more interesting, challenging me in apogee? So be it, let's have a match. Wuxia saw the prince left behind in the sky and became amused. On the other hand, Wuxia's steps left nothing in the sky, as if he was just an ordinary person. Alas, when facing Wuxia, Dracoform had a serious expression, not daring to be careless since he took in everything when Wuxia was crossing through Woodman Alley. He devoted his life to techniques and variations. It could be said that he could use them as he pleased, and in any order. Still, he was greatly shaken while spectating Wuxia, realizing that the guy had an incredible gap on apogee. Because of this, he chose against using an invincible weapon or a supreme art, relying on the simplest techniques instead. After reaching the level of Eternals, cultivating top arts wasn't uncommon. They cared more about minute variations, boosting the potential of each move to the limit. Anticipation was at an all-time high as everyone watched with bated breath. Though the two looked quite calm, bereft of divinity and destructive auras, their first move would certainly be capable of crushing gods and devils. Wuxia leisurely stood there, full of openings in the eyes of Dracoform. Each opening could result in a fatal blow. However, Dracoform knew that at their level, these openings were trivial. Let's get started. Dracoform cupped his fist. Though this would be a brutal fight, Dracoform lacked bloodthirst and fury, replaced by composure instead. Go. Wuxia smiled. I want to see how much you have mastered your techniques. Excuse me then. Dracoform didn't hold back and rushed forward. The move got there instantly. It wasn't flashy, lacking a loud detonation and a blinding flash. The name was Black Tiger Strike. People wouldn't believe that this was his first choice. Not to mention cultivators, even a faker could learn this move in 2 days or so. It couldn't be simpler and had no variations to speak of. A regular martial artist could perform this move in an identical manner as Dracoform. The crowd believed that Dracoform would start the match with a dazzling move, such as a Supreme Merit Law, a famous move from Vermilion, or one of the 12 variations. Who would have thought that he would use Black Tiger Strike against Wuxia? Some thought they were seeing things. Others speculated that perhaps this move had some hidden changes. Maybe we just don't understand this move. There's more to it. An elder rolled his eyes and began to think. Unfortunately, no transformation came. The simple move continued heading for Wuxia. In fact, Dracoform didn't look like the #1 expert of Myriad but more like a mortal that had only learned martial arts for several days. Of course, the wise ancestors were quietly praising him. Such free movements, so tight too, not one drop of water can leak out. Naturally, this seemingly unimpressive fist could destroy the world. People didn't see any power coming from it because he had full control over it. Only when it made contact with Wuxia's chest would he allow this power to erupt. This meant that no energy was wasted before a successful blow. This was more than enough to either grievously injure or even kill another Eternal. He was the only one in Myriad who could use this ordinary move to this extent. Chapter 2389, Boom. Li Qie stopped the tiger strike using his palm while people were still confused. He then quickly closed the palm without exerting much force. The entire motion felt so natural, allowing him to be fully at ease. Everyone suddenly got a temporal discombobulation. It was as if Dracoform's tiger strike wasn't the first move, but Li Qie's palm defense happened first. He spread his fingers, then Dracoform finally attacked right at that spot. The entire sequence was reversed, at least in the eyes of the spectators. The tiger strike that should have destroyed everything was nullified by Li Qie's defense. The karmic cycle went from destruction to restoration, resulting in stagnation and sameness. Of course, Li Qie was now gripping Dracoform's fist, the two seemingly playing around. Only those who could understand the profundities of these two strikes were aware of their destructive nature, more than enough to crush an entire world. True gods and eternals would turn to ashes, contrary to the relatively tame scene. Dracoform became austere because of the palm grab. Li Qie wasn't actually crushing his fist with force. In fact, he could barely feel the pressure. However, he found himself thinking that his fist was frozen like a still image. This phenomenon spread to his entire body. Li Qie's power control was perfect to an incalculable level and stopped his entire body from moving. If Li Qie wanted to, he could even stop Dracoform's hair from fluttering in the wind. Just through Dracoform's fist, Li Qie stopped Dracoform from making any movement. This suppression was virtually undetectable. His opponent would actually think that they wanted to maintain this stance. Each part of their body seemed to be cooperating in this action. This was Li Qie's apogee, causing his opponent to mesmerize themselves. The weak cultivators couldn't resist this ability at all. Li Qie just needed to exert a little more force to take them down. Dracoform's entire body was cooperating with Li Qie. If the latter chose to add power to break this delicate balance, Dracoform's power would instantly implode. This was akin to someone cultivating to their strongest state, all of their powers channeled to the peak. Just the tiniest mistake would result in chi deviation and death from implosion. Dracoform realized all of this and justifiably became frightened with his eyes narrowing. The scariest part was that Li Qie could have stopped his eyes from narrowing as well. No movement could escape his control right now. In the next second, Dracoform broke this magical balance without any hesitation. He loosened his fist, slithering away from Li Qie's grip like a flying serpent. Boom! After escaping from the suppression, the loss of balance exploded. He staggered backward, crushing the void, before stabilizing his stance. From start to finish, many couldn't comprehend the level of the exchange and how dangerous it was. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Dracoform had went to hell and back just now. The resulting explosion crushed the entire area, displaying the power of the tiger strike to everyone. They shuddered, thinking that only Dracoform could withstand the otherwise fatal explosion just now. If Dracoform martial god is at the perfect mastery level with flawless control, then Fiercest is at the limit of apogee. No one can surpass that. One ancestor understood everything and became dazed. Fiercest can kill people with a wave of his hand. There is an immense gap between the two, not on the same level at all. The crowd took a deep breath after hearing this ancestor. How could the strongest in Myriad be this much weaker than Fiercest? Though some knew that Li Qie might be stronger than Dracoform, there should be a limit to his prowess. This didn't seem to be the case right now. In both technique flexibility and power control, I am merely displaying my slight skill before an expert, way overestimating myself. Dracoform solemnly said. He was a master in this aspect, but after the first exchange, he had no choice but to admit his inferiority, confirming what the spectating ancestor said to the crowd. Dracoform only used the black tiger strike while Li Qie simply blocked with his palm. Nevertheless, just this brief exchange was enough for them to determine the victor. The spectators couldn't believe it. The stronger experts here noticed something even more. Dracoform had indeed lost and was one step away from dying as well. The danger of the exchange earlier was fully understated to the weak cultivators. Use your best moves now. Li Qie smiled and said. Very well, I will try again. Dracoform inhaled and composed himself. Though Li Qie was unfathomable, he needed to fight to the end. Boom! Myriad lineage was suddenly drowned out by a massive ocean, not just vermilion. The incoming of this engulfing ocean shocked the spectators, robbing them of breath. An elephant of an unimaginable size stepped into this ocean and created a tsunami capable of crushing the stars in the sky. Just a splash had this incredible effect. One could easily imagine how large this elephant was. The thing was virtually a world of its own. River crossing elephant. One of the 12 variations. The crowd became astonished. Dracoform unleashed the move without any warning. Remember that Wu Bingning had used it before, same with Windchaser Matron. However, their result was far inferior. Bingning looked like a child playing around in comparison. To put it bluntly, she didn't live up to the potential of this art. They both clearly used the same move, yet the resulting devastation was drastically different. River crossing elephant. Li Qie smirked after seeing this technique. Chapter 2390, Boom. A second ocean instantly appeared and overlapped with the first to ravage all of Myriad. A second elephant emerged as well, no smaller than Dracoform's own. They made Myriad look so tiny in comparison. If this continued, everything would be crushed by their hooves. Another river-crossing elephant. The spectators weren't surprised since Li Qie had used it before. Dracoform stared intensely at this opposing move and became perplexed. He didn't know if this move was real or not, whether it was created by another merit law or actually trained by Li Qie. He felt that Li Qie couldn't have learned it because he wasn't a disciple of their system. The majority of their disciples weren't qualified to start learning it. But if this was a copy, it would be an unbelievably real one. He didn't think that there were methods in this world resulting in such a great duplication. After all, this was one of the 12 variations created by martial ancestor. It should be virtually impossible to duplicate. Most importantly, Li Qie's strike wasn't weaker than his at all. Though Vermilion only had 5 variations left, Dracoform spent his entire life on them. How could someone else use these techniques to the same level as him? Where did you learn Vermilion's secrets? Dracoform asked with a serious tone. Sounds like you're accusing me of stealing your quartz arts. Very well, let me show you something you don't have then. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. Having said that, he instantly recalled the powerful technique without any problem, possessing full mastery. Splash. He casually waved his hand and a carp jumped to the sky. This carp landed on the ocean from the previous technique and swam without any difficulty, seemingly unrestrained. It wasn't large, especially when compared to the gigantic elephant. It looked pitifully small, more like the size of a dot. However, when it leaped, it gave the illusion that it could sway the entire world. The outlines of this carp were perfect and powerful, especially near the tail area, brimming with pure power. Wave-riding carp. Dracoform's expression shifted. Meanwhile, the spectators didn't react too much because when compared to the massive elephant, this carp was rather inconspicuous. They didn't notice anything special. This wasn't the case for Dracoform since he recognized it right away. Another ancestor gasped after hearing him. That's another variation of martial ancestor. It wasn't just another variation, it was one that Vermilion had lost. This was the reason for Dracoform's astonishment. Even though Mu Shaochen had researched their lost legacy, he couldn't come up with a particular one, only able to derive some of the transformations. Nevertheless, the court gained confidence in his extraordinary talents. But now, everything changed the moment Li Qie unleashed this carp. It was the real thing. Li Qie's river-crossing elephant could have been an imitation using another method, but Dracoform knew that he couldn't do so for wave-riding carp. Their court didn't even have this move, so how could an outsider copy it? He began thinking about what Wu Bingning had told him, that Li Qia was versed in the 12 variations, but he didn't believe her. This was understandable because no one outside of their progenitor should know about it, especially an outsider. Boom! Dracoform didn't like wasting time speaking once he decided to do something. The elephant raised its hooves and aimed for Li Qia. Just imagine the sheer size of this beast. Stars were being destroyed in the process. It had enough weight to crush everything. Even a powerful Dao system might not be able to defend itself. Splash! The carp retaliated by waving its tail, igniting a great wave with enough force to extinguish the scorching fire of the sun. This rather small carp could actually create a wave capable of flipping over the world. Its lower body seemed to contain the strongest power once erupted. Boom! This wave had enough force to contest with the elephant. This was destruction at an astronomical level. The elephant only made it through the wave, unable to crush it completely. However, it was met swiftly with a second wave, one that was even higher than the previous and double the power. Calling it a wave was an understatement. This carp was the harbinger of the apocalypse. Each wave could crush an entire world. More importantly, each successive one would be stronger than the first. Boom! The elephant stomped down again, causing the heaven and earth to howl. It became serious, so its hooves started emitting divine light and Tao affinities. A new dimension was opened behind its back. The countless inhabitants there offered the elephant their worship. This power of fate gave the elephant a surge in power. The two forces finally collided. Myriad was living in fear since everyone could feel the quakes. People became afraid that another stomp could result in everything collapsing. Splash! The carp sent out another tsunami in response. This third one was of an entirely different magnitude versus the previous two. It drowned out the stars in the sky and extinguished the bright galaxy above. Boom! The elephant finally lost and got swept away with the current and slammed into the stars. Everything in its path became its victims since they were so tiny compared to its massive body. Chapter 2391. The spectators deeply inhaled after seeing the defeat of Dracoform's river-crossing elephant. They both used the same style, but Dracoform had lost. One must note that Dracoform was the strongest ancestor of Vermilion while Li Qia was only an outsider. Dracoform had all the advantages. This was completely unexpected. Their lost legacy was used to defeat their own ancestor. Numerous disciples from Vermilion turned pale right away. Oh! A dragon materialized and roared before leaping into the sky and coiled with the stars. It separated the yin and yang and sealed everything else in the world while acting as the strongest defense. Because of this, the third wave smashed the dragon, but it was completely fine. This powerful move was finally stopped. Abyss-dwelling dragon. This majestic and immovable creature made an ancestor shout, "This is the strongest defensive technique of Vermilion, virtually impregnable." This was one of the 5 remaining variations of Vermilion. Dracoform is amazing indeed. His 5 variations are perfectly connected so he could change to a different one without any negative effect. Perfect mastery. A few ancestors praised. They could see how the elephant turned into a dragon without any delay in time nor stagnation in energy. One of the problems with their 5 variations was that they weren't next to each other. Thus, using them one after another would have adverse results. For example, when Wu Bingning used her 3 variations in a row, she couldn't withstand the ripples in energy and vitality. This wasn't the case for Dracoform. He used and changed them at will, so effortlessly as well, showing off his mastery of these 5 variations. Splash! A 4th wave came, ravaging the space above. The most terrorizing thing was that just like the 3rd wave, this one was more powerful than the previous 3 combined. Boom! It slammed into the dragon's barrier and made the entire upper sphere tremble. The dragon separating the yin and yang was also shaking. Dracoform was under the danger of being blown away at any moment. Splash! Then came the fifth wave without any delay. Words couldn't describe it, since the carp this time sent an entire ocean forward. Just imagine, this ocean had drowned all of Myriad. Thus, it came with enough force to annihilate the entire world. It smashed the sky vault and buried numerous stars. Boom! This ultimate defensive dragon couldn't stop the entire ocean. It crumbled like a broken shield. Dracoform went flying while vomiting blood, having suffered a grievous injury. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. No one else would believe what had unraveled here today. Someone actually used martial ancestors' variations to defeat Dracoform martial god. Others would take this as a joke. So many unexpected things in the world. Despite his injuries, Dracoform's spirit remained high. He stood up. His eyes had shock and fear deep inside from being defeated by their progenitors' variations. I want to see everything you have up your sleeves. He didn't give up and remained competitive and stubborn, wishing to fight with Wuxia to the very end. A while ago, this fight was only out of necessity to him, a promise of sorts. But now, he truly wanted to partake in this duel in order to see what Wuxia could do. It is unlimited, a level unreachable by you. Wuxia chuckled. Very well, I'll give it a shot. Dracoform roared. Boom! The deepest area of Vermilion poured out a pure beam of light in an endless manner, wielding the strongest power available. He stood there proudly with a Tao source beneath. It was resplendent, seemingly gestating an entire world. This pure power instantly gathered on his body. Everyone felt the power of the system and its inhabitants empowering him. Boom! He took another step into the sky, covered with a radiant glow. There seemed to be 3,000 worlds appearing behind him, dependent on him to shoulder them. More and more worlds were appearing, the number of living beings gradually increased. He resembled a progenitor with an aura engulfing the myriad realms. The power of the Tao source. Everyone understood that Dracoform had taken control of Vermilion system, but his actual efficiency remained unknown for now. Even if he couldn't grasp the entire thing, he had become quite terrifying with this power of the progenitor. Splash! The sixth wave came, no longer bearing the immensity of the ocean. However, Myriad seemed to be flipped over. This wave contained a power dozens of times greater than the previous 5 combined, an insane surge of power. Dracoform chose river-crossing elephant again. However, no great ocean or gigantic elephant appeared. Only a normal-sized elephant came about, yet it had a holy glow that was untouchable, seemingly coming from the sacred land of Buddhism. Boom! The myriad laws screamed and lamented after the beast stomped down with enough power to suppress an eternity. Numerous existences in myriad felt suffocated, no matter how strong they might be. It was as if the beast was stomping on their chest. The physical aspect was certainly worrying, yet not the crucial part. People became hopeless under this suppression. One wouldn't be able to struggle, all they could do was lay there, completely immobilized. There were rumors of him suppressing Chillwater True Emperor before. This seemed to be true now, since everyone was experiencing the same feeling. They could also imagine how the Emperor became victim to this. A true Emperor becoming helpless? Such despair. The target of the stomp was the tail of the carp. Though this fish could uplift the entire world, it couldn't move right now. It suppressed. People gasped in response. Dracoform stood there like an untouchable supreme, akin to an awe-inspiring progenitor. Great ancestor, you are invincible. The experts from his system prostrated. Dracoform martial god is really strong enough to suppress a true emperor, the rumors are true. The other spectators shuddered. Prior to this, some would question the legitimacy of his tales. They would certainly stop after today. Chapter 2392, True Emperor themselves would find trouble dealing with this type of direct suppression. The crowd was absolutely horrified by this scene. Dracoform's might was no exaggeration. His fame as the #1 expert is not empty at all. Some were lost in admiration. They felt that he wasn't that strong a while ago. Well, not that he was weak, but Wuxia was just too strong. The latter had the upper hand numerous times in this battle, so Dracoform didn't look like the number one expert at all. Thus, people started becoming disappointed and thought that he wasn't as strong as they have imagined. Since the carp's tail was being pushed down by the elephant, it couldn't create any more wave. It became no more than an ordinary fish. Please give me pointers. Dracoform stood there with a heightened presence, seemingly invincible. His progenitor aura caused people to shudder, regardless of who they may be. True gods could only kneel, unable to resist this type of aura. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his strands of power right now could crush them. No need. Wuxia smiled, just Wavebringer Carp is enough. You're not the only one who can control the power of the Tao source. With that, a buzzing noise came about. Wuxia suddenly radiated strings of light, resembling the formation of a cocoon. They drilled into the ground. Boom! The system poured out endless light. This place was massive with countless living beings. In this blink of an eye, Tao runes densely packed on every inch of the land. Clank! They wove together to create Tao laws that surged to the sky. These Tao laws then formed a heavenly symbol, an order of the Grand Tao. This runic order instantly imprinted itself onto Wuxia. Rumble. The entire system quaked once. Every inch of the land was pouring out pure, true energy. Everything accumulated in the system was coming out. This endless power gathered on a maelstrom formed by the previous runic order. Boom! 2 Tao wings appeared behind him. Just one flap of them would send down enough wind and lightning to eradicate everything. Though his physical shape remained the same, he seemed a lot bigger than before, with his head wearing the sky and feet stomping on the earth. The power of a progenitor presided within him. I am possible. Dracoform became aghast with his eyes wide open in astonishment, unbecoming of being the number one expert. How can this be? He couldn't believe his own eyes, thinking that he was only seeing things. The rest of the world became afraid too. The members of Vermilion were slack-jawed, standing there frozen like wooden chicken. They couldn't regain their wits at all. Eventually, one ancestor was the first. He confirmed that it wasn't an illusion and gasped, No way. How can he control the power of Vermilion? He's just an outsider, and this force isn't any weaker than Dracoform martial god either. Indeed. Wuxia's grasp on this Tao system's power right now was not inferior to Dracoform's. People wouldn't find it strange that Dracoform would be able to do this. As its strongest ancestor, he had researched and studied the entire place. On the other hand, Wuxia was just an outsider who has never been to Vermilion before this. The whole thing was too frightening. Only those who studied the laws of their progenitor and the Tao source could control its power. As for how much? That's dependent on their own abilities. It seemed as if Fiercest could casually grasp any system's power. This meant that he would be untouchable wherever he went, capable of crushing all the other members of these systems. How are you wielding our system's power? Dracoform has finally lost his cool and stuttered. Mu Shaochen had also controlled their system's power before, but that was because he had time to research their system on top of having permission from the martial court. Moreover, his control was quite limited, far less than what Dracoform could do. This wasn't the case for Wuxia at all. It meant that Wuxia could use their own power to crush them without using an ounce of strength, quite a frightening thought. No wonder why someone of Dracoform's stature would still be shocked. Wuxia leisurely answered, It's only returning to the origin. Whatever your martial ancestor did, I replicated the same thing, that's all, so what's difficult about controlling your Tao system? The nonchalant comment frightened Dracoform because he himself didn't know how his progenitor did it. No one in Vermilion in history has been able to answer this question, let alone an outsider. The members of Vermilion didn't know, not their wise sages either. Wuxia possessed this knowledge, allowing him to use the 12 variations and control Vermilion's power. It was indeed the truth when people said that martial ancestor had found a section of a heavenly scripture, physique. Of course, it might not be named the physique scripture back in that era. Because of these pages, he was able to create his own grand Tao along with the 12 variations. Thus, he used the words of this scripture as the guiding principle for the Tao land refinement process during the foundation of Vermilion. It didn't matter whether the scripture was named physique or finality, it still had the same essence, created from one of the 9 words. Coincidentally enough, Li Qie had this scripture and even opened a new page completely, naming it finality. He possessed the real thing on top of mastering its profundities, so it wasn't hard for him to trace all the way back to martial ancestor's original source. Chapter 2393. Everyone became stupefied, especially the members of Vermilion. Some started to wonder whether Li Qie was an ancestor from their martial court despite knowing that it couldn't be true. My turn. Li Qie smiled and casually pointed forward. Boom! It was the same move again, Wavebringer Carp. The fish with its tail stepped on began to flip again, causing Myriad to seemingly topple over the elephant. This move became incredible without using any wave, for the world itself served as the greatest medium. Boom! The elephant couldn't stop it at all and got struck by the tail. Its head turned into a mist of blood after a loud cry. Oh! Dracoform shouted in this key moment, abyss-dwelling dragon. A true dragon leaped to the sky and sealed the myriad realms, capable of stopping the strongest blow. This was his second time using this variation. It was far stronger than the previous, capable of separating everything. Someone wielding the momentum of the ages still wouldn't be able to break through. Nevertheless, after a loud blast, Myriad fell into darkness. Dracoform's position was annihilated back to the starting point. Stars became dust, space above also fell into the same darkness. The dragon was destroyed as well and Dracoform went flying once more. He himself nearly got turned into a mist of blood. His flesh battered into a pulp and left in a horrendous state. The spectators fell into a hush. The number 1 expert of Myriad nearly got killed in one hit. They only found Li Qie's true strength to be even more unfathomable. Buzz. Dracoform's beaten body quickly came together again. Nevertheless, he turned pale from wasting so much energy and vitality to do so. The wound was grievous, healing it instantly was impossible. Well done. I'm no match for you, Dracoform said sentimentally. Spewing words of anger was useless now, so he simply stated the truth. It is not too late to hand him over, Li Qie said. If I have agreed to something, I will not go back on it. Dracoform assumed a stern expression while declaring, you will have to walk over my corpse if you want young Lord Mu. Li Qie smiled, I don't mind walking over your corpse. That's no big deal, I would even walk over your progenitor's corpse. Dracoform's expression changed for the worse, but he didn't bother expressing his fury. Li Qie was more than qualified to say so without being haughty. This guy's power level was virtually peerless. I will still fight to the end even if I'm no match for you. Dracoform took out a weapon and solemnly said, dying to you in battle will leave me without regrets. Buzz. His weapon exuded a massive divine light, full of different colors. It illuminated the entire world. A truncheon not in one piece but crafted from 12 stars connecting together. Because of this, it possessed a starry light, not only possessing the power of the 12 stars but also of space itself. Most importantly, these stars were awakening and acting as perfect sealing totems, allowing the weapon to be quite terrifying. Martial Dao Truncheon. Li Qie's eyes narrowed after seeing it. Dracoform was surprised to hear this. You know of it? Li Qie chuckled and said, more than that. If I'm not mistaken, that brat Mu helped you find and create it. Precisely. Dracoform nodded. Young Lord Mu helped our martial court find the truncheon, so we have reached an agreement with him. Li Qie sneered, a bunch of fools. If your martial ancestor were to find out, he would stomp all of you unfilial children to death. Incorrigible stupidity, idiotic beyond words. Such greediness. You. Dracoform didn't take this harsh scolding in stride. People didn't recognize the name of this weapon despite knowing that it should be quite formidable. I remember now. One knowledgeable ancestor shouted, according to the legend, after creating Vermilion, martial ancestor used suns and moons to create a weapon. Upon its inception, visual phenomena raged everywhere. Martial ancestor went to great lengths to craft it, but no one saw him using it later on. He gave it the name, Martial Dao Truncheon. People glanced at each other. A weapon created by a progenitor on top of having visual phenomena? It should possess outstanding destructive potential. How come he never used it before? What was the reasoning behind this? The ancestor went on while looking at the weapon. When I read the text, I thought that the future generations fabricated this story. Who would have thought that he did create one and that the martial court would be able to find it? Dracoform didn't comment and continued to glare at Wuxia. His system had writings about the truncheon. It even stated that the progenitor had left it here, but no one could find it in the past. Moreover, the ancestors across many generations believed that the power of this truncheon was far more than an ordinary ancestral weapon. Because of this, they have always been searching for it despite a lack of success. Now, Mu Shaochen had found it for them, so they gave him a promise. Because they owed him this great favor, Dracoform also fully supported the youth. Alright, time to end this. He shouted while pointing the truncheon at Wuxia. Wuxia shook his head. Fool, even if it doesn't end today, it is still over for your martial court since you have ignorantly invited a wolf into your own home. Don't try to scare us, elaborate then. Dracoform became serious at this moment, also thinking that something was wrong, but he couldn't exactly pinpoint it. Don't worry, you'll see it soon. Wuxia said while staring at the horizon. Rumble. The entire martial court suddenly quaked with increasing intensity, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. What's going on? People fell to the ground while mountains and rivers crumbled. This scared the hell out of the experts from Vermilion nearby. Chapter 2394. Chapter 2394. Unbelievable, the world quaked like it was the end of days for Vermilion. Darkness engulfed the area with black strings digging out of the ground. They gathered in the sky, seemingly weaving a great net. What is going on? The members of Vermilion were frightened, both cultivators and mortals alike. Instinct told them that danger was coming, and a truly terrifying one at that, and they should run now. What's happening? Dracoform martial god was also confused. He looked around with a lamp-like gaze illuming the world. Crack. The Dao land of the system suddenly had great chasms, perhaps on the verge of collapsing. Rumble. Loud explosions came with more fissures. The mountains and rivers of the systems also went down. What the hell? Living beings ran away from their home. When they turned back, they saw that their home was gone, replaced by large pits. No one knew the source of this calamity. Even Dracoform couldn't pinpoint it in such a short time. It seemed that something was trying to get out from underground. Though it has yet to show up, this dark energy resembled a surging vitality, an awakening of sorts. The ground below the court suddenly rose into the shape of a mound, then one of a mountain of mud. With a loud bang, a pagoda finally flew out with an explosion of debris. This pagoda was carved from a single piece of rock. The original one must have been massive. It had an ancient style. Though buried underground, it clearly looked time-worn. More importantly, numerous runes were carved on the surface. Each was majestic with its own dimension. Just one alone could seal an entire domain. It could be said that this pagoda could imprison all evils in this world, devil kings or whatever. Who knows how long it has been buried down there? Though the runes were still glowing, their light was feeble. Time has weathered down the runes' power. It was obvious that during the early period, these runes must have been flashing brilliantly with a golden glow, more than enough to suppress the firmaments. The runes of the progenitor, meant for suppression. An ancestor recognized the rune's type. An entire chapter meant for imprisonment. People shuddered after hearing this. A progenitor actually carved these runes? What did he want to imprison? Everyone watched the pagoda gradually leaving the ground with bated breath. There are people below the pagoda. An eagle-eyed watcher noticed two people struggling to push the pagoda from the ground, mustering all of their strength and finally got it out. It's Mu Xiaochen and Heaven-Rend Viper. The crowd became startled. A while ago, everyone was preoccupied with observing Li Qie and Dracoform. No one noticed Mu Xiaochen and Heaven-Rend Viper sneaking away. Li Qie was the only calm one and spoke while looking at the pagoda. One might be able to survive an act of God, but not a self-brought calamity. He didn't find this surprising at all. All was within his expectation. Virtuous nephew, why are you doing this? Dracoform felt something ominous while staring at the pagoda but didn't know what was actually inside. Martial God, forgot to tell you, this is a big present for you and your system. Xiaochen laughed boisterously and said, "Oh, it's a present for Myriad Lineage too. Today is really a joyous day for me, 2 celebrations in once. Not only will I marry a beautiful wife but more importantly, I will become the ruler that unites Myriad." After stating this, he and Heaven-Rend Viper instantly retreated away from Vermilion. Dracoform was shocked, knowing that this wasn't a good development. The rest of the listeners also took a deep breath. Unifying Myriad was a frightening ambition. Buzz. The pagoda sent out rays of light, not the same ones from the carved runes. This time around, this was a light of the dark affinity. They seemed to be materializing, seeping out of the pagoda, washing the runes on the surface. As the darkness grew stronger, the light of the runes grew increasingly fainter before disappearing altogether. The runes began to scatter down to the ground like specks of sand, issuing rustles. With them gone, the pagoda had cracks all over the place, on the verge of collapsing as if an evil creature was about to break out. Not good. Dracoform shouted, but it was too late once he understood what was going on. Boom! Debris went flying after the collapse of the pagoda. Everyone felt the rising tides of darkness engulfing the world. Vermilion was completely devoid of light to the astonishment of the crowd. However, this darkness came quickly and left also quickly. It rescinded and the bright sky returned to Vermilion. Once people calmed down, they saw a man standing where the pagoda used to be. This being was completely black, seemingly fusing with the darkness. No one could see his face. His cloak fluttered with the wind, looking as if it was made from the condensation of darkness. The dark tides could return at any moment as people stared at this man. Regardless of how strong one was, they couldn't see through this dark being to see his face. He was one with the darkness, an omnipresent feeling pervaded. People instinctively shuddered even though he didn't emit any frightening aura. Dracoform felt the same way. Intuition told them that this was the ruler of darkness, possessing the power of this affinity. Strangely enough, Dracoform found this person to be especially familiar, as if he had seen the guy before. What, no, can it be? He became startled after a bold conjecture emerged in his mind, telling him why this person was so familiar. You're right. Li Qie answered him, that's your progenitor, martial ancestor. What? The crowd blew up in a furor. Even the power ancestors were astounded. Impossible. Don't besmirch my progenitor's reputation. Dracoform vehemently denied despite having the same thought. Chapter 2395. This is absurd, that can't be martial ancestor, didn't he ascend a long time ago? One ancestor questioned. Dracoform refuted Li Qie's assertion, but he wasn't sure. This person was truly too familiar despite his face being shrouded in darkness. However, the figure was exactly like a painting of their progenitor. To be exact, this is a part of your progenitor. Li Qie leisurely said, he used martial arts as his path, resulting in violent tendencies. As he reached for the supreme, his heart and mind give birth to mental weakness, or a devil. Reaching for the top required expelling this heart devil, so he used a great method to do so after becoming a progenitor. Unfortunately, the violent tendencies have taken deep roots, becoming part of your progenitor. Expelling this thing was akin to cutting off his own arm, severing part of his grand Tao. Because of this close connection, your progenitor can't actually kill him, or his own grand Tao would shatter. Because of this, he came up with sealing it beneath the martial court, using the entire power of this place to suppress it. At the same time, he refined a suppressive weapon with the name, Martial Tao Truncheon. This weapon holds his 12 variations. He wanted to use the faith and worship of the descendants along with the power of time to destroy this imprisoned heart devil. Unfortunately, his descendants are too greedy, desiring this powerful artifact without knowing the real stories. Li Qie shook his head and laughed at this point. He told this story from start to finish as if he saw it with his own eyes back then. Dracoform turned pale and gripped the truncheon tighter. The previous ancestors all knew that their progenitor had buried a wondrous weapon but didn't know the reason why. This was understandable because it wasn't written down. Martial Ancestor himself chose against divulging it. His direct disciples knew about it but couldn't actually record it for the future generation because it would be a stain on his reputation. Thus, the information behind this buried weapon remained a secret. Ha ha ha, Li, you are something else, knowing so much about this. Mu Shaochen, who was far away from the martial court, laughed. I have perused numerous scrolls and visited so many systems and only got a little hint, yet you know it like the palm of your hand. So extraordinary, worthy of being my greatest rival. So it turned out Mu Shaochen was aware of this secret and took advantage of Dracoform and the others' greed. With the martial court help, he was able to dig out the truncheon and find the pagoda. The ancestors and Dracoform were ecstatic after finding the truncheon, the so-called strongest weapon left behind by their progenitor. They didn't expect to be used by Shaochen in this manner. Dracoform had an ugly grimace, his hard-earned reputation was ruined just like that, tricked by a junior. You're not qualified to be my rival. Li Qie didn't bat an eye and nonchalantly said. Ha ha ha, Li, keep on being arrogant. Shaochen said, wait until this heart devil restores its vitality and power. He will sweep through the world. Myriad will be under my control. I will not only unify it but will kill my way back to Imperial. I will make it tremble. Same for that bitch who dared to oppose me. As for you, Li, you will only be a skeleton beneath my feet. Sounds like you got beaten like a dog without a master and had to run with tail tucked between your legs. Nowhere else to hide up there, so had to go down to Imperial. Li Qie smirked, noticing the details. You. Shaochen turned red right away. I was only hiding my skills. I know, just a homeless dog. Li Qie interrupted his justification. People exchanged glances. Mu Shaochen, an esteemed guest by so many, was chased out of Imperial. The crowd felt as if they had just swallowed a fly and became as uncomfortable as can be. Nevertheless, they couldn't exactly voice their frustration at the moment. At this time, the black figure seemed to have returned after a moment of relaxation. It landed and touched the ground, seemingly enamored with this feeling, being back here with his beloved land. Buzz. Unfortunately, the ground and the foliage touched by this hand immediately turned to black ashes. It stood up and opened its mouth, wishing to devour the entire martial court. It inhaled, and the power of the land, the endless light, the true energy around, all were sucked into its mouth. 1,000 miles turned into a lifeless wasteland. The wondrous landscapes and vegetation, birds and fish, mortals and cultivators, all got devoured and became dust. Clank. When this devouring force reached the area of a powerful clan, the imperial formations left behind instantly activated. Divine swords rushed to the sky while all of its experts roared, fueling their vitality into the formation in order to stop the heart devil. Boom! This was useless since the imperial formation instantly crumbled before its might. Ah! The clan was annihilated. All of the living beings there were devoured. The clan's territory also turned into a land of death. As it continued to inhale, more lands suffered this fate. Although these territories only made up a very portion of the system, this was only the beginning. With its extraordinary devouring speed, it wouldn't be long before this creature takes everything. Ha ha ha, once he devours Vermilion, he'll be a living martial ancestor. Who will be able to stop his madness? Mu Xiaochen laughed. Everyone gasped. This devil heart was truly frightening and would bring doom to all of Myriad. No one will be lucky enough to escape. Die! Dracoform martial ancestor roared before crossing through space, instantly appearing above the heart devil. Boom! The truncheon came crashing down and smashed the Myriad laws. Nothing could stop its momentum. However, the heart devil simply raised its hand to meet the blow directly. Crack! The creature's hand shattered. The weapon even left behind a mark on its arm. The mark then moved onto its chest and made the creature tremble. This strike from Dracoform was undoubtedly mighty. After all, he was powerful himself and the truncheon was made to suppress this heart devil. People heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, they saw hopes of stopping it. This heart devil wasn't weak, but the long duration and suppressive power have nearly destroyed it. Destruction was inevitable if Mu Xiaochen didn't let it out. It inhaled again and devoured 100,000 miles of land this time. Its power surged as the dark glow around it intensified. Chapter 2396. The Devourer naturally frightened the spectators. The scariest part was how after absorbing 100,000 miles of land and life, the heart devil clearly became stronger. The broken hand turned back to normal without a single wound. The more grievous injury, the seal on his chest, couldn't stay on. It was shaken and dropped on the ground. Like Mu Xiaochen said earlier, the more it absorbed, the stronger it would become. Eventually, perhaps it could be a match for Martial Ancestor. Vermilion is personally crafted by Martial Ancestor while he is a part of the Ancestor. Thus, the entire system is greatly nutritious to it. Who can match him after he finishes devouring? An Ancestor trembled in fear. Everyone else felt the same dread. A heart devil on the same level as a progenitor would be able to sweep through Myriad without any resistance. Without another progenitor in action, many systems would fall down. It would be easy for Mu Xiaochen to unite Myriad at that point. Boom! The second blow came, wielding all of Dracoform's true energy. The truncheon became as bright and hot as the sun, showing zero mercy. With the power of the system and the matchless truncheon, this blow possessed an unrivaled power. Before even hitting the devil's head, the space and Dao nearby exploded with a loud bang. The devil still chose to block it again with its hand. The same bone-cracking sound came just like before. However, its arms only bent down this time, not completely shattering like the past. This devil has become several times stronger versus the last attempt. Dracoform was shocked. If this continued, this devil would become invincible. Boom! Dracoform's body became resplendent with a pulsing beam surging to the sky, full of divinity. His truncheon became hotter and radiant as well. He looked like a large sun illuminating the world. Spectators found it hard to keep their eyes open. Bang! Bang! Lightning bolts danced in the sky as he threw out the truncheon. Lightning Leo! Following his battle cry, the truncheon released one of the 12 variations. The weapon has always contained the mysteries of these techniques, so when a terrifying flood of lightning bolts immediately drowned the world. One could hear a sharp howl among the lightning currents. A Leo rushed out and crushed the void. Its claws could tear anything to pieces. Boom! 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 The lightning current struck the heart devil while the large Leo also dug its claws deep inside. Blood gushed out since the creature was being ravaged by the two separate offenses. Its chest was virtually torn open. RA! The devil roared furiously and opened its mouth to suck in 300,000 miles of territory now. It only took the blink of an eye before this land became barren. So many lives turned to ashes to the horror of the crowd. Bang! The devil raised its hand and the laws obeyed. A gigantic elephant came stomping. River crossing elephant, one of the 12 variations. The devil, who used to be a part of martial ancestor, naturally knew how to use the 12 variations. Furthermore, this particular move carried an ancient style, seemingly pure, more accurate, and in tune with the grand Tao compared to Dracoform's. The elephant kicked the Leo flying with one hoof and aimed for Dracoform with the other. The truncheon flew out of Dracoform's hand again as he roared, "Abyss-dwelling dragon." A dragon leaped and coiled in the sky, sealing all directions to stop the incoming stomp. Boom! The stars and planets died as the hoof landed on the shielding dragon. Martial ancestor thumpingly staggered backward, but it was still a successful defense. R.A. The devil opened its mouth again in order to feast on the essences of the world and longevity of all things. Shit! Cultivators and even ancestors from Vermilions began to run, wanting nothing more than to get the hell away from this place. Alas, there was no escaping. This next devour turned another 300,000 miles worth of land into nothingness along with all the living beings there. Their vitality and power turned into the purest energy flowing into the devil's mouth. Boom! An endless shadow shrouded out the celestials above before gathering together to create a large serpent. This large serpent absorbed and spewed out the yin and yang. It had a strong yin affinity with a chilling breath capable of extinguishing the sun. Death Serpent. Dracoform shouted in astonishment. This was another lost technique from the 12 variations being performed by this devil. Senior, aren't you all trying to find these variations? Here, I'm showing them to you right now, no need to thank me, it's something I should do. Xiaochen laughed and said. Dracoform was in a terrible mood. They have brought a wolf home, wanting to use his supreme talents to find the lost arts. Who would have thought that it only brought a calamity to their court? Despite his fury, he had no time to deal with Xiaochen right now. The serpent seemingly hardened and leaped forward like a drill, instantly piercing through the sky with an unstoppable sharpness. Boom! Though Dracoform had gathered all of his power onto the dragon, it still couldn't stop this particular move. The shield crumbled and he was blown flying while vomiting blood. Activate. He had no choice but to roar. His chest became bright, seemingly forming a maelstrom. The rest of his body ignited into flame while sending out bloody rays. One could even hear a sizzling sound of something burning. When he opened his eyes, they looked like a pair of rubies, 2 worlds of red. Everyone else could feel his tyrannical power dominating the area. He seemed to be going insane. He's burning his true blood and lifespan. An ancestor murmured, he wants to take that thing down at all cost. Even if he can kill it, he'll lose a lot of his lifespan. Dracoform used the truncheon again while shouting, Jade-severing white tiger. This technique contained an incredible belonging to the yang affinity. Ra. A white tiger appeared with claws sharp enough to slay gods and devils, severing everything in the world. The devil retaliated with the abyss-dwelling dragon. It coiled around and acted as a shield. Boom! The tiger's claws ruthlessly slashed the shield. Chapter 2397, Crack. The draconic shield started to crack and could collapse at any moment. Everyone watched with bated breath. If Dracoform could successfully break through the devil's defense, the young affinity of this white tiger might be able to restrain the darkness and decapitate the monster. Victory and defeat relied on this move since Dracoform was burning his own lifespan and blood. It looked like he wanted to go down together with the monster. This move could be considered his strongest. If it wasn't enough, then his defeat was assured. Not only would he die, but the rest of the martial court would falter as well. Ooh! The devil roared and widened its jaws, wanting to devour all of Vermilion in order to grow stronger. Rumble. The court spewed out brilliant laws all around the land. These laws wove together to form divine iron chains, wanting to seal the area while issuing loud cranking sounds. All of the ancestors from Vermilion were activating the power of the system in order to create laws from the Tao source and prevent the devil from absorbing more energy. Loud explosions ensued in this struggle. On one side were the sealing chains and on the other, the devil continued to swallow everything it could. However, the devil used to be a part of martial ancestor. In the end, these chains failed and broke down to pieces. Worldly essence and numerous creatures got devoured. This time, a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The crowd was horrified. As this devil grew stronger, its appetite increased as well. Just one inhale was enough to consume such a great distance now. Boom! With a more radiating black glow, its dragon blew away the white tiger. The creature was so much stronger than before. The thing then created a fat monster with a mouth large enough to eat everything. Moon-devouring glutton. Dracoform was stunned again by one of their lost variations. Boom! This monster swallowed the white tiger, so Dracoform suffered a backlash. His body exploded with fleshy bits flying everywhere. His true fate fell to the ground like a shooting star and penetrated the ground. The spectators didn't want to see this development at all. Mu Xiaochen was gloating. Haha, it doesn't look like your court won't be able to enjoy my gift of bringing these variations back. The crowd was silent. Vermilion brought this upon themselves. Bam! Dracoform's true fate flew out of the pit. It only had a faint glow now. Buzz! He created his body again. Alas, his aura was numerous times weaker than earlier. The paled martial artist's hands were trembling while holding the truncheon. He felt fear because he didn't have the power to fight anymore. He burned his lifespan in true blood earlier, yet still failed to match that heart devil, losing his body in the process. His weakened vitality lowered his battle potential. Even if he could reach his peak state again, the heart devil had grown so much stronger now. Of course, he didn't care about his own life, but he couldn't watch the destruction of his Vermilion, especially when he was the main contributor. How could he have the gall to meet his ancestors in the afterlife? It's over, Dracoform martial god can't fight anymore. The ancestors glanced at each other after seeing this terrible development for both Vermilion and Myriad. Vermilion was about to be destroyed, and the same fate might happen to Myriad lineage. They felt that once this heart devil reached the same power as martial ancestor, who could actually stop this calamity? Alas, no one could help Dracoform right now because doing so was the same as suiciding, completely pointless. Even the number one expert couldn't do anything. Others would just come and die instantly. The gap here couldn't be made up by pure number alone. Only Li Qie was relaxed while watching this whole thing. Young noble, please save our Vermilion martial court. Wu Bingning quietly begged while standing beside him. Due to the disaster, the ancestors have released her. He only smiled back in response. She held his hand tightly and continued, young noble, only you can help us, please save our system. Silly girl. He gently stroked her soft hair and said, how can I refuse you? He let go of her hand and started walking towards the heart devil. Fiercest, he's gonna give it a shot. The crowd was shocked. Some had a strange and complex expression on their face. Prior to this, Fiercest was fighting against Dracoform to the death. But now, he wanted to save Vermilion? They didn't expect this sudden development at all. Nevertheless, people did heave a sigh of relief. Perhaps Fiercest was the only person in Myriad who can defeat this heart devil since he was so unfathomable. Of course, they didn't view him as a fierce and unreasonable man anymore, more of a potential savior at this point. He has to do it, or it's over for Myriad. A few placed their palms together and started to pray. They couldn't find anyone else stronger than him right now. If he were to lose, then no one would be able to stop this heart devil from wreaking havoc across Myriad lineage. So many systems would fall as a result. The heart devil immediately turned around with a serious glare. Though one couldn't quite see its feature, this reaction was one of fear. It was still far inferior to martial ancestor, but as a part of this progenitor, he could be considered a being on the same level. His instinct and intuition exceeded everyone else. Because of this, though Li Qia looked rather harmless, the thing viewed him as a monstrous threat, its biggest one. That's more like it, otherwise, it would be embarrassing to have such an ignorant devil heart. Li Qia chuckled. The devil tried to see through Li Qia, but this was impossible. This guy had concealed everything, no one could read him. Li Qia. Mu Xiaochen gritted his teeth after seeing this interference. You're trying to mess up my plan again. That's not all, I'll be taking your dog life too, but don't worry. You don't die that fast. I'll make sure your clan will be able to hear you scream. They, along with all my foes, will tremble soon, for I will be ascending to Imperial. Li Qia replied with enjoyment. Mu Xiaochen's expression became ugly after hearing this. Chapter 2398. Mu Xiaochen took a deep breath and sneered. Li, this is your last day to act arrogant. So what if you are strong? You won't be able to kill that heart devil, since it will grow stronger and stronger after devouring all of Vermilion. Your demise is soon, I'll be waiting for you to groan and beg. He laughed boisterously after stating this. Li Qia shook his head, just a frog under a well. One heart devil is enough for you to be this complacent? In my eyes, not to mention this thing, martial ancestor himself would make no difference being here. Arrogant fool, you don't know how terrorizing a progenitor can be. Mu Xiaochen's expression darkened. Li Qia quickly interrupted him, just a progenitor, not a true immortal. Only a true immortal is really invincible, the same can't be said about the former. You. Xiaochen was speechless because he has never seen someone making such a bold statement before. Who would dare to look down on progenitors, especially in such a nonchalant manner? Senior, please save our Vermilion, we will do our best to repay you. Dracoform himself started beseeching. At this juncture between life and death, even the proud Dracoform had no choice but to lower his head and ask Li Qia for assistance. He no longer had the power to fight and couldn't come up with another plan outside of this in order to save his martial court. Personal reputation and honor were nothing if he could save his system. Everyone stared at Li Qia, not feeling surprised about Dracoform's request. After all, it looked like Fiercest was the only one who could take down the Heart Devil. Thus, it made sense for someone with certain priorities like Dracoform to ask his enemy for help. However, that brat Mu is right about one thing. Li Qia smiled, killing that Heart Devil won't be easy. More importantly, it has become a part of your Vermilion system. To kill it means that your system will fall into declination. Dracoform froze, aware of this implication. Many systems, once declined, never could rise back up again until total collapse. Perhaps Vermilion Martial Court will not exist in the future. Declination is still better than destruction, please help us, Senior. Dracoform gritted his teeth. He wanted to protect Vermilion at any price, even if it meant kneeling and begging Li Qia. It's not impossible. Come from one place, return to that place. I can indeed make it return to your system, but I am missing a catalyst to fuse it back to the land. Li Qia said. Dracoform stared at the broken land before him, nothing but silence and sadness. His heart ached, so he made up his mind. I will be that catalyst, go for it, Senior. He got on his knees with a solemn expression. He wanted to sacrifice himself. Plus, this disaster stemmed from him in the first place, so he needed to end it. He was already a sinner, so his life was worthless. At least he could contribute something to Vermilion now. Hand me the truncheon. Li Qia reached out. Dracoform threw the truncheon at Li Qia without any hesitation. Li Qia caught it and did a test swing. This is Martial Dao truncheon exists as a sealing tool, not just because it has the 12 variations. Li Qia said. The Heart Devil took one step back after seeing this. It didn't give a damn when Dracoform was using it and even used its bare hand to stop the blow. It was because Dracoform didn't understand the mysteries of the truncheon, unable to use its real power. This was no longer the case with Wuxia. The Heart Devil immediately felt a terrible potential, a murderous intent that could pierce through its heart. Keep in mind that martial ancestor crafted this truncheon specifically to suppress his Heart Devil. Only those who could use its real power could truly trap this Heart Devil. Otherwise, someone as powerful as Dracoform still couldn't do anything. Wuxia casually pointed the truncheon at the Heart Devil and smiled. Be a good boy and give up, or do I have to make you? That's fiercest for you, daring to call this Heart Devil a good boy. The crowd thought. R.A. The Heart Devil roared. The darkness amplified and came together, causing it to grow in size. It stood there like a giant looking down on the world. Just its palm alone seemed enough to destroy the martial court. Pointless struggle, you're no longer as strong as before, but even if you were, it is meaningless before me. Wuxia shook his head, acting like it was no big deal. His relaxed attitude took the crowd by surprise. They were lost in admiration since only fiercest could act like this in the world. The devil began opening its mouth towards Vermilion for another devouring attempt. Watch out, he's absorbing. Many shouted in horror. Be careful. Dracoform was shocked as well. The monster had devoured 1,000,000 miles of land with the last gulp, so it became much more powerful. Perhaps it could easily do 10 million miles this time around. Just several more attempts and their entire system would be done for. It's unfortunate that your opponent is me. Wuxia smiled and spread his palm in a natural manner. It seemed to be breaking the order of the world. His palm came from the ancient past before the inception of the world. It crossed through time and space, releasing endless chaos. This chaos derived supreme laws that wove together to form the first word. This grand Tao was unique and supreme. Boom! The word imprinted itself above the ground of Vermilion in a dazzling manner. Just like that, the Tao system seemed to be held down and stabilized. Whoosh! 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 Crazy gales swept past the place with enough force to cut mountains by the waist. Alas, a miracle had happened. The devil continued to suck in, but the system wasn't touched this time around. Earlier, worldly essences and lives would instantly be drained dry and devoured because the creature had the same origin as the system. Nothing could stop that process earlier, until now. Wuxia used the word of his finality sword, a supreme word from a heavenly scripture, the real origin of martial ancestor. It was older than his grand Tao, older than the Tao source of Vermilion, and certainly older than this devil heart. It was the true and strongest origin. Thus, its sealing prevented the Heart Devil from absorbing further worldly essences. What? Everyone became slack-jawed in disbelief as they watched the devil's ineffectiveness. Chapter 2399. Wuxia's successful attempt shocked the entire crowd. Fiercest, he should change his title to #1 expert from now on. One ancestor praised. At this moment, everyone realized just how much stronger he was compared to Dracoform martial god. He was the only one qualified to have this title in Myriad. What sorcery is this? Mu Shaochen was shocked just like the rest. He was hoping for the devil to consume all of Vermilion because it wasn't strong enough right now. It could certainly sweep through the current Myriad but not Imperial. Only by returning to the peak would it be unstoppable there too. Now, Wuxia had destroyed his hope. He would never accept this. No such sorcery exists in this world, fool. Wuxia shook his head, great talents but no knowledge. No different from an idiot. You. Shaochen turned red but couldn't do anything outside of angrily glaring at Wuxia. R.A. The Heart Devil screamed with indignation. It tried its best to absorb, but Vermilion remained standing, completely sealed. Wuxia started floating up above the airspace of the Heart Devil and pointed with his truncheon. Time to end this. Boom! The creature screamed again and lost its figure, turning into a dark expanse that soars straight for Wuxia. It had turned into a world of darkness, deciding to assault Wuxia with this affinity. The crowd was astonished because Wuxia disappeared into this darkness, devoid of light. No one could ever run from this eternal darkness. The creature chose against using techniques, even ones as strong as the 12 variations. It chose darkness to take him down. This affinity pervaded the entire area in an omnipresent manner. It would last for one generation after another, one reincarnation cycle and the next. It had sealed him completely, not allowing for an escape path. Despite only being a mental weakness, this devil still came from martial ancestor. It knew the existence it was facing, so it chose the best retaliation method. The 12 variations would have been useless, but using darkness to infiltrate the guy's Tao heart might be possible. After all, even the strongest would have openings in their Tao heart. A successful infiltration would allow it to take root in his Tao heart. At that point, not only would victory be in its grasp, it could also grow stronger using Wuxia's Tao heart. Darkness into the heart. Dracoform realized the creature's intention and knew just how dangerous this was. The devil could grow so much stronger, causing Dracoform to shudder. Not only would Vermilion go down, but the rest of Myriad also wouldn't fare any better. Will Fiercest be able to protect his Tao heart? The crowd palpitated. For many people, they could normally fight against a stronger opponent, but defending the Tao heart was much more difficult. Ha ha ha, you're done, Li, you will only be a puppet to the darkness, you alone won't be able to protect your Tao heart. Mu Xiaochen let out a burst of crazed laughter. In his eyes, someone as arrogant and prideful as Wuxia wouldn't have a strong mental fortitude. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but no one has a firmer Tao heart than me. Wuxia's leisure voice came from the darkness. Buzz. Rays of light spread from his Tao heart, piercing through the darkness. Wuxia stood in the center, completely unaffected to the astonishment of the crowd. Ancestors began taking a deep breath. One of them said, "Such an unyielding Tao heart. Few could reach this level, not just in Myriad but all of 3 immortals. Let's go." Wuxia raised the truncheon. Boom! It exuded the brightest radiance. One could hear the roar of tigers, phoenixes, and dragons. Visual phenomena of these beasts soaring around in the air appeared. These massive divine creatures fused together to form an ancient totem. Myriad form totem. Dracoform shouted. He had only heard of this move, never having seen it before since no one could use it outside of their progenitor. Rumor has it that this was the legendary combination of all the laws within the 12 variations, the final evolution into a supreme totem. The totem came down in an untouchable and resolute manner. The darkness was smashed back to its original form and fell down from the sky. Buzz. The totem was also burning this black expanse. No. The devil roared furiously. This was its first word. It's refinement time. Wuxia shouted. The totem released even more light, akin to oil burning on a lake amidst the night. However, this wasn't just a scorching process. The darkness was being refined into worldly essences, back to its original form. This was the energy that the creature had devoured earlier from Vermilion. The crowd couldn't believe it. A great existence like this heart devil couldn't resist at all and was being refined alive. Wuxia's totem completely overwhelmed it. This thing easily defeated Dracoform earlier, but it seemed so helpless before Wuxia. One could easily imagine how mighty he was after seeing this. Pop! Finally, all the darkness was refined. An endless amount of worldly essences surged to the sky like a tsunami. Boom! The truncheon empowered by the totem pierced through the entire ocean of energy and started falling down. It is time for the catalyst. Wuxia shouted. I'm going. Dracoform leaped into the sky with his chest arched forward straight for the descending truncheon. He closed his eyes and was at peace with himself, knowing what was about to happen and had zero regrets. He created this disaster, so he needed to give his system an appropriate answer, wanting to heal the wounds of the land. Sacrificing himself for the system was the only thing he could do to forgive himself. Otherwise, he would live in a shadow, always stricken with guilt. Pluff. The truncheon instantly pierced through his chest completely. It carried the worldly energy of millions of miles, so its destructive power was as clear as day. Chapter 2400, Poof. The moment the truncheon pierced Dracoform's chest, he turned into a mist of blood, while his true fate in the shape of a starry night sky instantly melted into the sanguine liquid. The martial artist suffered a true death right now with the destruction of his fate. There was no chance of recreating his body like the last time. A body could be reconstructed but not utterly destroyed true fate. In this blink of an eye, the blood with the scintillating pieces of his true fate fused with the worldly essence. His blood stained the entire ocean of essence into a red color as if roses were blossoming. The light of his true fate continued to illuminate this new expanse with silver rays just like a net. Clank. The silver net gathered all of the blood. Their combination turned into red strings of laws, seemingly refined from true blood. Just like that, it sealed the ocean of worldly essences, not just fusing with it. It could lead this massive energy without leaking the tiniest sliver. This all happened so fast even before the truncheon made it to the ground. Boom! Not only did the truncheon pierce through the ocean of essence, it directly pinned to the ground. With buzzing noises, the laws made from blood began leading the essence into the system. The net made this process possible without leaking any energy. A short while ago, something began to change about the land that had been devoured by the Heart Devil. It was devoid of life and full of death energy for about 1,000,000 miles. But at this moment, a touch of green was appearing on this canvas of red. Moreover, it was spreading at a rapid rate as if a master painter was adding more green strokes. It didn't take long before it took over the entire painting in a magnificent manner. Of course, this was just the shade of the worldly essence. Dracoform's sacrifice was not in vain. He served as a catalyst and a guide so that the worldly essence and life force could return to this land. Without doing so, the barren land would have deteriorated into death zones in the future. After finishing the Heart Devil and changing it back to the source, he needed someone to lead the leftovers back into the land. Dracoform volunteered to be the sacrifice. The green energy continued to circle and fill the land. The dried-up soil had trees and leaves springing up. The mountains and rivers began to take shape once more. Mountains came back from the debris while the water ran down the streams. This land became filled with life and vitality once more. The only things that couldn't come back were the dead. They have turned to smoke, no returning from that. This was merely certain affinities returning to the source, not a temporal reversal. Mountains and rivers could be rebuilt, but the dead mortals and cultivators no longer existed. Nevertheless, this was the best result Vermilion could hope for. As long as the land was still around, there were still endless possibilities. Life would multiply once more in this fertile place, resulting in flourishing areas. The experts in Vermilion were overwhelmed with emotions while watching this. Some started tearing up, others took a deep breath, and more began to celebrate. So many have fallen, but at the very least, the fortunate survivors still found hope and optimism for the future. The true masters were sighing and reflecting on the transpired event. Just a little bit more and Vermilion would have turned to ashes. Next, Dracoform Martial God was also dead, the end of the #1 expert in Myriad. Nevertheless, his story was one of redemption and honor. Ultimately, many members of Vermilion still viewed him as a great ancestor. All will return to the origin, including the Heart Devil, since it was a part of this place as well. Li Qie said flatly while staring at the rejuvenated land. Since the Heart Devil was a part of Martial Ancestor and how closely connected he was to Vermilion, the Devil also became a part of Vermilion after the suppression process. The two, to a certain extent, couldn't be separated. Thus, Li Qie didn't only return the worldly essence and life force, but also this Heart Devil. Its power eventually returned to this land, fusing with the system. It was a silent moment of reflection. Some wondered about Li Qia's invincibility. Others were still sad about Dracoform's sacrifice. Even under his strongest state, Dracoform still wasn't a match for the Heart Devil. However, Li Qia only needed one move to refine the devil back to the origin before reconstructing the land. This was such a frightening level, truly untouchable in this world. Everyone realized something: fiercest was beyond their imagination. Eternals and true emperors were not his match. Only progenitors were qualified to be uttered in the same breath as him. At the same time, the death of Dracoform struck a resounding chord. Though he wasn't the first Eternal to die since Cloud-crossing Falcon God fell to Li Qia a bit ago, the impact wasn't on the same level. Dracoform was far stronger and his sacrifice has certainly stirred the crowd. The martial god might have made a mistake, but he courageously shouldered his responsibility. Still as respectable as before. An ancestor gently sighed and said with respect. Dracoform might have been blinded by treasures, but he used his own life to make up for his mistake. This was worthy of respect. Leaving so fast? While people were busy dealing with the shock, Li Qia's leisure voice woke them up. Mu Shaochen and Heavenrend Viper were trying to escape. They knew that this battle was over. Unfortunately, their enemy was Li Qia. Though their evasion was quite stealthy, it couldn't evade Li Qia's eyes. If Li Qia wanted them to die by nightfall, they would not live to see the next day. Chapter 2401. Both Mu Shaochen and Heavenrend Viper were scared of Li Qia and quickly retreated backward. Heavenrend Viper was someone who had fought against a true emperor before, but this didn't stop him from being afraid of Li Qia. He was aware of the great disparity between them, something that couldn't be shortened with treasures and merit laws. Shaochen turned pale. Ever since coming to Myriad, he got everything he ever wanted and won every battle. Ancestors and systems all showed him respect and consideration. Alas, he was running away like a homeless dog right now on top of being scared out of his mind. He never got in such a bad position before, not even up in Imperial. Though he had messed with someone above his station in Imperial, his brothers and ancestors still protected him, allowing him to escape unscathed to Myriad. This was no longer the case. He was truly scared this time, left in this sorry mess. He was at his wit's end. No one in Myriad would dare to protect him, nor did they have the power to stop someone like Li Qia. The only one he could rely on right now was Heavenrend Viper. Unfortunately, this guy had lost to Li Qia as well. Li Qia, his legs trembled. He no longer possessed the same haughtiness and fearlessness after finally learning the word fear. Why leave so soon? Li Qia smiled at them. His tone could confuse some who didn't know about the situation. They might have thought that he was speaking to friends, wanting them to stay a while longer. Despite Shaochen's great talents, he was still just a pampered youth, yet to be sharpened with arduous experiences. Because of this, his Dao heart could crumble at any moment. He no longer had the courage to stand up against Li Qia and instantly hid behind Heavenrend Viper. The Viper knew his limitations, but he had no choice other than to face Li Qia directly. He looked like a hen protecting its chick. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist. Honorable Senior, we were ignorant and foolish to have offended you. A person of your status is surely benevolent, please show mere dash. Incorrect. Li Qia shook his head. I am still very young, just a handsome and hot-blooded youth. Thus, I'm naturally arrogant and petty as well. Benevolence and mercy are nowhere to be found. If someone chooses to oppose me, I will destroy them. Heavenrend Viper took a while before gritting his teeth and responding, Young noble Li, you are the greatest genius right now. You surely know that killing us won't accomplish or change anything. May I ask what we must do in order for you to spare us? Please, state your demands. Begging was useless, so Heavenrend Viper could only rely on negotiation, using benefits to persuade the guy. After all, Mu Shaochen's life was very precious. As long as it was within an acceptable margin, the Mu would still agree to an unreasonable request from Li Qia. That's right, just say what you want. Mu Xiaochen immediately added, our clan can satisfy any of your demands. Treasures? Training scrolls? Immortal artifacts? We got it all as long as you drop this feud. Xiaochen was eager to buy his own life, afraid that Li Qia would really kill him for real. Thus, he started off high, convinced that real treasures might tempt Li Qia. He was willing to let go of any treasure in order to stay alive. Quite tempting. Li Qia smiled and rubbed his chin. So, your clan will give me whatever I want. The crowd also took full interest in this because they were curious. How high would this Mu clan go in order to save Mu Xiaochen? That's right. Mu Xiaochen nodded as fast as a chicken eating grain. Just say the words. Our clan can handle anything. Li Qia smirked in response. I don't ask for much. I'm not interested in training scrolls and treasures, just your life. Will your clan give that up? Xiaochen was shocked. He thought that it was going rather well, but it seemed like Li Qia had no intention of sparing him. He ran back behind Heavenrend Viper, feeling helpless and overwhelmed with rage. Young noble Li, perhaps you should reconsider. The Mu is wealthy, all of the ancestors there are eternal. The eldest young noble is also a peerless true emperor. We can actually satisfy your demands, really. Heavenrend Viper didn't give up and decided to go all out. People took a deep breath, all of their ancestors were eternals. Mu Xiaochen's eldest brother was a true emperor. Is that a threat? Li Qia's smile became more sinister. Of course not, young noble. But what's the harm in having more friends? The eldest young noble is supreme, he'll definitely become a progenitor in the future. That can be very that's in the future. Li Qia waved his sleeve. Plus, so what if he is one now? There is no lack of them in 3 Immortals history, so why should I give a damn about him? No one in the crowd critiqued this comment. Li Qia had earned his right to be pompous without sounding forceful and unnatural at this time. He had the ability to challenge a progenitor. A true emperor was rather trivial in comparison. Heavenrend Viper couldn't respond since Li Qia made it too clear. Only progenitors could speak on the same level as him. True emperors and everything below couldn't negotiate with him. Though he wasn't a peak eternal, he was still an influential expert in Imperial. Alas, Li Qia viewed him like an ant. The guy became frozen and desperate, knowing that death was knocking on his door. I won't make it difficult for you since your life is inconsequential to me. Leave now and I shall spare you. Li Qia looked at him and said. Upon hearing this, he looked back at Mu Xiaochen. This stare scared the youth. He immediately pulled on the Viper's sleeve and shouted, Elder Wang, you can't leave me. You promised my father about taking good care of me. The imperious Xiaochen was no different from a scared brat. There was no one else he could rely on but the Viper. All eyes were on Heavenrend Viper, awaiting his decision. Of course, no one would laugh at him for leaving. Fiercest was simply too strong, so conceding was not embarrassing at all. Anyone else would do the same. Thank you for your goodwill, young noble. The Viper took a deep breath and said slowly, one must uphold their responsibility. I have agreed to take care of the young lord, so if you want his life, you will have to kill me first. Regardless of whether he was a bad person or not, the Viper was still a great character who can stay true to his promises. This was the resolution of a master. But then again, remember that in Chinese, people use roles and status to indicate respect and subservience, especially during begging. It doesn't have to be literal. The main issue is that this can be interpreted in multiple ways, but there is no word in English that has the same effect. Any substitution would be jarring. Chapter 2402. The spectators couldn't help feeling respect for Heavenrend Viper since he could leave whenever he wanted, but he chose to stay. This was admirable, proving that he was a real man regardless of his morality. Nothing was more precious than life for many people. They would be willing to abandon all else just to survive. However, Heavenren Viper was going to throw his life away just to keep a promise despite knowing the futility of it all. Anyone who wanted to touch Mu Xiaochen must walk over his corpse first. It seemed that keeping his promise was more important to him than his own life. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish and even give you a chance to attack first. Li Qie smiled. Heavenren Viper took a deep breath. He summoned his strongest weapon and looked back at Mu Xiaochen. Young lord, I'll be going first. Take care. Elder Wang. Xiaochen was shocked, but there was nothing he could do now. Let's go. Heavenren Viper roared and his weapon exuded a golden light in the shape of a serpent with the intensity of a sun. At the same time, his vitality erupted with fire, serving as the fuel. When this weapon attacked, space melted itself. The world was turning into a golden liquid. Heavenren Viper knew that this strongest attack in his entire life wouldn't accomplish anything, yet he still did it to struggle for just a little bit. At the very least, he tried his best to keep his promise. This attack required burning his vitality and lifespan, doubling its power and more, truly a shocking blow. In the past, when an Eternal released such a mighty move, people would audibly gasp and become lost in awe. They would feel that it was unstoppable. This was no longer the case. Everyone stayed calm because they knew that regardless of its ferocious potential, it wouldn't change the outcome. He was facing fiercest who could decide everything with his own move. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie had a golden sword in his hand. It flashed at an unbelievable speed. No one could even see the sword at first, let alone the slash. They only saw a flashing golden brilliance, not where it came from. Heavenren Viper stood still as if nothing has happened. The world became silent just like the beginning of time, as if the Viper didn't attack at all. Pluff. His head rolled off his body and fell thumpingly to the ground. His eyes were still open to see his body falling to the ground. Li Qie's speed was virtually imperceptible. Even the ancestors couldn't truly see the move. His golden sword disappeared after the Viper's body fell to the ground. Golden of the Finality Sword series, it represented the limits of speed. Just one slash was enough to deliver the fatal blow. His opponents wouldn't have the chance to attack at all when he chose this move, since they would already be dead. Even an Eternal like the Viper, who was certainly strong, became so helpless. Most wouldn't even realize how they have died. Of course, dying to this slash could also be considered lucky. At the very least, death came and left in the blink of an eye, painlessly and without any fear. Elder Wang. Xiaochen shouted again. Naturally, he wasn't sad about the death of the old man, only that his only backing was gone. He was truly alone now. Your turn. Li Qie smiled while staring at the youth. Don't come over here. Xiaochen was scared out of his mind and continued walking backward. He wanted nothing more than to get out of here, but that wasn't possible. Don't worry, I won't kill you right now. Your death will be at the Mu. Li Qie said. What are you trying to do? Xiaochen wasn't an idiot and knew that something bad was about to come, so his legs grew weak. Don't worry, I'm just merciful enough to let you die at your own home. It'll be more comforting and gentle that way. Li Qie chuckled. That's impossible, since I can't return to Imperial. There's no way. The youth replied. If he could return to the Mu right now, he would have already done so. However, he alone couldn't ascend to Imperial. He had other methods, but his clan wouldn't accept him back under ordinary circumstances. It's not impossible. Li Qie smiled. Your clan won't just sit back and watch you die in myriads, so when you are on the verge of death, for example, when your true fate is burning, your ancestors will let you die here? I'm sure they have done something to your body in preparation for this. Xiaochen finally knew what Li Qie wanted to do, so he screamed, Don't be crazy. Killing me will make your incoming days terrible. In Imperial, my elder brother is an invincible true emperor. We're the strongest clan as well, everyone obeys us. Kill me and you will have nowhere to go once you ascend. Xiao Chen was scared out of his wits because the most horrifying thing was about to happen to him. That's just fine, a good chance for me to destroy your Mu clan. Since you are returning, give them a message for me, will you? I will be ascending soon. If your clan is smart, then start being obedient. Otherwise, I shall destroy them. You are declaring war against the Mu. Xiao Chen trembled with fear as he shouted. Correct, this is a declaration of war. Don't forget now, give them my message. I, fiercest, am declaring war on the Mu. Li Qia revealed a gentle smile. Everyone was shocked. In Myriad, the Mu was an impressive name, the strongest clan in Imperial and one of the 3 behemoths there. Not many other systems in Imperial could afford to mess with them. But now, Fiercest had just declared war against them. Such a domineering showing. Xiao Chen couldn't say anything now since he was overwhelmed with fear. He knew death was very close. Time to go now. Li Qia chuckled and raised his finger. Pop! A fiery spark fell on Mu Xiaochen, tiny and weak, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Chapter 2403. It wasn't like Xiaochen didn't try to resist. He retreated with his fastest speed, utilizing several dozens of different movement techniques. One must admit that the youth was an erudite scholar, performing these famous techniques from different systems in succession within the blink of an eye. Alas, his amazing speeds and these prominent movements were useless. The power disparity was too great. There was nothing he could do if Li Qia truly wanted his life. The spark still fell on him. After making contact, he didn't combust right away. The fire looked small enough to be patted away, but in reality, this was akin to lighting up a piece of paper, not very flashy at the start. There was no smoke just yet, but the burning process was indeed there. The paper would start to become ashes while still maintaining its overall shape. A lack of visual indicators aside, Xiao Chen was indeed burning up with his skin gradually turning gray. More importantly, his flesh, muscles, and vitality were burning away with the skin. It meant that everything touched by this gray shade was being destroyed by the fire, including true energy. Ah! The youth in pain couldn't help but pat the area touched by the fire. Alas, the area turned to ashes and scattered, just like a piece of burnt paper would. The pain was too much to take, but the youth didn't dare to pat the fire again. This was different from a body being destroyed. If it was shattered via conventional and physical means, it could always be reconstructed with his power and his clan resources. This wouldn't do for Li Qia's method. This flame would truly destroy something. There was no way to recover the burnt areas. Ah! His miserable screams echoed and made others shudder and gasp. They thought about how imperious and arrogant he used to be until now, no way of escaping death. No, at this moment, his entire lower body has turned to ashes, so the fire was now heading for his forehead where his true fate resided, fully aware of the serious implications. Ah! The shrill scream turned worse, sad enough to tug at heartstrings. Buzz! As it was being burned, his true fate suddenly released a brilliant light pinning across the sky. The light created a door made of thick and flowing runes. It creaked and began to open just like an extremely heavy gate. Everyone saw a magnificent scene with rolling mountains and beautiful rivers. It was filled with massive power, just like a land of the immortals. The Mu clan. Most realized the place instantly. What is that? The weaker cultivators remained confused. That clan has prepared something for Mu Xiaochen when he's near death. It'll bring him back to the clan. An ancestor explained. Bringing something from Myriad back to Imperial was costly even for this clan, so it had to be a fatal moment for them to bring Xiaochen back. Buzz. The door shot down a pulsing ray as illuminating as the sun straight for Mu Xiaochen. These rays came together and pulled him inside the portal. Next, with a pop, it disappeared from sight as if nothing had happened. Did he die? Everyone didn't know whether Xiaochen was still alive or not and if the Mu could save him. Ah! His scream echoed across the clan back in Imperial. Chenner. A sorrowful voice answered him. No. Xiaochen continued to scream since his true fate was about to be done for. It was too late for the ancestors to help. In fact, even if they had ample time, they couldn't come up with a way to stop Li Qia's method. This is not good. These ancestors were shocked because Xiaochen's remnant soul hidden in the clan was being infected with this fire as well. Remember, the clan was afraid of the youth being killed outside for causing trouble, so they used their art of immortality to take out one soul of his and stored it in the clan. With this, even if someone else were to destroy his true aid outside, he would have a chance to live again with this last soul. Unfortunately, this final strand of soul hidden in the safest area of the clan was being burned as well. No, Xiaochen realized that death was coming. He's coming to destroy our clan. He didn't forget to state this final line. It wasn't for retribution, only to warn his clan. Who? One ancestor yellowed. Fiercely est, Xiaochen let out his last word before his last soul turned into a crisp. He himself became a pile of ashes. The entire clan became silent. Both the upper and lower echelons had no idea what was going on, only that it was something bad judging by Xiaochen's warning. They let him down to Myriad in the past to take refuge, but also to sharpen him as well. Though it was training, they still sent Heavenrend Viper, an Eternal, to protect him. The Viper was still a big shot in Imperial, let alone Myriad. Plus, given the reputation of their clan, no one in Myriad should dare to provoke Mu Xiaochen. But now, the Viper has yet to return. Everyone could put two and two together. More importantly, this enemy could use such a heaven-defying method to defeat their art of immortality. They initially believed that as long as Xiaochen's final sliver of soul was in their clan, he would never die. Who in this world could defeat this art so easily? They couldn't come up with an answer. These ancestors naturally realized that a powerful foe was coming for them. Go send a message to our true emperor, let him down that an enemy wishes to harm our clan. One ancestor regained his wits and sent a messenger for their eldest young noble. He was Xiaochen's oldest brother, currently a famous true emperor. Shinner, Xiaochen Sr. gritted his teeth while holding the youth's ashes. I will avenge you, I will rip the flesh out of whoever did this to you. The Mu will not rest until this is done. Though they didn't know who Fiercest was, they would never let his death goes unpunished. If this person dared to come to attack their clan, they would not let him leave alive. It was also a matter of defending their clan's prestige as one of the three behemoths in Imperial. They have swept through the world before. Everyone was afraid of them, their enemies never had a good outcome. I don't care who this fiercest person is, but if he dares to kill a member of the Mu, show him no mercy. Another ancestor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 2404, The end of the battle settled the overall outcome. Dracoform martial god's sacrifice saved Vermilion while Heavenrend Viper lost his life. The haughty Mu Xiaochen also disappeared from the eyes of Myriad's members henceforth. Everyone remained fixated on Li Qia with their mouths shut tightly, speechless. The title of number 1 expert belongs to someone else now. One ancestor murmured. It became apparent that after the death of Dracoform, Li Qia was the only one qualified to hold this title. However, for some strange reasons, everyone felt that Fiercest rolls off the tongue much better when describing Li Qia. Number 1 expert was awkward in comparison. The title Fiercest sounded more domineering, so a title change didn't matter as much. Gentlemen, unfortunately, today is not a joyous occasion, no joyous news either. Everyone has come for nothing. Li Qia clapped and interrupted the frozen atmosphere, still a smile on his face. After regaining their wits, most either shook their head or quietly sighed. They didn't come to Vermilion to participate in this advertised wedding, only to see the fight between Fiercest and number 1. So, their wish was satisfied in this manner. Alas, Dracoform's sacrifice was regrettable. Only his legends would remain in Myriad from now on. The result of this did make people breathe easier. Only a bit more, and not just Vermilion but all of Myriad would have gone up in flames. No wedding ceremony and party, but the majority of people still happily left. Vermilion Martial Court nearly became ashes, but it rose again once more, a reason for celebration. Wu Bingning gazed dejectedly at the land and sighed. One single mistake could have ruined everything. She grieved for Dracoform. The ancestor was just mistaken once. She lamented. Though Dracoform almost forced her to marry Xiaochen, she didn't hate him at all. She considered him a brilliant ancestor among the many generations of Vermilion. Gain something, lose something. Li Chia chuckled. His wish is fulfilled, the 12 variations shall return to your court. Li Chia handed the truncheon to Wu Bingning, completely untempted by this incredible weapon. She sighed again and accepted the truncheon before respectfully bowing towards him. Without his help, their court would have fallen into damnation. He could have just watched the whole thing instead of helping. Thus, this was a great act of kindness and benevolence in her eyes. News spread not long afterward. Wu Bingning had taken over Vermilion Court. The sects and clans in the system unanimously supported her. This came to no one's surprise. The court needed a powerful and capable leadership after this disaster and the death of Dracoform. She was definitely the best choice. In the past, she was already coined as the successor and groomed as a future leader. Furthermore, the current leadership suffered a great setback, their authority questioned. Dracoform and the other higher-ups in the martial court caused a terrible disaster. The thousands of clans and sects stopped trusting and supporting them. In fact, it was up for debate whether the martial court would retain control of Vermilion system or not. This was quickly dispelled the moment Wu Bingning became the court's new sect master. No one else disagreed with this choice. She had a good reputation and was a vocal dissenter of this marriage alliance. Most importantly, she was on Li Chia's side, having him as a backer. Since he was their savior, his influence here was undoubtedly great. The other powers in the system unanimously agreed with Bingning, so the martial court kept their position as the leader of the system. The news of her ascension would herald a new era for the martial court. However, Li Chia didn't linger around, wanting to leave Vermilion. Young noble, will I be able to see you again? Bingning felt quite sad. Her eyes reddened despite her tough and unyielding personality. She knew that he was too unreachable. One day, he would leave Vermilion and Myriad for Imperial and somewhere even further. She wouldn't be able to keep up with her best effort. The difference between them was too great. He gently fixed her hair and smiled. We'll meet again if fate permits. No one can predict the future. Perhaps in Myriad, or in Immortal, or someplace else. She answered instead by jumping straight into his chest and gave him a tight embrace. He hugged her back and kissed her on the forehead. Goodbye, little girl. I'm sure you will soar above the 9 firmaments one day. With that, he turned and left as she continued to watch his departing figure on the horizon for a long while. Li Chia didn't leave for Imperial right away. His destination was Longevity Valley. It was still as beautiful as ever, fragrant flowers and singing birds. Spring lasted 4 seasons here, pleasing all of the inhabitants. People found peace and serenity as they walked through the valley, so a smile appeared on Li Chia's face. Regardless of the time, Longevity Valley always maintained this reclusiveness away from the rowdy world. That's why others tended to forget about its existence. First brother. An excited greeting came with 3 beautiful figures coming over, Fan Miaozhen, Mu Yalan, and Qin Xiaoyao. A touch of red was found on their cheeks. First brother. The distant and quiet Mu Yalan was actually the first to give him a hug. He smiled and gave her an enthusiastic hug back. Wow, our second sister moves so fast, stealing first brother from us. Miaozhen acted as always with a charming smile. Yalan's thin skin blushed with heat and immediately let go of Li Chia. She lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. She resembled a bashful young lady right now, a striking contrast from her usual demeanors. You can keep going, we won't watch. Miaozhen continued. Sister. Yalan angrily glared. Miaozhen didn't relent and told Li Chia, first brother, I'll have you know that ever since you left, our second sister couldn't eat and sleep, look at how thin she is now, you're making this up. Yalan wished for a pit so she could jump in to hide her embarrassment. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.